only game I ever win. Hey, Ufuk.
Hello.
Hey, John. Hey, everyone.
Everybody.
Hi, Ufuk.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Philippe.
Hello.
Hi, Ufuk.
The Otto,
Hi.
Joel.
Yeah, Joel, Josh, Murat, Felipe, Otto, Alexandra.
Good.
Raffaella is here.
Hi there.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Şebnem.
Hi. Hi,
Hello.
Felipe. How are you?
Hi.
So Alexandra, you've got everybody under control, you know.
Okay.
Hi, Nick.
Well-oiled
Hi,
machine.
Oliver.
Hi, Philippe. How are you?
Yeah, good. Hi, Rachel.
Have you been enjoying it?
Yeah, how couldn't I? I mean,
Right.
You're muted, Philippe.
I say, no, we are extremely grateful and humbled by all what we've been over the past 3 days. I mean,
Yes.
it's just overwhelming.
Yes, I'm sure.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Are you still in Las Vegas, Nick?
Hello, everyone. We are not able to hear you.
Can't hear us.
He's too busy on. Is he in Vegas? Too busy on the tables.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Can't
sure.
talk. My kids are asleep. Okay.
He's on the slots, you know, putting the.
Ufuk and John, are you saying a word of introduction of day 4, or we just go straight into the session?
I think we just go straight in, unless Ufuk, you want to say anything?
No, it's just sad that it's the last day of the conference, but
Yes.
still we have one day to enjoy.
Okay, so with this word of introduction, we'll get started for our next session on finance, firm dynamics, and growth. So we have 2 papers on this session. One is the first one is by Murat CELIK. So you have the floor for 10 minutes, and then there's a second paper which is with 2 authors, so they will have 20 minutes. So go ahead, Murat.
Hey, thank you very much. Can you see my slides or my screen? You can see the slides? Perfect. So thank you very much all. I would like to thank especially Ufuk and John for organizing this wonderful conference. And I am really happy to be able to tell you about what we have done and how to talk about the tremendous contribution of Felipe and Peter. And I'm not going to go into the details because I think Ufuk and Sina have done a terrific job in going through what the step-by-step innovation framework has done for us. But I would like to mention how timeless of a paradigm it is and how still after 2 decades we are using it still to understand today's very relevant problems and trying to resolve them. So it's a fundamental contribution, and just that we are still using it right now to understand these problems really showcases it. Today what I'm going to talk about is how can we go further along some other dimensions. In particular, how can we use firm and innovation microdata to better discipline this paradigm and get some quantitative results, as well as can we enhance the industry dynamics within this paradigm to link it closer to other literatures such as static oligopolistic competition, think of Atkinson and Burstein, or dynamic industrial organization models such as Ericsson and Pace. So our answer will be positive. So I and my co-authors, Laurent Cavanel, Schutian, and Paul Roldan Blanco, we have worked on a string of papers to kind of link these 3 separate literatures together in a unified framework, and we have found out that this united framework can answer a wide array of questions. I'm just going to mention 3 of them that we have worked on thus far. One is explaining the rise of the superstars and all the macro trends in the structural transition we have observed since the 1970s. Sina has given an apt description of all of these facts, so I will not bore you further with what has happened, but our focus is particularly on the rise of markups. And we have also looked at, we can also use this framework to assess the dynamic effectiveness of United States antitrust policy and use it to formulate an optimal policy response. So we can think of the question of antitrust enforcement in general equilibrium with endogenous growth and figure out what's happening. And finally, there is one other intangible investment that we usually skimp on, which is namely advertising. And it really interacts a lot with innovation for firms, because firms can increase their profits or firm value through innovation, or also advertising. For the firms, they are more or less serving the same purposes. And we can use this unified framework to understand the interaction between them and answer the question whether advertising is useful or should we tax it. So what are the ingredients of this unified framework? So I'm just going to mention the ingredients. So first, we would like to have some rich industry dynamics. So we extend the basic step-by-step innovation framework in the following ways. First, we are going to have oligopolistic competition. So there will be some superstar firms in each industry. They are going to compete a la Cournot in quantities. And they will have differentiated products. We are going to have a CS aggregator. One of the main differences is that we are going to allow for an endogenous number of superstar firms or large firms or dominant firms. So in each industry, we will not have 2, but many superstar firms, as well as an endogenous mass of small firms. So they are going to collectively account for a competitive fringe that competes with the superstars, and collectively they do actually produce meaningful quantities and create some innovation competition. However, individually they will not be strategically interacting. Their strategic power is not large. So this allows us to create an industry which still remains tractable. There is going to be endogenous new business creation. So small firms will be endogenously created by entrepreneurs. And the superstars themselves will also have endogenous entry and exit. So you have the whole industry dynamics. On top of this, we are going to have endogenous productivity growth, of course. That's the fundamental feature of step-by-step innovation models. We have superstars trying to innovate to improve their productivity. They are going to try to climb in the quality ladder compared to all the other superstars. And the small firms themselves, they are trying to innovate to join the ranks of these superstars. And there are strategic interactions between all of these firms, dynamic strategic interactions. So this is a Markov perfect equilibrium. So this framework, why is it nice? Because it can deliver some non-degenerate sales, markups, profits, employment distributions within each industry. So you have quite a rich setting even within a single industry. And despite all these complexity, the framework remains quite tractable. It's like both stationary and non-stationary equilibria can be computed. Even in MATLAB, this takes 2 seconds. So one other thing this framework delivers is that it is consistent with and can be disciplined by the inverted use between competition and innovation that we observe in the data. So what are these inverted use? One is the, of course, well-known inverted U between competition and innovation at the industry level in the seminal 2005 paper of Felipe, Peter, and co-authors. So that's well-known. What is less well-known is there is another inverted U relationship between a firm's own innovation and its relative market share, relative sales. This is not sales, this is your market share within the defined industry. And that we find also to be exhibiting an inverted U pattern. And our model can both generate these and target these to discipline the counterfactuals the counterfactual relationship between competition and innovation. So just to summarize, how does this relate to the literature? You can think of this framework as the step-by-step innovation model plus some richer industrial structure and smooth firm life cycle. So you start out very small, you grow large, and over time you might decline and stop being a superstar. Or you could think of this as an oligopolistic competition model with endogenous productivity, investment, and growth. So we get the dynamics and dynamic competition. Or you could think of this as a dynamic IO model like Ericsson and Paix, but it's in general equilibrium and has endogenous growth. So you can see the implications of any policies you can think of in general equilibrium on growth. And in our second and third papers, we also had other ingredients such as a horizontal M&A technology with synergies, antitrust enforcement, and an advertising rat race between these superstar firms to boost their individual demands. So what results do we obtain from this framework? Just to give you the main idea, the overarching theme in our results is that dynamics matter and they shouldn't be ignored. In particular, in all of these papers, we find out that if you ignore the dynamics and just focus on the statics, the results can flip substantially so. So if we ignore the dynamics, we might not get good answers to the recent problems that we are facing with. And the second insight from this framework is that ensuring neck-and-neck competition between superstars, between the dominant firms, to boost innovation is much more important than reducing markups. So we have seen the rise in markups, but it seems that dynamic competition is more important than static competition. We want firms to be really close to each other, not just for the markups, but more so for their increased innovation and therefore contribution to growth.
You have 1 minute, Murat.
1 minute, so I'll really have to summarize. So in our first paper, we find something surprising. We find that the increase in markups has actually a positive welfare impact. Of course, there are some static welfare losses and they are significant. But we find that in aggregate, there are some industries that are where the Schumpeterian effect dominates, where the escape competition effect dominates. But in the aggregate, we find that the increase in markups have actually boosted growth. Their effect is on the net positive. And this is just because the dynamic underinvestment in R&D turns out to be a more significant problem than the static allocative efficiency increased markups generate. Does that mean we should not care about this? We can do nothing? No, that's not the answer. In our second paper, we look at antitrust policy, and we find that the dynamic effects of antitrust policy are an order of magnitude more important than the statics. That's one finding. And the second thing is that the policies followed by the DOJ and the FTC are based on HHI based thresholds rules, and these rules really ignore the majority of anti-competitive acquisitions undetected. So think of Facebook's acquisition of Instagram. That was that kind of a merger goes under the radar because Instagram was quite small to begin with, and Facebook acquired it before it could be a competitor. So it preempted its growth and remained the monopoly. For advertising, I won't be able to go into the details, just 2 punchlines. We find out that advertising is useful, although it's a substitute for the firms with respect to innovation, it's still useful. But it turns out to be a good idea to tax it so that you can both increase growth, get some distortion-free tax revenue, and at the same time not lose too much on its relocative benefits. So advertising, we find, actually helps move resources towards the more productive firms and therefore help with static efficiency. So overall, so we believe this is a unified framework that can be used to answer many questions. Just to advertise, it's quite tractable. You can add many mechanisms as we did on top and still compute it feasibly. Our computers are now good enough to do that. There are still a lot to do, other questions. And I want to thank again to Felipe and Peter. We are literally standing on the shoulders of giants. None of this framework would be possible without their seminal contributions. we are still using their insights to understand today's very relevant problems. So thank you very much once again. Thank you for all your contributions.
Thank you, Murat. So now we will hear about the second paper, so by Şebnem KALEMLI-ÖZCAN and Felipe SAFFIE. So Şebnem, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me now? I think I was muted before and like I'm on the full screen mode. Everybody can see my slides? Okay. Great. So let me start by saying, of course, I am like super happy to be at this amazing conference. This goes without saying. It has been amazing past 3 days, and I'm actually honored to be at this conference to celebrate my role models, Felipe and Peter, and also to remember my dear friend Emmanuel. I want to start by telling you a little memory, because that I think shows the impact of the monumental work by Felipe and Peter on all of us, even we are not their students or we are not their co-author, or we didn't work directly in endogenous growth, which is pretty much myself. So I was a PhD student at Brown in 1997 when their book came out, their book on endogenous growth, and Peter was not at Brown yet. He came in 2000 after I left. And I remember vividly the excitement among my advisors, graduate students, everyone's, just because this is such an important book. And also this sense of a duty and long to-do list, in the sense that we all have to sit down and study every single detail in this book, every single proof. I mean, simply put, the book was revolutionary and started the field. So the lesson that got distilled in me as a graduate student and my fellow friends was the one where, to be successful, you have to work on big questions for a long time, in detail, in a lot of rigor, as Felipe and Peter did. So thank you so much for everything you have done. Let me start my presentation by saying this is joint work with Felipe SAFFIE, who is also here and who is going to do the last 10 minutes of the presentation. And our work is going to be about finance and growth, and we would like to emphasize the importance of heterogeneity in firm financing for this field. So, of course, this is a huge literature, right? When you say finance and growth, this is big, and it is very hard to review, and we would like to provide a review of this literature in our work. There are excellent reviews by LEVINE and by, of course, Felipe and Peter and Ross. And the general conclusion of this review so far is that countries with better functioning banks and markets grow faster. And we know now that this is not about having a bank-based or market-based system like US, Europe, or this is not about reverse causality. It is really about the better functioning financial system, ease the external financing constraint, and that is something we want to ease because it impedes firm innovation and growth. So these surveys point to 3 broad channels on how finance works. Better allocation of capital, which means better financial intermediation, better monitoring of investments, and high quality innovation. So these, of course, forces are all global because finance is global and financial intermediaries are global. And this, of course, makes financial crises, especially the international one, are very good laboratories to study these channels. And this is what empirical literature has been doing so far. At the endogenous growth side, most of the models of growth, of course, long run, and they are going to abstract from financial cycles and crises. Of course, there have been attempts. Philip's paper is one of the examples of this. Try to link the short-term finance to long-term growth, and I wish we have more of this type of work moving forward. So what we would like to do in our paper with Felipe is to review recent developments in firm dynamics, finance, and growth. We are going to have a special focus on heterogeneity in firm financing and impact of financial crisis, and provide additional evidence using extensive micro firm level data set from several countries, and together with a guide on how to think about entry, exit, and product during crisis. And why this is important. So I want to go back to the first presentation by Ufuk at the start of this conference. He was very nicely showing us, especially those of us who are outside the creative destruction field, how field evolved, starting with very influential work of Aghion and Howitt, and how like each round we started thinking this value function differently, introducing more heterogeneity. And in fact, each round you have a more and more of finance, starting with the original value function. Obviously, finance is going to interact interest rates directly here. Then with the Kortum, clearly firm growth, increasing products is going to have a direct link to finance. And in the work of Ufuk and Bill, you are now thinking about innovating your existing iPhone. The example of UK, obviously there's a direct role for finance. And then you add heterogeneity on that, firm heterogeneity, and that's a direct link between the value function and the finance, because there is going to be heterogeneous access to finance. So I look at these equations during this presentation, I'm like, oh my God, thinking about creative distraction is thinking about finance actually, because they are intimately linked. Now, and the fact of the matter is the heterogeneity you guys were talking about the last 3 days in the process of creative destruction is actually exactly very similar heterogeneity in finance. So microdata matching the firm real decision in terms of innovation and investment to their financial decision is a must in this is a must for progress in this literature. We know now from the influential work of Hélène and my papers, extensive heterogeneity in financial intermediaries entry and lending, and that interacts with global finance. So this is the lending side. We know from Ufuk and Bill, small firms are more innovative. We know from my work with Gita, Lucas, and Carolina, small firms are the ones who are more financially constrained. Young firms are more financially constrained. This came up several times in the last 3 days. And also these things are not static in time. So it is not that simple, oh, okay, you get out of your financial constraint by just saving more. That's not how it works in the data, actually. So small firms' financial constraints are not just going to relax by saving more, but it depends on this very interesting reaction between their access to finance, the collateral they use, and these guys are actually going to use their continuation value, their enterprise value to borrow, not a land or a house because they are constrained, and that interaction with interest rates, which of course directly links this to other policies than R&D policy like monetary policy. Okay, so finance can work against creative distraction. This means if we have a system that supports large incumbent firms borrowing in large amounts, they are going to suffer from debt overhang. That's going to give you sluggish investment, low entry of young and small innovators, low growth. So understanding heterogeneity in finance will tell us when finance will work for creative destruction, when finance will hurt creative destruction. And of course, then there is the link to inequality and all. So let me give you a couple figures based on empirical literature, how we can identify effects of finance on growth through booms and busts. So this is from European countries. On the left, you have corporate debt to GDP. Black is the peripheral European countries. Red is the Euro area countries. Blue is United States. On the right, you have investment to GDP. Everything is normalized to 1 in 1999, and this comes until 2018, right before COVID. You see this huge leverage, huge debt accumulation in these countries, of course, most in the Southern European countries. And when you look at the investment collapse in all of these countries on the right, everybody went off the cliff at the same time, but look at the recovery. So there is no recovery in investment and still this sluggish low growth in the Southern European countries because this takes a long time. In fact, we know from others' work that it takes a long time to recover from financial crisis. Reinhard and Rogoff put this as 10 years after a debt-driven crisis. And, you drop from your trend GDP and you don't come back even after 10 years. Sarah and Saxena's work put this as very the neoclassical solo recovery. So in our work, we took this to firm level data. Here, I'm going to show you that firm debt overhang has a persistent effect on investment. So on the top left here, you have the high leverage firms in peripheral countries dropping investment a lot, 10 percentage points at the time of the European crisis. This is 2008. And after 5 years, they are nowhere to the recovery. As opposed to if you look at the bottom right, you have now the low leverage firms in the Central European countries. They didn't drop investment that much and they more or less recover. Even you look at the bottom left, the low leverage firms in the peripheral countries, there is a better recovery compared to high leverage firms. So leverage firms is decrease investment a lot and not recover. So why firms accumulate debt during booms and what does it imply for total factor productivity? If we are in this world where there's heterogeneous access to finance, heterogeneous financial friction, but you have an aggregate shock, aggregate interest rate decline, what happens, of course, everybody wants to borrow. Lower interest rate is going to incentivize borrowing, not saving, to finance your investment. But then large firms are the ones who can borrow, who can increase their capital. They are going to face low returns to capital. Small firms with low net worth, they cannot borrow, they cannot expand capital, and they are going to have high returns to capital. And this is basically Shah and Klenow mechanism. You are going to have misallocation to capital, decreasing aggregate total factor productivity. So size-dependent borrowing constraint is central to this story. Do we have any evidence of that? Yes. This is European countries, actually. I'm not even talking about African countries or Turkeys and Argentinas of the world. In European countries, there's a convex relationship between size and borrowing leverage. So in that sense, small firms are financially constrained even in developed countries. So combined with small firms more innovative, this becomes a very important mechanism understanding growth everywhere. In US, there is a similar relationship between size and borrowing. It is harder to show because we have to get data on the financial position of the census firms. You cannot do this with CompuStat firms in the US because they are so large. And we did that in my work, and we show that in the US also, large firms borrow more, and leverage is going to be positively correlated with growth during normal times, but then it is negatively correlated with growth during crisis. And at the aggregate level here, you see on the right in this regression that these things affect aggregate employment growth at the sector level, aggregate output growth at the sector level. During good times, leverage sectors are going to grow more in the US, and during the crisis, they are going to go through a bust that takes a long time. The employment growth is going to decline for a long time. So it is extremely important to understand this, this process. We put this under the microscope in Europe with Felipe to understand the selection going on during the financial crisis in Europe. So what you see on this slide, on the top, there is the entry to the sector, and we divide this as before, after the crisis, and on the bottom panel, there is exit from the sector. This is again, all European countries, we have the micro firm level data, and this data is also actually matched to their banks. You see that actually what is going on is financial crisis triggers selection at the enter-exit margin. After the crisis, better firms enter and better firms exit less. What is interesting is this mechanism, this selection mechanism is very powerful in the sectors with more foreign finance. So this goes back to what I said, the creative destruction of Aghion or Howitt is really working when there are no financial frictions and when finance is doing its job, right? In the sector where there are more foreign finance coming, which means you already don't have the friction problem, then this, better firms entering and better firms not exiting becomes a more powerful mechanism. So how do we bring this with the models of creative destruction, all this evidence now we know from the literature? Let me give the floor to Felipe, so Felipe can go through this.
Thank you, Şebnem, so much. Yes, so exactly as Şebnem was saying, here what we need to do is to get this richness of the data and be able to marry it with the richness of the models of creative destruction that Felipe and Peter have been developing. Now, Şebnem, yes, excellent, good. So what's the big channel for doing this? So the challenge for doing this is the fact that, as Şebnem was telling us, these original models are long-run growth models in continuous time, and that's very tractable, but that cannot directly be mapped to our literature on business cycles and financial crisis, because all of that literature has been done in terms of business cycles and discrete timing. So what we did with Sina in our AHA paper is, in fact, to provide a mapping between this long-run continuous time richness in, let's say, Aghion, Howitt, and Clinton Kortum, and to map it into a model of financial crisis. So how can you do that? Well, the secret was to think outside the box, because basically, as we all know, the tractability of the continuous time comes from the use of this Poisson process. And then you get this ethos lemma that is going to simplify everything. So the part that was always a limitation for the creative destruction model was that in a limited period of time, you could get a lot of innovations. And then you have to keep track of all these different outcomes. Well, with Sina, we realized that if you use a binomial process, you can have a tractable way of keeping those outcomes. And your value function looks exactly like this. So basically what you have here in delta is the creative destruction, the same thing that we have seen in the work of Felipe and Peter. And X is the innovation. And then you get all the combinatories of the different things that can happen. Now, if we put exactly the same assumptions that in Clinton Kortum, and we don't have any financial friction at the firm level, then you get exactly the linearity on the value function. So you can recover all the tractability. And after you have this tractability, that means that you can act all the richness back. So that's exactly what we did with Sina. And you can put types on this class of model, and then you can look at selection during financial crisis. And the only thing that you have done after you put, for example, 2 types in the DSG model is to add 1 state variable. In this case, this can even be linearized and solved in matters of seconds in a program like Dynamic. So this kind of richness can be further extended. So for example, in a recent paper with my former student Hidehiko and my colleague Felipe, what we did was to do this now for a state-of-the-art model of financial friction and including trade. So basically we built into Mendoza 2010, so you have an endogenous collateral constraint, fully non-linear. And then at the same time, what you have is the endogenous productivity of Clayton Corton, but we took the insight of the recent paper of Ufuk, Mario, and Sinak, where what you get is that you get an endogenous choice of exporting products. Why is this important? Well, because as Hélène knows well, a financial crisis is going to trigger exchange rate dynamics, and exchange rate dynamics are going to change the decision of firms to export. And that's going to be linked to their financing. So basically what you get there is that heterogeneity becomes extremely rich at the product level. What is cool about this paper, and this is what I wanted to do a little bit of promotion, is that we got data at the product level for the firm. So we have the portfolio of product of every firm in the manufacturing sectors in Chile. So this is the first time that you can discipline a Clayton Corton model, not with plant data, but directly with product portfolios. And guess what? The model does amazing. So what you see there is the distribution of product by firms, exporter and non-exporters, and the calibrated model can get a very good job at products. This is very important because 98% of the firms in Chile, in fact, are single plant, but they have different numbers of products. So we can start bringing this Clayton Corton framework now to product data. And going back to this hysteresis that Şebnem was documented in that paper, what you get is that the financial crisis is going to get persistent effect on productivity. You're going to have these long run effects, but selection is going to help because basically the depreciation of the exchange rate is going to favor exporters. And exporters are the ones that are going to drive the recovery from the financial crisis. And all of that richness is just by extending the work that we have learned from Felipe, from Peter, from Sam, like all of these things map now naturally to the models of aggregate financial crisis. Now, everything that I have shown you has this convenient assumption that size doesn't matter. Because with the assumption that we put in, we get this value function that is linear on the number of products. Now, that doesn't mean that size doesn't matter. It means that in the data, we observe the size distribution and it helps you to calibrate and estimate this model. That's very important. But the tractability implies that now when you solve, you don't need the distribution at every step of the way. But then the question is, given what Şebnem was saying, should we care about it? Should we actually care about size? Well, there are two assumptions that give us linearity. The two assumptions that give us linearity is this constant return to scale in the innovation production, basically, and the fact that you have no financial friction at the product level. Let's see if we can relax that, and with that, we're going to finish the presentation. So this is the same value function that I showed you before. This is the value function of a firm that has end products, but now I am allowing these firms to have debt, and that's basically B there. Now, what do we know about firms? Well, from the work of Ufuk, we know that small firms are relatively more productive in terms of R&D. They have a cost advantage. So how do you do that in a tractable way? You just put that blue term there that is telling you that the less product you have, the more productive you're going to be in terms of investment. So you break constant return to scale in the production function of innovation. But what do we know from the work of Şebnem and co-authors? We also know, as she was setting the stage, that small firms are more constrained. They have less access to equity and they can borrow less. So what you end up getting here now is that now size matters, and you can get misallocation not only in your classical literature that we have known for 20 years, but you can get misallocation from the idea perspective. Because now in a financial crisis, it is those small firms that are going to suffer the most, and you're going to get misallocation in terms of their effort for innovation. So let me conclude on this note. So going back to what Şebnem was saying, this is a long literature and it's hard to review. And we have learned so much. We have learned at the beginning that financial friction will affect innovation or investment, but then it was very hard to link this to models of creative destruction, and that's exactly what Felipe and Peter with Ross did. But then the question is, how do we go to the next step? And the next step is to include these dynamics and this heterogeneity. And what is the heterogeneity that is critical? So the heterogeneity that is critical is to understand that firms of different sizes, of different ages, with different class of collateral are going to be affected differently by financial crisis. And if we want to map and stand to the channel that the rich data is posing to us, we need models that are solvable and that can be communicating with this richness of data that we're getting. And finance is critical because without finance, creative destruction is a blessing. But with finance, it could eventually be a curse. And here we go back to what the governor of the bank was telling us. So François was saying, look, we know that these financial frictions are present even in France, and they're going to determine how we're going to meet the challenges in the future. And this is also relevant not only for financial crisis, as Şebnem was saying, this is a laboratory, but if you think about monetary policy and all the novel literature about how monetary policy has heterogeneous effects on people and heterogeneous effect on firms, well, this is the class of model that we need now to start understanding at the business cycle frequency the effects of monetary policy on our growth. Let me just conclude by saying that it's an honor to be with my advisor, my mentors, and my friends. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Felipe and Şebnem. Now we are going to move on to the 4 panelists. So each panelist will have 8 minutes each. Josh Lerner, you're first. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you once again for the invitation to come here and for what has been a very edifying series of discussions over the last few days. You know, given the mandate to discuss something about both Aghion, Howitt, and creative destruction on the one hand, and finance on the other, I could not resist the temptation to talk in my discussion a little bit about venture capital, because in a lot of ways it's hard not to feel that when it comes to the financing of creative destruction, there's really nothing which comes quite as close as venture financing. And in particular, when we sort of think back to 1992, when the piece appeared, and think about the changes in venture capital since then, there's clearly been an extraordinary flowering of growth in the venture sector, a huge economic impact, and much of that has really related around the process of creative destruction. I just put this one quote here from Ken Arrow, underscoring that point. One way to look at this, here's just some numbers over the last 15 years, but shows the rise of venture financing during that period worldwide. We see that essentially more than a tenfold increase during that period. And when we look at where the money has gone, well, at the beginning of that period, close to 85% of the funding was in the US. Today, it's much closer to 50%, reflecting really the globalization of this institutional form, not just in China, but certainly greater frequency in Europe and many other parts of the world. Furthermore, we know that when we look at the output in terms of firms that end up being economically impactful, it's the hands of venture capitalists there too, right? When we just hear listing the 10 most valuable firms in the world, 7 out of the 10 of them are venture, at least were originally venture backed. 5 American companies, the sort of big tech companies, and then their two counterparts in China. We can look at a variety of metrics in terms of importance. One you can look at in the United States is to say, let's look at the companies that have gone public over the last 25 years. What percentage of them are venture backed? It's essentially 47% of them originally had venture funding. If we look at, R&D spending by companies which are publicly traded that, in the last, went public in the last 25 years. So basically all new publicly traded companies, essentially almost 90% of the R&D spending is by these firms. Again, very consistent with a sort of huge economic impact. And I think we can also argue that it's not just simply correlation that the venture capitalists have showed up at the right time or the right place. If you look at the thing that Sam Quarterman and I, for instance, did, where we essentially tried to use discontinuity in the US policy in the late 1970s, which opened the door for pension funds to invest in venture investments. And at the same time, the sort of tendency of venture firms to be somewhat sticky in terms of investing in the same areas. using that to try to instrument for the allocation of capital. We argued that venture capital seems to be somewhere in the order of 3 to 4 times more powerful than corporate R&D in terms of stimulating innovation, even after addressing the fact that they're probably more likely to show up in the high promise kind of areas. At the same time, I think it's fair to say that some of the big questions and trade-offs that the Aghion Howitt paper laid out, are very evident in this setting today as well. In that, while in many senses, I think it is fair to say that venture capital has been an agent of creative destruction. Some of the tensions that they laid out between the private and public incentives and the promotion of innovation, for instance, are very evident here. So 2 of the issues are clearly one regarding the mix of what gets venture funding as opposed to what the desirable mix from a policy perspective is. And in particular, what we've seen in the venture industry, I put a few numbers from patent data here, but how's that? Is that okay again? You can see it in many other ways. The venture has become increasingly concentrated in terms of where the funding has gone, and that it's tended to focus very narrowly on software to a certain extent in terms of biotech. This is not irrational. It simply reflects the fact that they made a lot of money in these areas and they tended to focus on these areas. But meanwhile, there's a lot of other areas that we might regard as socially important, and with clean tech being the prime example, that have languished with a very small share of venture financing, certainly in the most recent decade. And if you ask why that is, clearly a lot of it has to do with the fact that the model hasn't worked that well there. It hasn't created great financing. But in as much as this has become a really key way of funding disruptive technologies, it really raises the question as to how will other socially desirable technologies get funded. Another aspect that's also, I think, fair to say it's problematic and also sort of consistent with some of the frameworks has to do with the questions around exit. That in many senses, when we think about the goal of venture capitalists, it's clearly to make money. The most common way in which they exit investments is to sell businesses to other businesses, often the larger technology companies. And as we know, in many instances, this is from the Keller acquisition paper that appeared earlier this year, but many acquirers, often their optimal response, privately optimal response, is to simply shutter the new firm, eliminate the competition, and so forth. From a private perspective, that may be exactly the right thing to do, but again, from the social planners type of point of view, it's unlikely to be the optimal response. I guess I'll also just highlight, which is perhaps a little less directly flowing from Aghion Howitt, but I guess you can sort of see it there if you look carefully enough, is in as much as we're seeing countries around the world, and this is from a recent thing that we did, trying to catalog government policies over the last 25 years, trying to promote venture capital activity. In as much as government policies have increasingly focused on promoting venture capital and financing entrepreneurial businesses more generally, and as you see, it is a very global thing that's there. Certainly one sees some evidence that it works. And on the bottom, we show something looking at around the initiation of these programs of high quality patent filings. It seems there's some there. But there's a huge number of questions around the optimal design of these policies, requirements around matching. Should it be focusing on far out stuff or stuff that's already getting funding, but just trying to do more? How should one think about issues of disparities within countries and the like? Well, this is an area I'm enthusiastic about and could talk for a lot longer about, but in the interest of time, I'll bring it to a close with just saying that in a way, many of the issues that were originally in the, 92 paper very much are, playing themselves out in this realm where really the financing of creative destruction is the heart of it. So thanks again for the invitation to take part in this fabulous event.
Thank you very much, Josh. So next is Ross Levine. You have 8 minutes as well. The floor is yours.
So can everybody see that?
We don't see, I think, your slides. We hear you, though.
You don't see my slides. Okay, let me try the share screen again.
Perfect. We now.
Okay, I'll get it centered now. I think I'll get it centered.
Thank you.
There we go. So thank you. It's an honor to be here. I became a student of actually Peter's research in graduate school before endogenous growth, and remember his work with Clower. When I got the job offer to go to Brown, I ran in and told my wife that I would get to be on the same faculty as Peter. I couldn't even use the word colleague. Somehow that seemed inappropriate. Felipe I got to know through the initial NBER seminars on endogenous growth, which were in a very small room in the NBER building where people would gather. And I had never seen anybody so energetic or innovative. And I've just continued to learn from them and benefit from them. And it's really a pleasure to be here. So I actually had to start out. I jotted something down while the two papers were being presented. A lot of this was on competition, and I just wonder whether there's the standard view of looking at competition and innovation and growth, but I wonder if people have looked at the connections through changes in agency problems. So I know that this is not supposed to be a discussion of a paper, but I couldn't resist. And that this might be another avenue through which antitrust laws change competition. This could affect agency problems within firms, can change valuations and how firms allocate their resources, whether to shorter run or longer run projects, which would have implications for innovation. So I was just curious about that, and maybe something fun for people to work on. Okay, so the issue of finance and economic activity is nothing new. There was the emergence of money and debt, at least as far along as Babylonia in 3000 BC, which I'm told, although I wasn't there, is associated with increases in specialization and investment. There was the emergence of market-traded securities in ancient Rome that facilitated large capital mining projects. There was the emergence of the liquid derivatives market in the 12th century that helped foster international trade and then later evolved to foster international explorations. There was the modification of investment banks in the 19th century was necessary in order to fund railroad expansion. There was the formation, we just heard from Josh, the venture capitalist firms. They helped fuel innovation in the 20th century. And also from Josh, I've learned about kind of new financial arrangements to foster the funding of biotechnologies in the 21st century. So the linkages between finance and economic activity, growth and innovation have been going on a long time. However, finance and growth really only emerged as a distinct field of inquiry about 30 years ago. Yes, I am aware that there was work by Walter Bagehot and Schumpeter and my favorite, Raymond Goldsmith, who emphasized the importance of finance and growth. If you hadn't read Goldsmith, I don't recommend reading the whole book. It's about 600 pages or something, but the first and the second chapter for 1969, the sort of intuition he had about information information economics and how that would link to finance or growth is pretty impressive. However, finance and development largely remained separate fields. Textbooks on economic development basically didn't mention finance. And finance was really largely unconcerned with how the emergence of financial contracts, markets, and intermediaries would affect economic growth and income inequality and things like that. And starting in the 1990s, there was a merger between finance and growth. And we had the endogenous growth models of Felipe and Peter and Paul Romer, and they really provided the conceptual framework for assessing how innovation and entrepreneurship influence economic growth. You had the core finance models, which showed how financial market frictions motivate the existence of different types of financial contracts and markets and intermediaries, and that the emergence of those financial arrangements can shape all types of managerial incentives and corporate operations, resource allocation, and growth. Researchers, I'm sorry for the background noise. Researchers began integrating finance into these endogenous growth models and then exploring how they shape growth. Now, I want to emphasize here that I'm not sure that you get the finance and the growth literature without the work of Felipe and Peter. Their model really did become the foundations upon which this literature was built. There were some initial forays. Greenwood and Jovanovic is the first that I'm aware of that kind of links finance and growth. They also link finance, growth, and income inequality. It's really a remarkably innovative paper. Some others also kind of use the AK models early on. I think Bob and I were the first to sort of link this into innovation-led growth models, but if I'm wrong, I apologize for taking credit for that. There were some other mergers that went on as well, and this was very important. I think that the paper by Felipe and Peter and David that kind of take the models of finance and growth, which had all been done, I think, in a single country setting, move that into a multi-country setting and understand how technology transfers affect income dynamics across countries is just a remarkable paper. And then in a still later paper, and Şebnem mentioned this earlier, is that there was this integration of finance and growth into a business cycle setting as well, so that you get the full range of frequencies within the context of a model and some empirical work. Then there was initial empirical work. Some of this was cross-country studies, which we don't like anymore. But I liked them, at least at the time. And then there was a lot of work that moved into sort of the causal mechanisms. And here I think that there are sort of three really pioneering studies that have set the stage for the empirical work that sort of has followed. And there's just been an increasing amount of granularity, to use a more modern term, or more and more micro-oriented data that shows the exact mechanisms through which improvements in finance can affect firm dynamics and growth. Much work has followed. Yet, and so I want to kind of end with a yet, because I'm always looking for to learn more. I don't think we've really fully integrated this. This is a phrase used. I copied this down from earlier on in the conference, that even now entrepreneurship and innovation are not fully integrated into the study of finance and growth. We've sort of dissected how exogenously given financial systems, so we take like financial systems given, and then we say, okay, how does that affect things in our growth models, and see what happens. But we've devoted less time to understanding how changes in technology shape financial entrepreneurs. And so at some level, what I'm suggesting is that the insights of Josh and others in that realm be more formally integrated into models of endogenous growth. And I think perhaps the way to do this is, as I say in this last bullet point, is to take the Aghion Howitt paradigm of creative destruction and also apply that to financial innovation. And that we constantly see financial innovations that push out and make obsolete other ways of doing finance in order to overcome new and emerging and changing types of information and transactions costs. And I raised the question about whether one can have steady state growth without financial innovation. That with technological innovation, new types of informational frictions are being created, new types of risks need to be diversified. And I wonder, with an existing state of finance, that the financial system will actually become worse and worse at providing those services, that you need financial systems to innovate in order to overcome those emerging challenges in the real sector, to use a phrase that I don't like. So the novelty and complexity of, I'll just give us some examples from earlier. The novelty and complexity of railroads made pre-existing systems ineffective at screening and monitoring them. So there was money to be made. Financiers innovated. They created investment banks, and they created a variety of accounting and financial reporting standards in order to facilitate investment in this area. Information technology, I'm engaging in comparative disadvantage since Josh is right there, but financial systems that fueled the railroad revolution, were not really very effective at financing, screening, monitoring, providing risk diversification for the new information technologies. And so new forms of finance emerged, and in a creative, I'm not sure it's so much destructive, but certainly in a creative manner. And financial entrepreneurs innovated, and I understand that venture capital was continually adapted and modified and perfected in order to continue those technological changes. And from what I understand,
1 more minute. Sorry,
I'll be done in 1 minute. And in biotechnology, it's been the same thing, that venture capitalists were not really primed in order to deal with biotechnologies, because biotechnologies required expertise along a broad array of scientific realms and regulatory restrictions that were not the same as in fintech. And so you needed different types of arrangements and mergers with pharmaceutical companies who did have that expertise. And this evolving form of finance is what allows technological innovation to take place, or at least facilitates technological innovation in an area that we're all benefiting from right now, that's for sure. So in sum, Felipe and Peter provided one of the two essential building blocks for finance and growth. They provided the innovation-led growth model. I personally, given that I built on this and examined this so much, I'm professionally grateful. And they've also contributed to linking this to multiple other areas of finance, multiple areas of economics, including international and business cycles. And like any researcher, I'm going to conclude by saying there's much more research to be done. And again, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. So next is Hélène. Go ahead, Hélène.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm joining you from a cricket pavilion in the grounds of an English opera in the countryside. So just to say how glad I am to be here, and I would not have missed it. So I'm extremely grateful to John and Ufuk for inviting me. I unfortunately never met Peter, but I met Felipe already when I was a PhD student, even though I was working in international finance and actually a bit of monetary theory at the time. And ever since, I want to say that I tremendously enjoyed our interactions over the years. We always discuss in a very animated way and in a very heavy French accent about economics and about culture, politics, policies. And Felipe, as is well known to a lot of you, has unbounded energy, curiosity, enthusiasm. He also cares about the common good, and all these qualities I truly cherish. So thank you for this great event. And now I'm going to share my slides, which I hope you can see. Great. This session is about, in part, about firm dynamics and funding costs, so the link between finance and crafty destruction. And of course, the path-breaking work of Aghion Howitt has been, as many of you pointed out, very fruitful as a terrain for the micro to macro literature. And for example, one of the recent contributions here is a paper by Aghion and co-authors that I cite here, whom Gilbert also discussed in this conference, which shows some inverted U relationship between credit access and productivity growth. And there, so the link between funding cost and innovation and productivity, so it's not straightforward because on the one hand, lower funding costs make it easier for incumbents to innovate, so that's a positive link with productivity growth. On the other hand, lower funding costs also mean that the incumbent firms actually do not exit, so they stay longer, there is not enough entry of innovators, and that may actually be a drag on productivity growth. And they estimate this model on French data. So there's this wealth of data now that we can all draw on, which links balance sheet of firms and also credit condition, etc. And of course, this is very fruitful if we have a structural framework to think about all that. And this is exactly what Aghion and Howitt and extensions of a number of people provide us with. I think this type of trade-off is extremely relevant these days when we have to think about what is happening currently with the pandemic and the amount of state intervention that we have seen in the macroeconomies everywhere, where in a number of countries we have had state intervention greatly preventing from failures. There's also very recent work and very interesting work by Şebnem actually on this topic using all this data with co-authors on a panel of SMEs and looking at the policies that have been put in place and their effects on how targeted they should be or should not be, the cost, etc. I think it's also very interesting. Now, this is an important question because due to the truly very impressive state of very impressive size of state interventions. For example, if we look at French data, it's pretty amazing, but in 2020, French bankruptcy rates have gone down by 38%, even though GDP fell by 8.8%. And business creation are up, but very little, and these are mostly micro entrepreneurs. So we can think, if we think in the through the lens of creative destruction, or this is a little bit of a gigantic sorting problem that governments are going to face or are facing already, in particular in Europe, after the furlough schemes end. So when after governments stop paying for the wage bills of companies, the questions that we would be facing is when should public support be withdrawn? Should it be withdrawn? I mean, how to which companies, how quickly, how are we going to make that depend on the viability of enterprises, on their productivity, assessed how, and of course, small firms where there is a lot of employment are very hard to value. And the definition of zombie firms is really not straightforward. We could have actually pretty innovative firms, highly indebted, and whose survival may or may not be desirable depending on what happened to future demand, right? And we don't know that. So this is absolutely a not straightforward problem in the context of creative destruction frameworks. Now, I also think that this pandemic shock has a lot of very interesting dimensions that actually can further enrich probably the creative destruction literature, which is already extraordinarily rich. In particular, one big issue we are facing this time around is to understand how temporary or permanent the demand shocks are for different sectors. So we are seeing changes in preferences, but how permanent are they? So people shop on the internet much more. Are they going to stop going to a shop? In which case is it going to happen? Change in work habits, of course, remote work is one. Change in organizational structures of firms. Firms have changed a lot over the pandemic. Is it long lasting? And I think these type of issues are tremendously important to understand the process of creative destruction, which we are going to have in a lot of economies when bankruptcy rates are actually going to go up again. And I think there some prominent problems are also going to be with us, and in particular in terms of social cohesion, in terms of inequality. The incumbents and this is something that I think is quite important from the creative destruction literature. The incumbents are located somewhere, but the entrants may be located elsewhere. And in a lot of countries, labor mobility, capital mobility may not be as straightforward as what we may or may not assume in some of our models. So it's going to be, I think, quite important to introduce more of a geographical dimension, possibly, in the creative destruction literature. Is it the case, for example, that we might have too much destruction and not enough creation in some areas where if there is a big shock, there's going to be a lot of hysteresis. This is going to link to the destruction of a local ecosystem. How are we thinking about that? I think this is something that probably we are still missing in the literature, linking the creative destruction process more to network effects in the production structure, to the thickness of market, and more generally to geographical effects. And I think here we can think of the work of Emmanuel Fari to enrich the framework, to try to think about these issues more thoroughly. I think they are very, very important for social cohesion. And this was actually talked a little bit about by Josh when he asked, you know, do you want to think about venture capital? What should be the geographical distribution of these things, in a way? That's just an example. And I think so there's a lot more fascinating work to do here, building on Peter's and Philippe's work. Now, I haven't worked on these issues, but what I have done is that I have unpacked a little bit more the credit providers side of, if you want, of the models of Philippe and co-authors and others. So instead of looking at the heterogeneity on the firm side, I've looked more at the heterogeneity on the credit providers, so the banks. And so here I want to talk for a few minutes about the funding cost and bank dynamics, and not funding cost and firm dynamics. So there we know quite a bit, actually, and it's also quite interesting, but it's also at the same time quite different maybe from manufacturing firms. So I've listed here a number of very interesting case studies by people on different countries during credit booms, where typically credit conditions are very lax, are very loose. There's a lot of credit going around. I can just point to you, for example, the work of Martin Hellwig describing the German situation pre-2008, when a bank, a giant like Deutsche Bank, leveraged up to quadruple the size of its balance sheet between 1990 and 2008. So that's pretty impressive, but there were comparable things in other countries for specific banks. And if we look actually at the heterogeneity of the dynamics of leverage across banks, so this is here taking the whole cross-section of banks in bank scope, what we see between 93 and 2015 here is that if you look at the top 5% of the large bank, which are very leveraged, you see that their dynamics, the blue line, is very different compared to the dynamics of the leverage of the median ones or the bottom ones. And in particular, you see the procyclicality is very much in the blue line here. So I can show you that differently by looking here. Again, you have leverage on the vertical axis, and you have asset quantiles of banks on the horizontal axis. The big banks are to the right, the small banks are to the left, and each dot is about 30 banks. Okay, and what you see, for example, in 2003 here, there is a positive link between leverage and asset quantiles. But now I'm going to show you how we move through time, what is happening to this relationship. 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007. So you see the convexification here just before the crisis. Then 2008, we go back down. 2009, we go back down some, etc. And I could go on. So there is clearly an interesting pattern in terms of.
You have 1 more minute. Sorry to.
So I'm gonna speed up here. There's a clearly interesting pattern in terms of leverage of banks, and how does it relate to funding costs? Where here you have this link between the real Fed funds rate as a proxy for funding cost, and the share of assets of the top 5% most levered intermediaries. So you see clearly a concentration of risk in the top 5% most level intermediaries as funding costs are low. So here, very interestingly, the funding cost is not linked to decrease in funding costs, not linked to innovation, but to leverage in the banking sector. So we built with Nuno Coimbra a little model to explain that. And one of the main ingredients, I don't have time to go into it, so I'll just give you a flavor, is that there is heterogeneity in risk-taking parameterized by heterogeneous value at risk constraints across intermediaries. So intermediaries are ready to take risk, but they cannot fully take risk. They have to respect the value at risk constraint, and the tightness of their constraint is heterogeneous. It may depend on regulation in their own country, supervisory intensity, or their risk culture, their board, etc. So if you are willing to assume a model like that, you can look at what the heterogeneity in risk-taking does in a world in which you have a falling financing cost. And there, what you realize is that in that world, leverage is more elastic with respect to cost of funds for more risk-taking intermediaries and at lower levels of funding costs. So there is some interesting non-monotonicity, which leads large incumbents to leverage and increasingly concentrate all the macro risk, while in some cases you have no entrance, and even the most prudent players, actually they don't enter, they actually exit the market through general equilibrium effects. So as you can see, the effect on funding costs here on these special firms, which are financial intermediaries, is quite different from the effect on manufacturing firms described in the papers I talked about before. So that's the general distribution of leverage that is generated by the model. You see it has some resemblance with the data. And this type of model is also able to generate good booms and bad booms. And we have episodes in which risk premium goes down, even though systemic risk goes up. So to conclude, I think the framework of Peter and Felipe provide really a fundamental structure to go through from a macro to the macro literature. I think the interaction of credit conditions and firm creation is a key mechanism. So here I'm opening a little bit more of a box on the other side of the credit providers, but I think there's much more to be done, and also on the interaction. And I also think that because of the pandemic in particular, there's a particular richness to integrate the creative destruction framework with the work of Emmanuel, in particular on firm networks and production networks and geographical location of activities. So I look forward to all the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hélène. So next and last panelist for this session is Luigi Zingales. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to be invited to this amazing conference. And I think that, unfortunately, I don't know Peter very well, but I was a student of Felipe. I was a co-author of Felipe, and I consider myself a friend of Felipe. And I admire enormously his creativity and his breadth of interest in research. And in spite of his great modeling talent, Felipe is not just a mathematical economist. He's somebody that cares very deeply about reality, and I admire him greatly for that. And one of the main themes of from the original econometric paper to the more recent work on R&D is not only the endogenization of the innovation effort, but also the link of this innovation effort with the market structure. So what I will try to do in the 8 minutes at my disposal is to try to show a piece of research that I've done that I consider very much in the spirit of what Peter and Felipe have been doing. And so if I can locate in my, okay, here it is. Okay, let me, okay, so this is a joint work with Kamepali and Raghuvajan. And the motivation is that venture capitalists claim that they don't fund investment is approximate to where large digital platforms make action. And the argument they make seems a bit strange at first pass, because they say that the prospect of being acquired by incumbent digital platforms might depress their return. Now, two questions. One thing I learned from Felipe is you start first with some economic analysis of the data, then you build a model, and then you go back and actually check some of the nuances of the model with the data. So the first question is it true that they invest less? And if that's the case, how is it possible that the prospect of being acquired depresses returns? So on the first point, if it's true empirically, what we observe is we collect a number of acquisitions by Facebook and Google's over a period. And we do an event study around the year of the acquisition and compare that with what happened in other acquisition done by other software firms. And what you can clearly is that you see a decline in relative investment when in other startup companies. This is a VC investment. So in other startup companies that are in a similar space, after there was an acquisition in that space by Facebook and Google, you don't see that for other software acquisitions. So then the question is why that's the case. The straightforward analysis is the prospect of being acquired should motivate more investment. That's true in a standard neoclassical model. But once you introduce the key element of the digital platform, i.e. the multi-sided element and the switching cost, actually the result might turn the other way around. And let me give you, in the little time I have at my disposition, some intuition for this idea. So the first part is straightforward. In any acquisition, the price an entrant gets depends upon the competition and the outside option that the entrant has to go along. Now, if there is only one large incumbent platform, then there is no real competition among bidders. And so really what matters is the go alone option. That depends, of course, on the quality of the entrant, but also depends, especially on the number of customers a new entrant can attract. So the value depends upon customer adoption decision, but then the customer adoption decision itself in a multi-sided platform is the result of the fact that we have customers, application design advisors, and customers might be swayed in their decision by the presence of app designers. App designers start with the incumbent and they face a switching cost to adopt a new app, to adapt their app to the new entrant. And so willingness to pay this cost is very much a function, the expectation of how long the new will stick around as independent entity. So if I expect the incumbent platform to buy out the new entrant pretty soon and integrate everything, then it's not worthwhile for me as designer to adapt my app to the new platform or the new entrant. But a new platform, if does not have a lot of app, is not very valuable and don't get and attract a lot of customers. Without a lot of customers, then you're not going to have a lot of value. So the expectation of being acquired by the incumbent depresses the number of app designers that are switch, depress the attractiveness of new platforms for ordinary customers, and also the standalone valuation, and hence the acquisition prices. And so this depression of acquisition prices, now the last part is trivial because imagine that the entrant faces some cost of R&D before she decides whether to invest. We'll compare the expected profits with the cost of invest only if this is profitable. Then if for whatever reason acquisition by the incumbents are prohibited, then the value that you're going to get is potentially higher. Why? Because you're going to attract more customers. This is going to be more valuable, so you're going to have a higher return on investment. So in world in which you can't acquire, you're going to have more entry and more R&D in a world in you are able to acquire, then this creates what venture capitalists calls a kill zone, an area where nobody wants to invest. So the bottom line is that what the VCs are saying is not necessarily inconsistent with theory, and the data suggests is plausible. And if you look at the history of digital platform in the United States, in China, and in the EU, you might realize that why we don't see so many digital platforms in the EU, because the US ones were incumbent and were killing any potential new idea. By contrast, in China, where they were blocked, you see a lot of innovation. And we have a counterfactual, because the tension between India and China and the fact that India is blocking TikTok might actually create the opportunity to develop more digital platform in India. Now, I don't want to leave you with the impression that we are suggesting you should necessarily prohibit mergers, because it's clear that there are a lot of problems, both in theory and in practice. By preventing mergers, you are preventing some ex post efficiency, so that's bad from an efficiency point of view. And in practice, it's very hard to define the boundaries of the prohibition. However, this suggests that maybe something else should be done, and our preference is more in trying to mandate interoperability. But most importantly, what he's saying is that once you factor in the novelty of digital platforms, some of the intuitions that you have, that acquisitions are necessarily prompting more investment and more innovation, is not true. And I think that this is something that is very much in line of some of the nonlinear effect that Peter and Felipe first identify and that shape the literature ever since. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi, and to all the panelists and the paper writers. So this is the end of the session. So I don't know, Fouque and John, we are a couple minutes late. The next session is at 6:20.
I think given the timing, we should probably think about moving on to the next session, maybe with like a 1 minute, a 1 minute rest. So I guess, Tim, are you online? I
am.
You are, great.
So me good?
You're in charge, and you may start whenever you want. You have a 60-second.
I'll just start right in. I'm not sure people will do 60 seconds. So first of all, welcome to this session on the Organization of Innovation, which I feel very privileged to chair. I've not yet met Peter Howitt in person, but I'm currently enjoying greatly having Felipe as a colleague at INSEAD. I met Felipe in 1987 when he was a crazy, brilliant, and yet kind young man. Now, 32 years later, he's still a crazy, brilliant, and kind young man. And crazy is the best term I can think of to summarize his unique energy and frenetic productivity. Many of you have noted that the theory of creative destruction brought together macro and micro. And actually, if you look at the program, no subfield of microeconomics has been left untouched, really. We've had sessions and papers here involving industrial organization, labor, development, education, trade, public policy, just now finance, and now organizations. We begin with a presentation by Nicholas Bloom. Nicholas, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay, great. So I'll go to share screen. Whoops, there's the So I'm going to start. In fact, before I start with my Felipe story, I should start by saying I want to thank very much Ufuk and John for organizing the last 3 days, which has been great, and to say that I've known Felipe and Peter, but Felipe maybe for the longest. I've known Felipe for 27 years. I was trying to count back. So Felipe taught me when I was in Oxford MPhil. Back in the mid-90s, in 1995, I remember that Felipe was an incredible teacher. He actually won in both my 2 years. He won the teaching award. I remember, the level of energy, as Tim was saying, the level of energy and enthusiasm is unrivaled. Somebody sitting next to me, one of the lecturers said, you need to have at least 2 espressos and 2 whiskeys to come anywhere close to Felipe's level of energy and enthusiasm.
My favorite Philippe story, I think, is when we were I was at a conference at the IFS in the basement, and Rachel had organized this fantastic conference on, it was presenting, you know, Philippe and Peter's a kind of multiple stage carry-on of creative destruction. So this is a paper with Rachel, Richard, Philippe, Peter, and myself. And Philippe was presenting. It was on a Saturday morning, so only the hardcore were there to enjoy this. And I remember Philippe was presenting in about 20 minutes through. He was talking about neck and neck and leader or follower stuff. It was on this stage that was about 2 foot off the floor. He fell off the stage. Philippe, not only did he fall off the stage, but as he was falling off the stage, he was whirling his arms around. He managed to knock his glasses flying into the air. But most astoundingly, as he was falling and landed and got up, he continued presenting. So Philippe didn't even seem to break. And George Akerlof was actually sitting next to me and said, that is the most amazing presentation I have ever seen, how someone can fall off the stage, send their glasses flying and not seem to miss a beat. So, you know, there's that enduring energy and enthusiasm for economics I don't think, I've ever seen since. So both, I should thank Philippe for introducing me to Peter, who's, is my co-author, and I've known ever since. This goes back, 15 years. So I'm going to talk about, everyone's been emphasizing how much the classic creative destruction paper and everything since Aghion and Howitt 92 has influenced the literature. I'm going to go, 4 steps further down to talk about another important strand that's come off it, and in work I've been doing with Raffaella and John, who are both here, as well as Felipe. And I'll kind of set the stage, and Raffaella is going to present the paper. So the motivation is, to connect everything to very topically to COVID. So here's a graph of the estimated impact of COVID on US firms. So it's work, it's some survey work I've been doing in the US. We basically asked firms, what's the impact of COVID over 6 quarters, both past and looking ahead. And you can notice, not surprisingly, that there's enormous variation. So going from the 5th percentile, the worst firms reported totally killed sales, up to the 95th, the report's almost 50% uplift. And you can't explain a lot of this with industry effects. So it looks like it's, there's other factors at play as well. One thing could be related to what I'm going to call the Marissa Mayer phenomenon. So this is, a great story for Org-Econ. I interviewed Marissa Mayer about working from home about 9 months ago. In case you don't know, Marissa Mayer was the CEO of Yahoo from 2012 to 2017. Probably the highest profile incident in her career was when she banned working from home in 2013. It was all over the media. Probably many of you remember it. I know it was a scandal, but it wasn't a great moment for her or Yahoo. And actually, I spoke to her about 9 months ago and asked her about it. And she said, this is like Org-Econ 101. She said, if you have people in an organization, you can either evaluate them based on inputs, how hard they seem to be working, are they at their desks, do they seem to be typing, or based on outputs. So think about performance management, are they achieving their job? And she said, when she took over at Yahoo, there was no performance management systems. It was pretty bad. They'd been churning through CEOs. And as a result, working from home really didn't seem to be working because you couldn't see what people are doing. So she called everyone back into the office until she put in place better management systems and then relaxed it. So it looked like from Marissa Mayer's story, output evaluation is what you want, but you can't do that without good management. And the reason I highlight this and connecting to COVID is working from home has surged under COVID, as probably pretty much, almost all of us, either in cricket pavilions or other strange places where most of us are at home. Unfortunately, not all in person in Paris. Working from home has completely exploded under COVID. Here's some data, but roughly 50% of working Americans currently are working from home. It's kind of dropping back, but it's still very high. And it appears that better managed firms have adopted more COVID era working from home. So this is data from the ONS in the UK. If you just look at the share of, or the increase in working from home, we see that better managed firms have significantly increased the amount of working from home under COVID. This is kind of the Marissa Mayer story. If you're well managed, you're well organized, you can afford to allow people to work from home because you can evaluate what they're doing remotely. If you're badly managed or chaotic or disorganized, it's a real struggle. And indeed, the media has picked up on this. So there's been a number of pieces in the media saying that, as we know from the survey data, large firms have done better under COVID, significantly better than smaller firms. Better managed firms, higher productivity firms appear to have prospered more, connected to what some of Şebnem was talking earlier, actually, about almost about reallocation. There's an academic literature on it. I'm not going to go through it, but, you know, Daniela Sco, one of my co-authors, have work on this, Mega Patnick, Fabio Scrivadi, and others, and then, you know, Artie Grover and Valerie Karpelis have, there's multiple papers showing that basically better managed firms appear to have done better under COVID. So how does this connect to Aghion and Howitt? So, you know, the thesis is better management is connected to the ability to innovate, which is then connected to the ability to cope with COVID better. I think this again comes back, and, you know, Raffaella is going to talk to this in more detail, that better management is part of a whole set of organizational form questions. So in particular, better managed firms also appear to be much more decentralized. So here's just a slide from some, I'm getting echoes, some slide from work I've been doing along with John and Raffaella, looking at decentralization in firms, and some earlier work we did in the late 2000s, looking at decentralization. It turns out if you look at where decisions are made within companies, so, you know, taking Dunder Mifflin as an example, are they made at the top at the central headquarters, or they push down to the individual firm level? That appears to be highly correlated to management practices, and also appears to be highly correlated to ability to cope with crisis. So I'm going to end with a figure showing that more decentralized firms are better at management. So to tie it back to, you know, Aghion and TIROLE, and kind of, you know, it's not quite the grandkids, it's the great grandkids of the original creative destruction, endogenous growth theory. You know, the seed of that literature is the idea that during crisis is periods where you need rapid innovation, you need rapid change. You know, it's like kind of reducing the negative growth as well as the positive growth during normal times. During crisis, you need rapid innovation and change. And it looks like good management and decentralization are pretty core to that. So that idea, I'll pause and pass over to Raffaella. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, and you very well at the time. So now we turn to Raffaella SADUN.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me and can you see my slides? Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me here, and thanks to the organizers. And as Nick said, I'm going to pick up directly on what, you know, the notion of organizations being an important mediator for the way in which companies react to crisis. And this is in the context of a paper that I had the pleasure to work with, on with Aghion and many other co-authors. It turns out that from a theoretical perspective, understanding what type of organizations perform better in an economic crisis doesn't have a straight a priori answer. And this is because, you know, at least we are, you know, simplifying quite a bit, but there are two extreme views of how firms should be organized to better cope with a crisis. On the one hand, we called it the Tsarist view, but you've seen it every time there is a big, even in the COVID crisis, there is this tendency of creating centers of power that have coordinating authority, and from the center can facilitate the allocation of resources or making tough decisions. But then on the other hand, there is also clearly an important role that can be played by decentralized and local decision makers, in part because they have better information, in part because, and this is something that we all learned, I think, in the Aghion and TIROLE paper in the JP, this idea of decentralization also having sort of a behavioral effect on engagement and empowerment of local decision makers. So it turns out that we had the opportunity to look at this question empirically because we had collected information just before the Great Recession on the extent to which companies, in this case manufacturing companies, of between 50 and 5,000 employees, how they were organized, and what type, how much decentralization, autonomy they gave in terms of hiring, capital expenditures, product innovation and marketing to their local managers, to plan managers. We actually did it in two ways. One is the World Management Survey, which is a global survey. In this case, we use about 1,300 firms, and the other data source that we use is the Management and Operational Practice Survey, which is this amazing project created by the US Census, which now regularly collects information on the internal organization and management of companies. We matched this information with some measures that told us the level of exposure of companies to shock, which varied quite a bit across countries and also within industries within countries. And so we are basically looking at the response to a shock that is quite heterogeneous across countries and across industries. And I'm going to just spend one moment on this slide because I think it's something, this is the value of collecting data on the internal organization of firms. Once you look at the organizational structure of companies that these differences would be there even if you control for firm size from industry. What you understand is that organizations are actually quite different across countries. A plant manager in Sweden is almost a king. This person can make decisions in autonomy on almost all the dimensions we explored. Whereas a plant manager in Japan is probably, I don't know what's the opposite of a king, but it's a very different way of interpreting the role of a manager. So there is a lot of variation across countries, which in earlier work we trace back to cultural factors as well. And there is also a lot of difference and heterogeneity in organizational structure across firms within countries. And so again, going back to the two countries that I highlighted before, it's maybe a bit reductive to think about Sweden as a single block. There are differences within Sweden and there are differences within Japan. This is the type of heterogeneity that we can exploit in our work. And so the paper in a summary is, it can be summarized with two figures. This is the first one. And this shows once you divide the sample into firms that were more exposed to the shock, those are the blue bars in the, they were less exposed to the shock. This is the blue bars in this graph, and firms that were more exposed to the shock, the red bars in this graph. And then you break down the centralized versus the decentralized firms. What appears quite clearly from the data, both in the global surveys and in the management and the US surveys, is the fact that somehow decentralization seems to have helped firms better cope. Obviously, they got a hit during the Great Recession, but they seem to have been able to better cope with the shock. And in the paper, we have 1 million robustness checks to make sure that this is not just some other unobservable that is correlated with decentralization. The other piece that comes out, and that's the second finding, is that these differentials, if you trace over time the importance of decentralization in moderating the effect of the recession, it's also clear that these effects are contingent. The role of decentralization is quite strong in the earlier phases of the crisis, but they sort of dissipate over time. Luigi made an interesting comment before. It is true that Philippe's helps you think about your results through the lenses of a model. And so thanks to a model that is, if you like, an application, an extension of the Aghion and TIROLE 1997 model, he helped us think about what might be driving this result. And in particular, the fact that if you start modeling decentralization decisions and the effects of a crisis moderated through decentralization, there are two countervailing effects of decentralization on firm performance during a crisis. The first one is that there may be a reduction in the congruence between the central headquarters and local managers. For example, closing projects down might be something that is optimal from a central perspective, but clearly resisted at the local level. And on the other hand, this idea that crises are moments of uncertainty. And if you have an increase in turbulence or uncertainty, being able to leverage these local decision makers who are typically more informed and more reactive or more incentivized to make these local adaptations would be very valuable. And so the last step of the paper is taking this idea of turbulence to the data and using the US data, looking at characterizing industries according to a measure of product churn, which is the entry and exit of products at the industry level, as a, if you like, a signal, as a measure of how uncertain, how turbulent that specific industry was in the aftermath of the Great Recession. And I just want to highlight here that this is, this aspect of innovation, product churn, is something that has been found in other work as an important margin margin of adjustment for firms in recessions, in the sense that in a crisis, it's been shown that establishments both destroy more existing products, but also create more new products. So it's a more expansive view of innovation that I think it's quite interesting. And empirically, we do see that industries that are characterized by higher product churn also tend to be more decentralized in levels. But it's also the case that industries that faced a higher Great Recession shock had larger increases in this measure of turbulence, and that the benefits of decentralizations were specifically concentrated in industries that experienced greater product churn. So this is, if you like, our way to think about this notion of uncertainty and map the idea to the data. So I'm going to conclude with two quick comments here. The first one is, where does this leave us? What are the implications of this line of work? The broader point that I'd like you to take away from this paper and this line of papers is the fact that we think about creative destruction and we typically think about formal innovations, but organizational innovations may be as important as these more technological forms of innovation that we can measure. And you know, the internal organization of firms, for example, in this paper, seems to serve as an important mediating factor through which macroeconomic shocks affect firm performance and ultimately growth. Obviously, it's, you know, there is also some contingency. So the optimal structure of firms is contingent. And as I showed before, the benefits of decentralization were focused on these early stages of the recession. But the two questions that I have is, first of all, are these results generalizable to other crises? And Nick mentioned the COVID crisis. On the one hand, it seems that COVID being such an asymmetric shock across countries and having created such a tremendous uncertainty for firms, the anecdotal evidence seems to suggest that this margin of heterogeneity across firms, how much autonomy they gave to local decision makers, might have played a role, in part also adjusting to demand conditions, as Hélène mentioned before, in part adjusting to the needs of the workforce, which were very heterogeneous and quite unpredictable. On the other hand, it's also true that COVID has represented a moment of intense technological investment, and some of this investment might have actually reduced the informational benefits of local decision makers. And so to the extent that these two margins have changed, it will be interesting to study in the next few years whether organizational factors played a mediating role even in this crisis. And the second piece is some work that Ufuk had explored too, which is once we move, although we, as I mentioned, decentralization is fundamentally a contingent choice. Once we move to small and medium enterprises, and especially in low-income countries, there is this sense that companies may be that there may be too little decentralization, somehow excessive concentration of power in the hands of central decision makers. Ufuk talks in his paper of inefficient delegation technologies. I explored in other work with Nick and John and with Oriana Bandiera and others, the idea also of cultural frictions that may inhibit the delegation of decision-making authority or inefficient managerial labor markets. So the broader question where I'd like to end is this notion of, you know, a question for all of us really, is there a role for policy in this domain of firms' activities? On the one hand, I think it's it may be perhaps too costly or even useless to think about meddling into with the organizational structure of companies. They are related to hard-to-change factors. I mentioned culture. There is also evidence on the importance of leaders' preferences for direct control. And more importantly, I think the notion that organizational inertia, as Besley and Person have explored recently, it's really, you know, a slow-moving process that is hard to influence. And so from that perspective, perhaps the idea of facilitating the churn of firms and letting new business model, new ways to think about the organization as a way to improve or facilitate the entrance of new and better equipped organizational structure may be the way to go. But on the other hand, Organizational structure is to some extent malleable, and we have evidence that firm culture can be shaped by decision makers, and that it reflects also differences.
You're wrapping up now.
Yeah, market conditions. And the last bit is we also know that the organizational decisions are made often in a regime of substantial information failures, which can be shaped by managerial training or the creation of more effective managerial labor markets. And so from that perspective, perhaps this is something to think about, especially at this moment of intense investment in the future resilience of organizations. Thank you. I'll finish here.
Thank you very much, Raffaella. Very good. We now turn to David Strömberg. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I'm honored to be here and really enjoyed watching the conference. So this is joint work with Felipe, Céline Antonin, and Shopping Sun. So we're spanning the entire space of decentralization countries here, from Sweden to China, with France in between. So what we're interested in, this is like an early stage of a research project where we have some results that I will show you today. So we're interested in looking at the relationship between freedom and democracy and research output. So by output, I mean productivity in terms of publications, citations, and also like how important the work is in other respects. And then we will look at researcher supply. So, I mean, in democracies and non-democracies, who chooses to become a researcher or choose to exit, stop doing research, or move to another country? And then we want to look at like what type of research is most impacted by freedom. Is it that some types of research are not impacted much at all, like STEM, whereas other like social science are much more affected? And intensive versus extensive margin effects. So we started discussing this, Felipe and I and Antonin, when we were looking at another project having to do with China. And this is really related to like Gerard Rolland's talk. If you listen to that like 2 days ago, he was, discussing issues like, can China really become a top inventor in the world and like surpass the West? Or is there some constraint having to do with the way that society is structured in China? And also, can the information flows and thinking be compartmentalized? So can you have like freedom when you discuss things like STEM related and complete information control in other areas? So like the relevant features here, I would just mention these briefly because they were already discussed in this conference, is like these non-democracies to remain in control. They have different strategies which have direct implications for scientific research. I mean, one is mass repression and violence, which make people not want to live there. Another one are these information control strategies, where you have censoring, you have propaganda, and discouraging of critical thinking. I mean, all this is detrimental to the generation of ideas. But at the same time, these countries don't face the same constraints. The leaders don't face the same constraints as in democratic countries. So they can just expand STEM areas without thinking too much about consumer demand for those types of educations. Also, ethical and privacy concerns are viewed differently. So here, there's a huge related literature, and I could spend the entire 10 minutes, talking about this. Now I just want to highlight that, as you can see on these slides, like Felipe has contributed immensely to all these areas, which are related to what we're talking about today: democracy and growth, decentralization and innovation within firms, freedom and openness and basic research and innovation, innovation, openness and disruption. So, but in this paper, we will depart from these earlier papers, which are more focused on macro issues and democracy and growth, and instead look at individual level data on scientists. So we look at mobility and productivity of scientists and how this is affected by transitions from or to democracy. So here I would give you some preliminary evidence and discussion. So the data that we will use is from Scopus. So this basically looks like your Google Scholar profile. So it's a list for each author. We'll have like the number of each publication, the number of citations for that publication, and we also know the affiliation of the researcher at that time, so we can infer location. And that way we can see when people are moving across countries. And what I'll do today is I'll give you like one event study and then present some regression analysis work across countries. And the event study will be Chile. So we all know what happened in Chile. In 1973, Pinochet turned Chile into a dictatorship. And then in 1990, it reverted to democracy. So if you just look at the gross migration flows, so this is not researchers, this is everyone, based on registered data from Argentina, Brazil, Germany, Sweden, and the US. You can see that after Pinochet took power, there's a surge in migrants from Chile into all these countries, Argentina, Brazil, Germany, Sweden, and the US. And then after it became democratic, these flows decreased. Of course, if you look at the numbers here, these are not big numbers in relation to the entire population of Chile. But of course, the people who are moving are not the average persons. These are like intellectuals and other people. Or at least these people are overrepresented. So for that reason, we're looking now at the how the research output is changing in Chile. And now I return to the Scopus data. So here you see the number of researchers, publications, citations, and publications per researcher in Chile, which is the black solid line, compared to a set of synthetic control countries. So you can see, as you might have expected, that after 1973, the number of researchers grows more slowly in Chile than in the control countries. Publications, there's a gap immediately opening up. The number of citations of work published in Chile is just underperforming more and more over time. And you see fewer publications per researchers. So these numbers here, like the number of researchers, you see this deficit in Chile, that could depend on both fewer people entering into a career as scientists, or more people exiting, or people just leaving Chile. And now I'll give you some evidence on that last migration part. So here we looked at the number of people who were researchers in Chile in 1972. And then we separately look at people who move out from Chile in the period between 1973, under dictatorship, so 73 to 89. And we'll just look at different groups. So these are quartiles in terms of pre-1972 productivity. So 4 is the highest productivity people. So they have around almost 30 publications per year or per that period. And you can see that these are the people who are disproportionately leaving. So the researchers who were leaving Chile were the most productive ones. And then we also look at separately at how the research output changed over time for the people who stayed in Chile relative to the people who moved out of Chile between 1973 and 89. And here you can see that, so here's 1973. The lines pretty much follow. So the red ones are the leavers and the green are the stayers. But then around 1980, a gap opens up. So these people who left Chile are publishing more papers over time than those who are staying. So this is based on individual level regressions. We will have a fixed effect for the year, and we control for the pre-level of productivity of these people. So you might think, so now I just gave you one example, which was Chile. If we look at bigger patterns in the data, Is Chile just a special case, or do we see this more systematically? So here we do a cross-country panel regression on the number of researchers per country, publications, citations, and just see how that's correlated with the liberal democracy index and GDP per capita. So this is a two-way fixed effect model where we have a fixed effect for country and year, and we have a linear country-specific linear trends. So you can see that this is clearly, all these scientific output measures are clearly positively correlated with the liberal democracy index. You might think that, oh, this was just because the regimes in the early periods were so repressive. So then we look specifically at the period after 2000s, and it turns out that these correlations are even stronger in that period. So scientific output is strongly correlated in this regression with liberal democracy index, and also particularly so in medicine and biology. So I just want to finish by just reconnecting to the questions that we asked on the first slide. So here, like the way we're looking at going forward now is to look at like heterogeneous effects by type of autocracy, because the autocracies have changed over time, as Sergei Guriev and Daniel Treisman has discussed. They focus now more on like control via information control and less on being violence and repression, although Ukraine is a counterexample. So then we also want to look at which type of research is most impacted by the media freedom, intensive versus extensive, and also this like very big question on China that I just want to leave here for like, maybe we can discuss that later in the panel discussion. Okay, thanks. That was the presentation.
Thank you very much, David. We've got 5 panelists who each have 8 minutes, and we begin with Pierre AZOULAY.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to be sharing slides, so you should right-click on my tile and pin me. Okay, so from my observation in this conference, ask any 10 researchers which paper of Felipe they prefer, and there will be 10 different answers. I want to tell you about my personal favorite, a paper that I read in my first year of grad school, and a paper with Jean Tirole, who was also on the call. And it's a paper about the organization of innovation, which appeared in the QJE. So this paper is really about how firm boundaries can act as an incentive device for innovators. And the premise of the analysis is really that it's just too difficult to contract on innovative outcomes directly. It's just too uncertain, too hard to predict, to specify, and so on and so forth. And so that all we can do potentially is to just allocate control rights or property rights between a principal and agent, and then they will bargain ex post over the surplus that's created by their joint activities in the spirit of the models of Grossman, Hart, and Moore. And so in this particular model, there's a research unit, and maybe we could call it bio and tech, that performs the creative task, but has no independent resource to pay for salaries or equipment or anything of the sort. And then we have a customer, which we might call Pfizer, who would commercialize the innovation if it's actually successful, but will also need to invest in downstream complementary assets, things like manufacturing, regulatory expertise, clinical trial operations, and so on and so forth. And what that model is asking, is helping us ponder, is under what condition might it be a good idea for Pfizer to own BioNTech versus leaving them alone. And so it's a simple property rights model. Oliver is Oliver is also on the call, so I don't know how I should put this, but let's just say that for a first-year graduate student, the Aghion and TIROLE model was perhaps a gentler introduction to the property rights literature than just directly sort of taking the plunge into HART and Moore 1990. And so I certainly remember that. And so in this model, the research unit performs the research. There's a value of innovation, which is V, and there's a probability of success that depends on the effort that both parties are going to sink into the project. And we can't contract on E on lowercase e and uppercase E directly. And the research unit doesn't have a cash endowment. And so imagine that the customer, imagine that Pfizer owns the innovation, which you might say, imagine that Pfizer owns the patent on the project, then the research unit is not going to be rewarded. We're going to normalize its profit to 0. Whereas if the research unit owns the patent, then Pfizer and BioNTech need to bargain over a licensing fee once the innovation is made. Okay, and so in integration, then the research unit receives no reward from innovating, so supplies no effort, whereas the customer, Pfizer, has appropriate incentives to invest. And so the profits are determined by these very, very simple terms. Under non-integration, it gets mildly more complicated, but not that complicated. And sort of assuming that both parties split the value of the innovation, this is what the profits that are going to accrue to both parties are going to look like. And what's immediately obvious is that both parties are going to underinvest in this case. And then, and in some sense, the model is then asking, okay, under what condition is ownership going to be allocated in an efficient way? And the main insight from this model is, so there are, I'm going to say there are 4, right? So we never get to first best. So either under integration or non-integration, you could have one or both parties that are going to underinvest. Efficiency in general demands that we allocate ownership of the innovation to the party that has the highest marginal return to innovative effort. And that happens often, but not always. And in particular, that's not going to happen if the downstream party, the customer, Pfizer, has too much bargaining power and the research unit is financially constrained. And a corollary of that is that the model shows how co-financing, for example, with the VC, might actually sort of emerge as an optimal structure in that setting. So the reason why I think this model has had really an enduring impact on the literature is that it has not stayed just a model. It has inspired empirical work. And I'm really glad that Josh is on the call because he's about to be name checked at least twice, in fact. Josh wrote a paper with Bob Merges that for the first time looked at the contracts. This was one of the first sort of empirical paper that really looked sort of like at a pile of contracts and tried to see if we could make sense of the structure of these contracts in light of this model. And the way in which at that point we were thinking of what ownership might mean in this setting is sort of the number of control rights that would accrue to one party versus another party. Now, why this focus on biotech? And why was I referring to Pfizer and BioNTech? Because it turns out that it's a very fertile setting to think about empirically testing, if not the model, the implications of the model. There's lots of variation in contractability, in degrees of financing constraint, in bargaining power. And so that gives the empiricist multiple points of attack to make progress. Now, later on, I think Josh, as well as other researchers in the field, sort of question whether it made sense to take, this is the kind of model that you want to take seriously, but not literally, to paraphrase Peter Thiel. And so I think that's where the literature went then, to instead of testing the model itself, to develop a more tailored model to the situation based on an in-depth understanding of the phenomenon at hand, and then to test the implication of that more refined model. And so that's what Josh and Ulrike Malmondier did in 2010 in their AER paper, where, in some sense they asked, the problem of when we're thinking about, the research unit not supplying effort, what do we mean by that? Do we really mean they're going to shirk, they're going to call in sick, they're going to go on the beach? And that's really not it, in fact. What we're worried instead is that they're going to use the money that they're given by the customer to work on their pet projects, as opposed to maybe a project that would be productive from the standpoint of the customer. And on that basis, Josh and Ulrike developed a model that looked not just as sort of a grab bag of control rights, but as a very specific set of control rights to derive empirical implications that were then borne out in empirical tests using a very large sample of contracts. So, why as this paper and this model stayed with me? So first,
you're wrapping up now?
Okay, I'm wrapping up very quickly. A lot of the field in the mid-90s, the economics of innovation, was running sort of regressions of the form, what's the relationship between R&D and firm size? And if you take this model, the spirit of this model seriously, you just come to the conclusion that that's not really sensible, because it depends on choices of in some sense, the outsourcing and the organization of innovation. It also inspired a theoretical literature that really sort of sought to model the markets for ideas and technology in much more detail. And then eventually it forced us to think about, what do we do if the allocation of assets or control rights is really sticky, such as in basic scientific research. And if you think about this for a second, then you need to, in some sense, you have no choice, and you need to start thinking again about, what are the ways you're going to be able to contract for effort? And maybe that could be with contract with a dynamic structure, such as the model of Gustavo Manso. Let me end here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Pierre. That was great. And now our next panelist is Oliver Hart. You have 8 minutes.
Good. Can you see that? Can you see my slides? And
yes, we can. Yes. We hear you and see the slides well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Tim, our chair, put the fear of God into me about the time constraint. And so I actually put even my personal remarks on a slide, because you can probably read them faster than I can say them. So please read those. Let me just emphasize the first. It's a great pleasure to be able to honor Felipe and Peter's work. I've had more to do with Felipe than Peter, given our shared interests, and what I particularly cherish is our friendship over many years, and I hope there'll be many more years of friendship, Felipe. Thank you. So a key question about the organization of innovation is whether innovation is best undertaken inside an established company or in a separate entity. Much has been written about this, and in fact, Pierre has just talked about some of this work. There's the Philippe Jean paper from '94, there's Josh's paper with mergers, and there's other work too. One element that I don't think has been emphasized much is the importance of shared preferences between the parties to the transaction. And that's what my short talk will be about. I want to focus on innovators and investors, the people who finance the innovation, and the role of shared preferences between them. And I'm going to, Pierre said we all have our favorite Philippe paper. Of course, the Aghion Howitt paper is tremendous, but I've been more influenced by the Aghion Bolton 92 model, and I'm going to use that. And guess what? There was no coordination here between Pierre and me, but I'm going to say something about BioNTech as well. So think about the Aghion-Bolton model. I want you to imagine there's a penniless scientist who needs K euros at date zero, yes, K euros at date zero, and an investor is going to provide this. And if the project gets underway, a decision is going to be made at date 1, and the decision I'm going to call play it safe or go big. These may not really be the best words, but I hope you'll bear with them. So the safe strategy yields Y0 euros, and the big strategy yields in expected terms, there may be uncertainty here, a lot of uncertainty, Y1 euros, which is less than Y0. So this is a high risk strategy. But it also provides a big benefit to society, which I'm going to assume the safe strategy doesn't. So if everything works out with the big strategy, you get a huge benefit, and that the expected value of that is little b, and Y1 plus b is bigger than Y0. So the big strategy is less profitable, but socially more valuable. Now, I'm going to assume that the parties to this transaction, the scientist and the investor, actually internalize some of the social benefits. So, and that's maybe because they care about doing good in the world, or it may be, you know, they're going to become famous or something like that, which they like as well. But anyway, I'm going to assume the scientist's utility is M, that whatever money she gets, plus lambda B, so lambda's less than 1, but she gets some value from this internalization of this social benefit. And the investor's utility is M prime, the money he gets plus mu B. And the next bullet point says that the project actually pays off in monetary terms if the safe strategy is used. Y0 is bigger than K. But if you look at it from the investor's point of view, even if the investor gets all the monetary returns from the big strategy, so Y1, plus mu B, because he's enjoying a bit of the, you know, the great success of the thing, that is not enough to cover the investment costs. Okay, so now what's an optimal contract here? Well, just think of a complete contract. It would specify a probability of choosing the safe strategy at date 1. So a contract would just say, you know, we'll randomize it at date 1, and with probability pi, we'll play it safe. With probability 1 minus pi, we'll go big. And the break-even constraint for the investor is given there, right? Pi times Y0 plus 1 minus pi times Y1 plus mu B equals K. And from that, it's obvious that if mu is higher, then pi can be lower. The pi satisfying that because, you know, Y0 is bigger than Y1 plus mu B, and if you raise the Y1 plus mu B a bit, then you don't have to put as much weight on the safe strategy to get the investor to break even. So that actually is the only thing I want to take out of that model, that pi is decreasing in mu, which is saying that from a social efficiency point of view, it's better to have an investor who cares about the common good. And since I'm assuming the scientist cares about the common good because the scientist has this lambda positive, having the preferences of the two aligned is going to be good. You're going to get a more productive relationship from that. So it's a very obvious point, but I think it's still perhaps useful to have a simple model to demonstrate it or to understand it. Now I'm going to a small piece of evidence, and this is where I bring in BioNTech. So I was recently on a panel with Uga Sahin, who is the founder, or one of them, I think with his wife maybe, the founder of BioNTech. And we were able to ask him about his history. it turns out that he was initially a professor at a German university, and he collaborated with Big Pharma on several occasions. So actually, I asked him, why did you form your own company? And the answer was he didn't really have any desire to do that. And he started off with these collaborations with Big Pharma, but repeatedly, even when things seemed to be going well, he thought they were going well, other scientists, and I think this included the ones from Big Pharma, thought things were going well, but the higher ups at Big Pharma lost interest in the project and the collaborations stopped. I interpret that as a low mu. Or it could even be a negative mu, because it could be that what the collaboration was leading to might have been a product that was in competition with one of the pharmaceutical company's existing products, so that you could capture with a negative mu. Okay, so he got very frustrated by these experiences, so he formed his own company, financed by venture capitalists. But the first time round, he found that the VCs were very focused on making money. I mean, this turned out to be the case after the fact, because they forced a premature sale of the company, at least from his point of view. The company was sold. I interpret that to be, mu equals 0 in the model. So what did he do after that? Well, he used the proceeds, his proceeds from the sale, to form BioNTech. But he didn't have enough money himself to make it work. So he had to go to new investors. But this time, he made sure that these investors shared his preferences. He used the term visionary investors. Those are the ones he was looking for, and those are the ones he got. And the result was success. This time around, everything worked well. And of course, we have the vaccine. And then, of course, there was a collaboration with Pfizer, but that happened, that was also important, but that wasn't actually about that was more about bringing the whole thing to market. And that's another story. That's not this story. But I think the conclusion I want to draw is, that mu is quite important. Let me stop there.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So our third panelist is Matt Jackson. Matt, you have 8 minutes.
Okay, great. And you see the slides? Great.
See your slides and we hear you.
Okay. So first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. It's been an amazing conference. And just to echo some things that many people have said, including Nick's talk today, part of the fun working with Felipe is the incredible energy that he brings, and every project is the most exciting one in the world, and that's just a joy, and the passion is really impressive. And I think Felipe and Peter's work has had such a large footprint that we see in this conference. And today we're going to talk about a footprint that's similar to what David was talking about a few minutes ago in looking at individual inventors and how they're acting. And this is joint work with Antoine and Aghion, who are young, impressive scholars from Collège de France. And just in setting this up, research obviously involves putting ideas together, building upon knowledge, and there's lots of externalities in that. So sharing knowledge helps others advance and invent. And researchers, firms, and organizations are going to be scared of competition, and that means they're less likely to share advances if they make them. And this is something that's not just true of firms. We see this in our own science. People sit on data, they don't share data. We saw Andrew Weil sitting in an attic for years, secretly working on proving Fermat's last conjecture. So, that means that the rest of science doesn't see these inventions until after the fact. And that means ideas are slower moving and the inventive process is slowed. And there's a trade-off here between collaboration and competition. So collaborating with other people, you gain synergies of cooperation, diversity of ideas, diversity of talents, but you're wary of diffusion of knowledge and business stealing. And that means people underinvest in these partnerships. And we want to explore how that depends on competition and the stage of an idea and where that is. And I'll start with just sort of a figure which is somewhat familiar, but here is in a different context. the sort of inverted U. And we can think of, in a field where we're looking at how many inventors there are in that field, and thinking about how many relationships or collaborations are going to go on in that field. And without competition or any threat of stealing, you would expect this to be an increasing function. But with competition and increasing in a number of inventors, it can be that you begin to see sort of an inverted U shape. And we're going to explore that as well as other things in terms of how this works. And we'll work with data from the U.S. Patent Office from 1975 to the present. And we'll think of two inventors as collaborating if they appear on a patent together. So if they co-author a patent at some point in time. And the way in which we'll measure competition here is by looking at the Jacquard Index of Patent Citations. So if two patents have a high intersection of what they're citing relative to the overall cites that they're giving, then they're going to be in competition with each other. And then we'll look at different fields and we'll control for years and size and so forth, and then look at how dense the patents are in terms of their overlap. So how competitive are they? And that'll be a measure of competition. And the first thing you see is an inverted U shape, as you would expect from this. So you see a pretty strong inverted U, where if you're looking at some normalized measure of competition and you look at how many collaborations there are, you see that very few collaborations in non-competitive industries, and also in ones that are very competitive, but then when you see the middle range, that's where you're going to really peak in terms of the number of collaborations. What we can do here is actually do an event study, because we can follow patents over time and see how impactful they are eventually. So how cited are they over time? And so we'll look at patents that we consider as breakthroughs. So patent that at some point eventually ends up in the top 2% of citations in the field over 3 years. So let's look at these breakthrough patents. And then let's look at co-authorship of whoever the inventor is on that before that patent and then after the patent. So we'll follow them before and after and do an event study. And what we'll be tracking is how many people are they co-authoring with before and after that period. And you see a pretty clear pattern here in these patents. So what happens is, this is normalized to be 0 before, and then 0 is the point at which they make this big breakthrough patent. They get their breakthrough idea, and then afterwards is the post period. And what you see is if things are near 0 before in terms of this relative normalized growth rate, then you see a spike upward in the patent, the breakthrough patent, and then you see a marked downswing afterwards. So afterwards, they're changing and co-authoring with fewer people. At the point of the patent, they're actually co-authoring with more. And you can break this down by the density. So how competitive is that industry? So or field? Is this high competition, low competition, or medium competition? And what you see here is you see an effect, where we're getting close to 0 beforehand, then we get a spike upwards. The spike upwards is much higher in these medium competition industries. So you form a bigger team in terms of new co-authors who are coming in. And then afterwards, the medium industry also tends to have more co-authorship, but also, all three of them are below 0 here, but the medium one is higher systematically. And you can blow that up, so you can begin to look at these in more detail, and you see the medium one is systematically higher than the low and high ones. So, just to summarize that, what we're seeing is bigger group of inventors at the moment of invention. And there's various explanations for this. So part of it is putting together a team. Once you've got a great idea, you need to put together a team to make this work. But then afterwards, you're not building out your relationships. You're actually working with the same co-authors that you've worked with before and not sharing that as much. We see a significant drop afterwards compared to pre-trend, and a smaller drop in medium competition. So obviously, business stealing threats can lead to suboptimal inventor connections. these incentives we're seeing are varying both with competition and with the stage of development, whether we're looking at early or later development. And it brings up a whole series of questions that we're interested in exploring more in terms of how does the structure of these networks endogenize itself? So how competitive are there firms that are endogenizing some of this and taking this into account? What does it do to collaborations long term? So that's a good place to stop, and thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Matt. That was great. And our fourth panelist is Mark Schankerman, and you also have 8 minutes. You we don't hear you yet. Still don't hear you.
Mark, you're on mute. You need to
put on your mic. Yeah. You just need to press the unmute button on your computer.
Are you able to unmute him? I'm not I think a co-host for doing that.
Can you hear me now?
We can now, thanks.
Okay, very good.
Right.
So, first of all, I don't have slides. I'm going to speak unusually directly from notes. And I'd like to start by thanking the organizers, John and Ufuk, for the opportunity to be on this panel and to attend this conference. My comments will be very different than what we've heard so far. I don't actually work directly in the organization of innovation. At least I'm not working now on that. And so my comments will be more a set of questions as to what I think are important questions to address, particularly empirically, which I feel have been unaddressed or relatively little addressed regarding the what I see as the organization of innovation. So that's what I'll do. But before I do that, I want to start. I want to start by telling you a true story, very briefly, of how I met Felipe. I haven't actually met Peter, so I'm sorry I can't tell you a comparable story. But I think this is revealing, and it's an absolutely true story. In early 1992, right at the beginning of 1992, I was on leave from the LSE, visiting the World Bank in Washington, based in Washington, and I was on a mission to Kenya to work on regulatory and judicial reform as part of structural adjustment. And I was staying at a hotel in Nairobi, and at 2:30 in the morning, I received a call in my hotel room, and I heard, "Hello, hello, Mark, it's Felipe." Now, I had never met Felipe before. So I said, "Felipe who? And do you know what time it is?" It turns out that Felipe wanted to talk with me about the available firm-level empirical evidence on innovation, which I know something about, for work he was doing on endogenous growth. And so I had my first academic conversation with Felipe beginning at that time. But what's striking is that to this very day, I have absolutely no idea how Felipe tracked me down to this hotel in Nairobi. Now, to me, this little story encapsulates a lot about Felipe, and it just not only encapsulated, but all of this has been proven through my long association with him since. He's a scholar with a rare combination of ever youthful exuberance and intellectual openness, reaching out to whomever he thinks is relevant to the question, a genuine desire to ground macro modeling, endogenous growth modeling in this case, in micro evidence, inexhaustible energy, and I have to say a touch of chutzpah, that is boldness. It's an endearing combination, I have to say, and very much endeared Felipe to me, and it's obviously been a very highly productive one as well. Now, with that, and so Felipe, congratulations, Felipe and Peter, and thank you for being my friend, Felipe. Now a few comments on the topic, which is the organization of innovation, not the organization of firms in general. And as I say here, I'm going to ask questions. So I want to organize this in terms of sort of two broad areas. One is how to organize innovation or innovation activity. It doesn't have to just be R&D within firms, and also within other R&D performing institutions. And the most important of those in the US context would be universities. In the European context, it would be public research organizations, which are essentially related to or very similar to universities in their R&D activities. The second aspect is how to organize external links, how for the firm or the universities to organize external links or collaborations, if you want, to enhance innovation and also to enhance its diffusion. And since diffusion is essentially spillovers, knowledge spillovers, though not necessarily knowledge externality, that's a different discussion, it relates directly to endogenous growth modeling. So let me turn first to internal organization of innovation. And here are a few possible lines of inquiry that I think are underdeveloped. The first is, and this goes back to something that was said, I think by Pierre a few moments ago, which when he talked about LERNER and Merges, and I would also say Kaplan and Stromberg, their important paper on venture capital, where they took models and looked at detailed contracts. And what I want to say here is I think we need much more of that applied to the internal organization of R&D in R&D labs, firm R&D labs. So first of all, how to structure and how to incentivize innovation in R&D labs. As we all know, there's early theory by Felipe and Jean, and lots of work, theoretical work since then. But there's scant, I think, no, or virtually, very little empirical evidence. And the reason for that is that it's very hard to get data, because they're proprietary, on how things are structured within firms, and especially on the incentive structures related to R&D. There was an occasion that Josh Lerner and I tried to get such data, and we didn't succeed. But okay, so what are some of the sub-questions in how to structure and incentivize R&D labs? Well, the first and obvious one is how high-powered should incentives be? Given that R&D is inherently uncertain, not just risky, but uncertain. And that has been studied by Manso and a few others from a theoretical point of view. But to my knowledge, there hasn't been anything at all empirically on that question. There's also the related question is of how firms can do and should balance the technical and the commercial risk-taking in the project portfolio. So if you think of very risky, technically risky, kind of called blue sky projects, and the stuff that's more mundane but still commercially valuable, let's call that green pastures. The question is, what's the right mix of blue sky and green pastures? And how do firms address this? And how do firms in different contexts, that is in more or less competitive environments, technologically as well as product market, in different kinds of technologies, how do firms address that, and how do those other features intermediate or determine how they address that? Right. The second is how to address the tension between individual and team incentives, given within the firm, given the obvious importance of collaboration. And again, there's some work, of course, on team incentives, but to my knowledge, nothing now in economics. Now there might be something in the management literature, but to my knowledge, there isn't. Then there's the question that how do you generate entrepreneurial activity or perspective or both within firms? Of course, there's a big management literature on the theory side of spin-offs, which is related to this, Nitzan and Pecos many years ago, Anton and Yao and others since. And there's some management literature, I understand, on intrapreneurship. But there's no, which is trying to set up entrepreneurship within the firm. But there's this basic question about whether it's better to try to do
Mark,
that,
you can wrap up now.
use the market, it's kind of a Coasian question, or to use the market to exploit external entrepreneurship. Okay, I think we need a much clearer understanding of that choice. Then there's how to link. I think this is very important. How to link the lab with complementary parts of the firm.
You need to
that are
wrap up.
related to commercialization of inventions, so mostly production and marketing, in order to coordinate across stages of R&D and commercialization. It doesn't do a lot of good if I have a great idea, I write a paper or get a patent on it, but we don't have the material science to produce it at reasonable cost. We don't have the, we don't know how to do that at reasonable cost, so it dies from a commercial point of view. So again, this internal organization, it's not just about decentralization or centralization, as discussed earlier, although that's interesting, but it's much more about linking across complementary departments. And I don't think we know much about that.
Mark, do you hear me?
And then, of course, there's the bigger question of what's the right division of labor between firms and other R&D organizations, universities, for example. And Aghion, de Waterpont, and Stein made a first cut at this some years ago. We know that firms, we know empirically that firms actually do science, or at least publish papers in scientific journals, as well as applied in research and R&D. This is recent work in the last 4 or 5 years by Aurora and Bellinzone. And they may do this for a variety of reasons that we don't get into now. But the question for policy, I think, is, do market incentives generate the right division of labor there? And if we think that there are externalities, I think one can make a case for that, that might lead to a divergence between private and social incentives in that regard. What are the policy levers that we might be able to use to correct?
Mark, you need to wrap up now.
And then there's this last point I want to make here on this, which is that, excuse me, as with management practices in general, there's the important question of how can the diffusion of best practice internal organization of innovation be effectively accomplished without diluting the firm's incentives to create it. From a social point of view, it's like innovation in general. Once we have it, we'd like to distribute it. And there's obviously going to be a tension between private and social incentives. And again, this is the same for general management practices. And the question is there any way for us to address that? Because otherwise, apart from demonstration effects that firms can see other firms and how they're doing things, these will only be limited to one firm. So that's an issue. And then I want to just conclude, if I could, if I have another minute or two, do I? Do I have another minute or so?
You should stop, Mark. You're out of time.
Yep, no more time. Okay, so thank you very much, Mark. We're now going to move on to Jean Tirole. We see your slides, but do not hear you.
Okay.
You need to push on your mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So the last 4 days have been, as they should, very much about Peter and Philippe's seminal contributions. Now, in the previous session, Luigi said that actually Philippe has another facet, which is he does a lot of policy work, especially in France and in Europe. And lately, connected to the topic of this session, he has been advocating for European DARPA. And I would like to talk a little bit about this particular facet Let me start with two pretty depressing slides. The first is about the 20 largest tech companies in the world. As you see, there are 11 American companies and 9 Chinese. And it's even worse when you think about the biggest, most valuable startups in the world. If you look at it carefully, there are only 2 in Europe out of 100, one in Estonia and one in Sweden. Probably there was not BioNTech at the time. So the question now is, what should the state do, or maybe not do, actually? And I'm going to focus on the single facet of that, which is industrial policy. Industrial policy, there are the pros and the cons. You know them pretty well. There are good theoretical arguments in favor there. You can create cluster effects, you share infrastructure, you share information. I mean, if you think about a company like Apple, it's just living from innovation which were done at Xerox PARC and so on. And it's something which is not emphasized very much is the labor market side, because startups are bound to fail. I mean, that's the normal life of a startup. You fail, and therefore it's very important to have a local labor market. Industrial policy can be good also in terms of public R&D, because it induces industry spillovers, and more rarely you also can have a reduction in market power. So Airbus was very good at actually reducing the market power of Boeing. I will be less convinced about the Alstom-Siemens merger. Now, given that there are all those very good arguments in favor of industrial policy, why is there so little support from economists so far? I mean, honestly, in this profession, there are lots of facts. So everybody was against, industrial policy. Now everybody's in favor. It's kind of strange, but let me just give the original framework. I think most of us, everybody almost, would agree that state should be a regulator, correct market failure, market power, education, pollution, inequality, consumer protection or lack of protection, financial regulation, and so forth, and so on and so forth. That's kind of obvious. The state should be an enabler, not only by supplying a legal framework, but also funding high risk reward projects. Now, when it comes to the state being a manager or an entrepreneur, we have stronger doubts, of course, because the evidence is that we're not that good, and the state is not that good at managing things. And the argument against is that the state picks winners, the loser picks the state. And living in France, I've seen a lot of those. And anyone who is not careful, I would like to take that person in one of those meetings to see how it operates. And you see a lot of capture, but you see also a lot of lack of information, people deciding without information. And hubris can be a very serious issue here, just like in any public policy. Now, a surprising fact, not for people in the audience, but for outside the audience, is that role models can be found in the US. It's not only universities, but it's also the entire public sector impetus. NSF, NIH, DARPA, NASA, and so on. So for example, as is well known, DARPA has been extremely good at finding program directors who are not friends of the minister, but are recognized expert, independent, funding very well out of their projects without technological bias. So they fix objectives. They don't decide how you are going to achieve those objectives. The stop project in France, one of the big issues that the public sector, which actually completely dominates the startup financing and seed funding financing, doesn't stop project. They are able to stop project here, and they don't scatter around the money. So that's very important. Europe, we are making progress. The European Research Council, as you know, is a real success story. Europe's space agency is interesting with 2 handicaps. It's fair return rule. It's as if you had to give the money back to Southern Dakota or something like that. When the innovation is in other places. And it also has a tendency to set the technical specifications. And the new European Innovation Council is very interesting, except that instead of giving the power to scientists, the European Commission has insisted on keeping the upper hand on the decision, which I don't think is a good idea. So we don't have a DARPA in Europe. And my last slide will be about recommendations. Those of you who have read my book, Economics for the Common Good, will have seen that already. I'm just going to comment on a few, starting with number 2. Of course, you need high-level expert to select project. No need to convince you. You must pay attention to the supply side and not only to the French-style demand side. So you must have the talents and infrastructure to deliver on the promises. I touch on Philippe's favorite theme here. You need a competitive neutral policy, the Schumpeterian view. In that case, of Aghion, de répondre le gros. You should not prejudge the solution. You should set objective and decentralize the solution. Another theme of Philippe's approach. You need to evaluate ex post and stop the programs which do not work. You need to involve the private sector in risk-taking, etc., etc. So since we are late, I will stop there. But again, even this policy area, this is a field which has benefited a lot from Philippe's insight and more generally from Philippe and Peter's insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, everybody, for a great session. And now I turn things back to the conference organizers.
Okay, well, I think we've got 3 minutes. I think that's right before the next session. So let's take 3 minutes break at least, and then we're going to start then with Jürgen Weibel. I hope is here. Are you here? You here, Jürgen? Say yes if you are here.
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
Yeah, I'm here.
So if you could just take it away in a couple of minutes, and
sure,
we'll get going then. But let's take at least a 2-minute break.
Very good.
I'm gonna get a glass of water myself. I know what other people want to do. So whenever you're ready, Jürgen?
Yes, I'm ready. So very welcome everybody to this session in this spectacular conference. And it will be a very exciting session, I think, on science and innovation. There are 5 paper writers and 5 panelists. However, 3 of the paper writers will present a joint work. And I would follow otherwise the routine here, 10 minutes usually for presentations and then 8 for panelists. However, now there are 3 people who will talk about this manuscript, and we have agreed that they get 20 minutes together and allowing room then for discussion, and then we go on to the next. So they start, and then comes Eric Maskin as number 2 and Joel Mocker as number 3 as paper presenters. So I'll now leave the word to you 3 co-authors, and I think Fiona, you will start, is that correct?
Jürgen, that's correct. And I think Scott is driving the slides.
Very good.
So we all get a very nice view of Scott's desktop. And with that, Jürgen, could you just give me a thumbs up if you can see the slides?
I can see the slide, fine.
Perfect, thank you very much. So let me start. On behalf of Scott, Julian and myself, we really appreciate the opportunity to participate. There are indeed 3 of us, times 10 minutes, 30 minutes, but we are going to see whether we can share our thoughts in less time than that, because we really look forward to the conversation. First, look, we're honored because this is a really wonderful opportunity for the 3 of us to reconnect with Felipe and once again consider the importance of the impact of his work along with several of his extraordinary co-authors. Second, I think it's an opportunity for us to remember some really exciting times that led up to our paper, I think nicely illustrated by this image here of mice and academics. Those of you know the work know that this is a paper focused on the impact of transgenic mice, not all of whom are quite this fluorescent, on freedom and openness in research lines. Just to give you a little background, I had managed to persuade Felipe that freedom was a complement of openness and access to transgenic mice, and the oncomouse you see here and its many cousins would actually make a really important contribution to the nature of research lines that would be pursued. I basically felt as if it was essential for all of us to go and visit these mice in person. They happen to reside in somewhere called the Jackson Labs that you can see here, which is basically about 5-hour drive from Boston. And so this began the start of an odyssey, which I think can only be described as reminiscent of planes, trains, and automobiles. Being quite far away, it seemed to make sense, at least to me, that we should go by plane. I was not aware that at the time that Felipe actually had a real aversion to flying on very small planes, which are the only kind of planes that can get you to a location like this. Trains, this not being France or anywhere else in Europe, seemed like an unlikely choice of transportation. If there was one, it would probably take 15 to 20 hours. And so that left us with a car. Scott, I've driven multiple times to conferences with Scott, and that is exciting, but perhaps too exciting. And I'm not sure Felipe or I relished that idea. Scott, having been driven around France on a recent trip, wanted a mini van where we could face one another train style, so we could actually write the paper on the way home. The last point I should say is we finally made it there, and when we actually got to the labs where they actually keep millions of these mice, I think Felipe and I both thought we might faint. So we share in that slight aversion to the smell of the animal lab, but so proceeded a wonderful and really a collaboration that we all, I think, very much appreciated. So on the next slide, let me say a little bit about A Tale of Two Felipes. So our paper today is a riff on another lovely novel. And just on the one hand, as people have talked about throughout this conference, right, Felipe's contribution and Felipe and Peter's work on creative destruction has been much discussed. Endogenous growth through step-by-step innovation. Firms are obviously extremely important, and entrepreneurs as the central locus of innovation, able to leapfrog over the incumbent. That, I think, it's extraordinarily important, and it sits both in complement to, but also I think in some creative tension with his other work, specifically Aghion, du Entrepreneur Stein, which is really about the relationship between academia and the private sector, and this endogenous organization of innovation that has already been discussed in the previous session, but particularly understanding that in the context of a multi-stage research line, as opposed to a sort of single stage line, and asking the question, what sorts of organizations matter? And how do we think about that relationship? and understand the conditions under which researchers with a preference for freedom might be willing to trade off wages for the ability to work early in those research lines versus working later. Now, the interesting piece on these later stages of the research line is there's less sort of focus on what types of firms and what types of private sector firms, startups or incumbents might that be. And so our work is really on what is the role of startups in moving innovation along those research lines from idea to impact. And so that's basically where we're focusing our attention. And we're going to be thinking about, I think my co-authors want me to move along, so if we can get the next slide.
Sorry about that, Pierre.
That's all right. We're going to do 4 things today. We're going to talk a little bit about the phenomena. What is it that we want to explain? Second, sort of put the baseline ADS model into a framework that might allow us to consider the role of startups, bring some empirical evidence from patenting and from leading university ecosystems, and then, much as Jean has just done, talk a little bit about some of the policy implications of that. So I want to step back and focus on 3 examples. And the first one, perhaps not surprisingly, and again, consistent with what we heard from Oliver and Pierre, is to talk a little bit about how we would think about the mRNA vaccine specifically, and what that does to help us illustrate the role of startups in innovation. I just want to draw attention to the fact that while the development of the mRNA vaccine by both Moderna and BioNTech has been extremely fast, this is really building on, speaking of building on the shoulders of giants, research lines, and a research line that really has its origins in 1990, when the very first paper is published that shows how synthetic messenger RNA can be incorporated into cells and actually produce proteins. This is demonstrated in mice in 1990. It takes another 15 years of working along, a complex and controversial research line until Carico and Weissman, both at UPenn, find an effective delivery approach, again, only in mice, that actually allows you to deliver the messenger RNA without completely disrupting the immune system. They show an extraordinary sense of persistence and willingness to continue through rejections of their grant applications and so on, to really go down these very long research lines. And that's an important characteristic. They actually create a startup which fails, but it's subsequently these ideas are picked up by Rossi at Harvard, and then with funding from Flagship and MIT colleagues, founded Moderna in 2010. In parallel, in Germany, has already been discussed, Şahin and Tureci use mRNA to create immune response to cancer, in fact, not really focused on vaccines in the more general sense, and create BioNTech in 2008, and interestingly hire Carico. So I think what this illustrates for us is a few things. One is that these research lines are extremely long, that they require an enormous persistence, and there's often a very long period from somebody actually having something to really ensuring that there's forms of quite creative, let's call it risk capital, and are willing to sort of flow into this space. And the implications for creative destruction in this particular case, I think, somewhat unclear. In this instance, pharma and biotech working side by side. We wanted to share a different example, and that's really the role that connects us to the role of startups in the provision of clean energy. Many of you will be familiar with the idea of fusion and fusion energy systems, and the ability of us to have, if we can have nuclear fusion, then we could potentially have a reasonably inexpensive, infinitely long-lasting energy supply with basically 0 emissions. So that is an extraordinary idea. There has been 30 years or more of open research in nuclear fusion, with at least 4 to 5 different government-funded research lines, shall we call it, points of view. This is an instance where funding was stopped when a whole series of international governments decided to narrow it down to one line and create a singular rather than a multiplicity of lines, and create the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, which interestingly is in the south of France. There's an MIT team working in this field who basically had private information or private beliefs about the promise of 2 particular research lines, their tokamak design, merged with high temperature superconducting magnets. So again, 2 very long-lived research lines coming together. That team really had to make an organizational choice about how to pursue that research line. Could not find funding sources in large incumbents in the private sector, and so postdoc Bob Mungard establishes Commonwealth Fusion Systems. They raised over $200 million from reasonably unusual venture funds of the likes of Breakthrough Energy, funded by Bill Gates and others. Prior to the founding of CFS, no energy companies had made significant R&D investments. So this reminds us, I think, in a very different context, again, of the very, very long nature of lines, and in particular, of the private information that groups of researchers could have, for which a variety of people could differ in their beliefs, making it very difficult to create these transitions, especially to very far off outcomes, even if those outcomes have, with a small probability, the potential to, let's call it, a big win, to use the language from the previous session. The third example is perhaps more what we might imagine.
Fiona, you're reminding you 9 minutes have passed now, right?
Oh, okay. Thank you. So the third example, just to say a few things. This is about a low CO2 emission system for cement production. A PhD student actually having a preference for pursuing focused solutions, a reasonably short research line, but a different preference function than we might be used to thinking about. But a classic example of creative destruction, major producers in cement having almost no incentive to innovate. And so here we see a more classic version of a startup with innovating in the face of or through the process of creative destruction. So this reminds us that over time, in particular, there's been a real increase in the role, particularly of academic startups. And we can see that over time in university licensing activities. Thanks to Alexis RA on this for sharing some of that insight. The orange line just shows you how the number of university licenses to small and young companies has been going up over the last 20-something years. And finally, that reminds us, these examples, of the fact that these academic startups are closely linked in some complex ways to university ecosystems. There are many, often many stages. They often require idiosyncratic vision and insight. And lastly, they hold the potential for disruption or creative destruction, although that's sometimes highly uncertain as those companies are really beginning. Scott.
Thank you very much. Good. Scott, it's your turn. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Hold on. Let me make sure. And you guys can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Fiona. And as usual, we have a few too many slides, but we'll make it work within the allotted time. I know that Heidi and some others are going to talk a little bit about the ADS model a little bit later, but let me just kind of just sort of highlight just one or two things and then kind of use the discussion that Fiona talked about to sort of place the role of startups within that process. And a really important part is that right, Aghion, Dr. Pondenstein sort of focus on this kind of organizational form that you heard, in some sense, kind of building off Aghion and TIROLE, but sort of kind of really focus here on whether or not they should retain control for themselves so they can sort of tell researchers what to do, and so the researchers don't go off and sort of start their own new research line that may be farther away from commercial application, or should they provide discretion, provide freedom to those researchers with the goal that, in fact, those researchers, with the benefit that those researchers value that, and so they'll be willing to accept a lower wage. So that turns out a very sort of sharp insight that turns out to have lots of implications for the organization of innovation. And in particular, right, the key ADS insight is that if that kind of trade-off is present, we're going to see that we're going to see academia, the discretion to researchers to choose their own research direction at the very earliest stages of research lines. And then we'll see somehow this private sector focus, right, as we get closer to the commercialization. And the insight is that kind of the realization of that is most attractive at the earliest stage. Sort of in the interest of time, we have actually a very nice, new, beautiful visualization of this, but all I want to sort of highlight here is that ADS opens up the idea that if you only had academia, there would be certain types of research that couldn't be conducted at an early stage. And if you only have private sector and you didn't have academia, there'd be other types of research that may not be viable. And there are many regimes where both are viable, but of course, right, the optimal allocation is going to depend on the kind of relative size of the trade-off and the kind of value of continuing. And in fact, what you can see is that then that kind of leads you to this endogenous organization and the endogenous vertical structure where universities are at the early stages and private sector at the late. Great. So we sort of kind of put ourselves to the task of kind of motivated by some of the examples that Fiona talked about of saying, okay, that's great, but what type of firm? And there seemed to be this intermediate object of these academic startups that both have historically played a role and seem to be playing a bigger role over time. One piece we figured out pretty quickly was that it's not about pure contracting incentives. In other words, it's not just simply that you just kind of, and you don't kind of want to give the right incentives to the researchers, because the kind of, as long as the researchers are even just a tiny bit risk averse, then the kind of contract in ADS is going to be kind of you're not going to find kind of an incentive contract that's kind of better for the firm and better for the worker relative to that. But on the other hand, you can make kind of very simple twist to the model to kind of really show where these startups might come in. And Fiona highlighted the basic mechanism. The first is, imagine that in conducting the researcher gets a signal of either the private value of the innovation or maybe the probability that it will succeed. The problem is they go blab it to the big firms. Guess what? They're going to just end up with their little wage. And indeed, they now have private information by the inherent nature of the research they're conducting that says this might be a big thing. It may also be a broader point about beliefs. Bob Mumgard would tell everybody in Commonwealth Fusion about the greatness of fusion, but in some sense, until it's proven, no one really believes him. And maybe he's right, and maybe he's wrong, but he believes he's right. And so that makes it privately worthwhile to be to form a new focused organization. The last part is, of course, as Peter and Felipe would remind us, the incentives of the big incumbent may be very different than the incentive of the startup. And so it may be that the researcher and an entrepreneur are able to get together and identify the value of the successful line to the startup, and that might be very different than that to an incumbent. So kind of all we wanted to do here was sort of kind of embed some kind of simple insights in the model, in a kind of ADS model, and kind of link that to the broader frame in which Felipe and his many collaborators, including, of course, Peter, have thought about both in terms of the role of idiosyncratic visionaries and in the role of creative destruction. And in particular, right, I'm going to leave it to our great colleague and collaborator, Julian, to take us from here, but we kind of talked about two predictions that we believe that we would see particularly these startups be important when they're associated with innovations that are more original and more impactful, and that a similar kind of, these are not distinguishing predictions, but we would also see more radical and more impactful innovations associated with these creative destruction motive as well. Off to Julian.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott. Hopefully the audio is coming through. Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Fiona. It's an honor to be included in the program. So as Scott said, we have these two partially overlapping predictions, and we're going to bring them to the data to see how well they hold up. And our data set is meant to answer the following question. Are the innovative outputs produced by startups going to differ from those either by university researchers or established firms? So we're going to take a convenience sample of 25 top US research universities, and we're going to be very geographically focused on these university-led ecosystems. We're going to take a 10-mile radius around each university and focus on all of the patents that are occurring within the 2000 to 2015 timeframe. Within that sample of patents, we're going to define, we've already identified the university patents directly. Startups are defined as those paying small entity fees during their patent filing process. So they have to have fewer than 500 workers and no more than 5 years in what we call patent filing age, that is their history within the patent system. And then for incumbents, we put a little gap in. They are at least 10 years old and they are not paying those small entity patent fees. So we're going to take take those samples and compare them across a range of patent metrics.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, perfect. So we've got a pretty cohesive sample here. You can see about 25% of our ecosystem patents are startups. over on the left side of the screen. And just quickly on the right side, startups are involved in the full range of, these are NBER technology classes. So, it's a broad-based innovation ecosystem. Now, the kind of first thing we want to show is that startups do indeed seem to have more radical and more impactful innovation in line with our predictions. And this is at the 5-year horizon. The first 5 years, we see startups outperforming both universities and incumbents in their forward citations by 20 and 10% respectively. However, the real punchline is what happens when you look further than 5 years. So these are just our 2000 to 2005 patents, so that we can have those 10 and 15-year citation horizons. And as you can see, the startups are the ones that really come to the forefront of the citation race, especially in those 10 and 15-year horizons. We've also done this as a regression, controlling for location and technology category and so on, and the results in fact get even stronger. So clearly startups are generating innovations that are very much outliers. And to kind of cement that point even further, we see that looking at on the right, the share of top 5% outlier patents, everyone in these ecosystems is above average. We've kind of chosen them for their impactful innovation, but startups are head and shoulders above even their high quality innovators in universities and in incumbent firms. Moreover, the sort of nature of that innovation in terms of the patent originality and the patent generality is looking like startups actually behave very similarly to universities and not so much like incumbents in the type of innovation that they provide. Great. Going to give a quick pause here for everyone to find their favorite university. And just a quick highlight, if you look over to Stanford and Harvard and MIT right around the middle, you'll notice that this is a startup advantage of about 2x relative to both incumbents and relative to incumbents in terms of the forward citations received by those patents. So kind of lining things up, we see a pretty big impact. We see that when we look to the dynamics, we want to track what happens to these startups as they become established and older. So we'll track those over time, and we'll see here in the green line that the scale-ups, especially when we look at citation-weighted patent counts, they really just explode to the top of the rankings by the end of the time period. So this is a clear sign of displacement of incumbents, and we can also see that the scale-ups, at least in their earlier lifetime, are very close to the new startups, and they are, therefore, not really looking like incumbents in their forward citations. However, in terms of their originality, there is at least some evidence that they are converging toward that incumbent style of innovation. Great. So the key findings to wrap things up, academic startups are playing an outsized role, really producing both original and impactful innovation, specifically when you look over those longer horizons for longer research lines. And over time, these startups then become scale-ups, and they continue to have a high level of impact. So lending support to our predictions in terms of both vision and creative destruction, in terms of explaining the role of academic startups in the innovation ecosystem. And hand it over to Fiona for the final slide.
So as you can imagine, probably 3 ways that we might think about open questions and policy implications. Very long research lines, this issue of vision, and third, creative destruction. Some big questions around having very long research lines, which is the criticality of long-term funding, but also the idea that this organization of funding is going to be really important, and understanding that technology transfer from universities should probably focus on long-term value creation rather than short-term revenue goals. Second, this vision question suggests that it's very difficult for the innovator to persuade others of their vision, and therefore giving them some of the commercialization tools and scale-up skill set could be important. Likewise, different kinds of capital availability. And third, around creators' destruction, educating for that whole idea to impact journey, providing incentives for what might be socially valuable, even in the face of quite powerful incumbencies. And then this whole question, I think, of industrial policy and competition policy that's already been discussed. But I think this framework helps us have at least three different categories of understanding both the open questions, but also the policy implications, which I think are of particular interest in Europe and in the United States at the moment. And so with that, I think, Scott, it just leaves it to you to bring us down.
Great. Thank you so much. We have a few more minutes for this part. Thank you very much. What about questions? Any comments or questions? There is a few minutes. Please feel free. At this moment, I see none, but maybe everybody's shy. Everybody wants to ask, but we are so many. Can I ask a very short question? What about the heterogeneity of startups? I imagine many of them die off and some live on, selection bias and so forth. How should one think about that?
Yeah, so that was one of the reasons that we looked at those scale ups as well. So what we see is that, so first, you're absolutely right. Of course, most of the firms that are founded, die either quickly or maybe not so quickly, but don't in fact succeed. These are long research lines. But we also believe that ultimately seeing those scale ups, seeing that the people who patent in 2001 to 2005 in these ecosystems ultimately are associated with the most impactful innovation in 2010 to 2015 from those same ecosystems is kind of one of the ways we sort of captured sort of some of those dynamics. Absolutely great question.
Yep. And if I can jump in just to add on briefly, certainly there's selection in the fact that we're looking at startups that actually reach the point of getting a granted patent. But we also looked at self-citation rates. We didn't have a chance to report it. And most of the citations are coming from outside entities. So we think of that as a potential for spillovers. Even if the startup itself doesn't survive, the patents that they've published are then kind of generating future research and future innovation.
Thank you very much for exciting research. Thank you. So let's turn to our next paper writer, Eric Maskin. Eric, are you there?
I am there.
Good.
And
over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jürgen. Well, I'd first like to congratulate Felipe and Peter on this auspicious anniversary. In the last 30 years, your work has been truly inspirational, and I think it's fair to say that any destruction has been creative destruction. I'm actually going to talk about an old paper with Jim Besson. We all know what the
Well, I think we lost the sound there, Eric. Your connection, there's some problem with the connection. I cannot hear you.
But
Eric, we had some problem with the connection, so I couldn't hear you for some time there. Could you repeat, please? So I cannot hear you, Eric. I don't know if others can hear Eric. No, Eric, you are.
We can't hear him. He's frozen.
No. Eric, can you try again with the connection? We cannot hear you. I see your slides, but I cannot hear your voice.
Maybe it would work better without the image.
Maybe swap order with Joe to save time.
Okay.
Am I back? Can you hear me now?
Try again.
Okay. So I was talking about the costs of patents, which are the creation of monopoly power. The benefit is that in a world without patents, inventors can be imitated, freely imitated, and therefore they may not even cover their costs. And forecasting that this is going to happen, an inventor may decide against innovating in the first place. And that's bad for the inventor. It's also bad for society. They're deprived of a valuable innovation. And that's where patents come to the rescue. If an inventor obtains a patent, she can block imitation, and others can make use of this discovery only if they obtain a license from her. Now, we're all familiar with this logic, and it's certainly correct as far as it goes, and there's a lot of empirical support suggesting that patents are valuable in practice. But first of all, there are other ways that innovation could be encouraged. One way is, instead of awarding a patent, award a prize. And actually, I'm going to talk a bit about this in the next panel. The advantage of a prize over patents is that you don't create a monopoly. The discovery goes into the public domain immediately. But the advantage of patents over prizes is that with prizes, you have to know in advance what your goal is. You have to define the goal sufficiently clearly so that inventors know what they're aiming for. And typically, you also have to know something about the inventor's costs. Now, I want to come back to this second point in the next panel.
Eric, I must warn you that I don't see your panel, your slides. You must share screen.
Oh, you don't? Well, actually, I'm not sure that it's
okay, because I think there was this the bandwidth or something problem, but you can choose. But we don't see your screen. I mean, we don't see your slides.
All right.
But maybe that. Yeah.
You still can't see them.
I cannot see them.
All right. Well, it's.
Share screen.
I don't think they're essential. So
okay.
Why don't I continue? Not all inventions seem to require patents to be successful, and some notable examples are software, at least in the early days of software, computers and semiconductors. These were all highly innovative industries, but they had rather weak patent protection, at least in the early part of their history, and they were frequently imitated. In fact, we had a natural experiment in software in the United States before, say, the middle of the 1980s. Although you could get a software patent, there was great doubt about whether it would actually be enforced. And it wasn't until the mid-80s that a series of court decisions finally established that software patents would be enforced, and that led to an explosion of software patenting. That there was a similar story in Japan, actually, for a broader class of industries. Not until the late 80s did patents have a great deal of bite. And after the 80s, we saw many more patents being taken out than before. But generally speaking, this stronger IP protection did not seem to lead to greater increases in R&D either in the US or Japan. And for the Japanese evidence, I'll refer you to the paper to the work by Brandstetter and Sakakibara. And Besson and Hunt have comparable data for the US. But still, there's nothing paradoxical about the finding that the greater patentability should not lead to a greater amount of R&D. In fact, there's a good theoretical argument that for industries like software, patents can actually inhibit R&D, and that society may actually be worse off with patents than without. So what's the difference between software where the value of patents is dubious and, say, pharmaceuticals where there seems to be a pretty good case? The key feature about software is that it's highly sequential. Rather than there being a single big breakthrough, each innovation is small and builds on many innovations before it. Now, why does sequentiality make such a big difference? Well, suppose that I've made a discovery, a better mousetrap, and I put a patent on it, and you come along and you have an idea for how to improve on my mousetrap. Now, in order to make this additional step, you're using what I've discovered, and my patents can block you. So if I do block you, my patent will reduce innovation. Now, this, of course, is not by itself a complete argument, because if your follow-up R&D is so important, then perhaps it will generate additional profit if it's not blocked. And then the question arises, why don't I simply license this discovery to you? And I presumably could capture some of the profit by charging a suitable license fee. But the problem is, what fee should I set? After all, I'm a monopolist. I have an exclusive right to my discovery, and we know that monopolists have the incentive to set prices that are too high. So I am likely to set there's a serious chance I may set the license fee so high that you're not willing to pay it. And in that case, your R&D will be blocked, your better mousetrap will be blocked, and so my patent will interfere with follow-on innovation. What about original discoveries? Well, we might ask, aren't patents still needed to induce me to make the mousetrap in the first place? But the answer there is, well, perhaps not so much as in the case of non-sequential innovation, because with sequential innovation, if I decide to incur R&D costs, I raise the probability of mousetrap invention, but I also raise the probability of follow-on discoveries. And so the potential benefit of my R&D is not just the immediate mousetrap that may come along, but follow-on mousetraps. And if I capture just a fraction of that follow-on innovation, I may not need patents so much as in the one-shot innovation case. So
Eric, I'm sorry for reminding of time, but if you could wrap up in 1 minute or something, then we can keep.
That's perfect, Jürgen. I'm wrapping up on this slide, the slide that you can't see, unfortunately. So I conclude that in an industry which is highly sequential, patents can reduce follow-on innovation. And so in a world where patents can be sensitive to the sort of innovation, to the sort of industry they're geared toward, at the very least, we will want patent rights which are narrow for sequentially innovative industries rather than broad. Thank you, and apologies for the invisible slides.
Thank you very much, Eric. Quite a fascinating theme. Now I would like to leave the word to Joel Mocker. Are you there, Joel?
I am here, and let me just put up my slides.
Good.
Okay, am I visible and audible?
You are visible and audible.
Very good. Thank you so much. So I'm going to talk about economic history. This will come as a surprise to nobody. And in particular, I want to say a few words about the Industrial Revolution, in part because it really is, in many ways, the sort of defining event of modern economic growth. And in a way, it's probably to economic history what monotheism is to the history of religion. You know, I mean, it has some roots in the past, but it really changes the dynamics of the entire transition process. And I think it's probably the greatest discontinuity in economic history since the Neolithic Revolution. And you could think of it as the mother of all creative destruction. So I want to say something about what Philippe, Antonin, and Bunel say about the Industrial Revolution in their new book. Here it is. And I'm quoting here. So it says, an illustration of three fundamental principles of the paradigm of creative destruction, namely cumulative innovation, institutions that foster innovation, and competition. And so what I want to talk about briefly is about institutions, but I want to depart just slightly from their view in designating which institutions were responsible. And this is actually a central issue in economic history and in the economics of creative destruction, which is what kind of institutional structure is conducive to creative destruction, and can they explain differences in the rate of technological progress? So for Aghion, Antonin, and Bunel, the main institution they focus in follows very nicely on what Eric Maskey was talking about, which is intellectual property rights, right? So it creates incentives, blah, blah, blah. And in this they follow, of course, the pioneering work on institutions by Doug North, and a venerable tradition in economics, and most recently a new book edited by Steve Haber and Naomi Lamoureux. But the question is, does it actually meet the test of facts and data? And there's some doubt here, very much, I think, following up on Eric Maskin's talk, with whom I did not coordinate this. But the truth is that if you look at the economic history of the Industrial Revolution, an amazingly small percentage of inventions were actually patented. Okay, that's going to be summarized in Peter Moses' forthcoming book. Now, a few were smashing successes. Of course, the steam engine sort of stands out, but there are others like bleaching powder and so on and so forth. But even as a very cursory survey shows that most of the major inventions were not patented for many reasons, and that on the other hand, many patents were dead ends and never went anywhere. Okay, now that doesn't imply that they were unimportant, only that this is a complicated issue. So why didn't these people patent? And that's actually fairly well known. For one thing, before 1851 in the UK, patents were fiendishly expensive. Enforcement was very uncertain, and many judges were hostile to infringement suits, in part because patents were unpopular, because monopolies were regarded to be unpopular, but also because there were good alternatives to patents, such as secrecy, and many inventors were scientists and engineers committed to some kind of open source ethos. There was this famous quote that the great French inventor and chemist Claude Berthollet wrote to James Watt, where he says, when one loves science, he says, one has little need for fortune, which would only risk one's happiness. It sounds better in French, but you get sort of the idea. At the same time, however, I think some institutions matter a lot. And the institutional ecosystem that support creative destruction at that time, as well as today, involved far more than the sort of obvious ones that enforce contracts and define property rights, whether intellectual or not. And to understand what mattered really, I think, is that we have to realize that the Industrial Revolution, and I think this is true for all periods of technological change in history, it isn't just about the great inventors and the not so great inventors that came up with the ideas, but by the sort of second layer of people who don't invent anything, but they are the mechanics and the engineers and the technicians who actually build these devices and scale them up and install them and operate them and repair them when they break down. And if you think about it in those terms, one of the things that pops out right away is that this explains why Britain was the leader in the Industrial Revolution, because there's abundant evidence, which I provide elsewhere, that British artisans were far more skilled and competent and productive than those of other countries. And the sort of smoking gun here is that you see these British engineers and mechanics traveling all over the continent in the 18th and 19th century, installing and repairing and organizing and teaching and basically sort of bringing their stuff with them. It isn't just the hardware that they need, it is the people who know how to run it. And I think that gave Britain the advantage, which I think we're all trying to explain. Now, I see this as sort of a variant of what I've called upper tail human capital argument, which I first proposed, many years ago, and there's a bunch of literature following it up. And what it basically argues is something that I think, can all agree on, which is that creative destruction is carried out by a fairly small elite of the labor force, and that the rest of the labor force plays a role, but they're not the ones that are pushing the envelope, I think. And I think Scott and Fiona's paper sort of talks about this in a different point of view. But it isn't more, it's more than an invention, as I said. You really need those highly skilled workers. And so the evidence that Britain was a leader here is really well reflected in what people say. So there's this famous quote, which I have beaten into the ground, of this Swiss visitor who says, for a thing to be perfect, he says, it has to be invented in France and worked out in England. And I think there's some truth to that. And we have to remember that even the steam engine, often seen as the paradigmatic invention, had strong continental roots in it. The first model was built by a Frenchman, Denis Papin. And so, to understand the institutional background of this, we have to ask why Britain's top artisans were so superior. Well, it's not a simple story, and I don't have time to tell the whole thing. But the important thing that we have to keep in mind is, in this age, engineers are produced by other engineers through the institution of apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is the way in which society produces skills. But because this knowledge is almost exclusively tacit, and can only take place through personal contact between master and apprentice, and these have to be written as contracts. And if you think about it a little bit, that contract is incredibly incomplete. By its very definition, it is full of the usual things that kill contracts. Asymmetric information, unenforceability, unobservability. You name it. Okay, both sides have great incentives to behave opportunistically. And so you need some institution to run it. And much of Europe, it is run by craft guilds. But in Britain, it is not. And that, I think, creates a stronger supply response in terms of its skilled labor force. So there's some other reasons, which I'm going to skip for the purpose of time. But what is striking is that even though the demand for skilled labor, as the economy becomes more sophisticated after 1700, goes up, there is no rise in the skill premium that anybody's able to find, which really suggests that these skilled laborers were supplied elastically. Now, I want to introduce this new term which I call destructive creation. And I think this is something we all know. It's that technological changes the demand for skills. And the factories have been accused, of course, by destroying a skill-demanding task as much as depending on them. Okay, and so the history of the Industrial Revolution is full of these stories about how mechanization wiped out the demand for a whole range of sort of mid-level skills: frame knitters, handloom weavers, nail makers, all kind of small-scale manufacturers working primarily in domestic industries. And so the factories created two kinds of new tasks. They created those tasks that required very few skills, very simple ones, for which, of course, they hired, in large part, women and children. And these upper tail tasks for highly skilled operatives, the people who actually run the machinery, mechanics, chemists, engineers, and so on. And in between, there's what we would call today a hollowing out of the skill distribution. And so it created, needless to say, winners and losers, which is in a way the more interesting distinction than the Marxian one of labor versus capital. Guido Tabellini mentioned that yesterday, and I think that's absolutely right. So hence there was this machine breaking, and there is Captain Swing riots. But I want to point out one more thing that is perfectly relevant here, and that is destructive creation was driven by this sort of striking phenomenon of what I call technological front-loading. And here's the idea. So creative destruction isn't just about making goods and services. It is also about front-loading ingenuity, which means that the equipment is designed and built by increasingly clever and sophisticated people, all of them in the upper tail, who made it easier to handle by workers. So they make it more user-friendly, if you want. And these workers then have lower skills. The classic example of that, which is even picked up by Karl Marx in his Capital, is the self-acting spinning mule invented in 1830, which automated the complex tasks of early mule operators. And the most significant example of this is probably in interchangeable parts, but it's a very general phenomenon in both hardware and software. You know, and if you look at Stata, you know, that's another example of really clever people writing a program that then is very simple to use. And so the irony is, is that the Industrial Revolution is driven by skills, but it destroys the skills that require them. And yet, at the same time, that tasks become low skill. New ones, of course, emerge that require more. And so, on balance, there's this big debate whether it was de-skilling or reskilling. And I think most scholars that I know would argue that, on average, the demand for high skill has increased. But there are people who disagree. If you look at David Graeber's book on bullshit jobs, he thinks that the modern economy has created a lot of really sort of low-skilled jobs, masquerading as high skill. So just to sum up, okay, this Industrial Revolution created sustainable economic growth and higher living standards and undreamed improvements in material life. But it also was an example of destructive creation. It wiped out skills and competences. It wiped out to a great extent traditional family structures and rural community life, and the economic independence of a large segment of the labor force who ended up working in factories confined in time and space. It also radically changed the status of women. So on balance, I'd say it was a vast improvement. And even the most reactionary technophobes wouldn't want to go back to the good old days if only they knew more economic history. But we should never forget the losers of creative destruction. And here you can see some of them getting quite angry about mechanization. Thank you all, and especially thank you, Felipe, and thank you, Peter, for being such good personal friends of mine, as well as friends of economic history. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Joe, for fascinating panorama. Wonderful to hear. So now it's time for the panelists. The first panelist is Matthias de Vatripon. Matthias, are you around?
I am.
And could I ask the panelists to try to keep to 7 minutes if possible, in the interest of time?
Okay. Can I share my screen? Maybe Joel should.
Joel, can you stop sharing him?
Just did.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good.
Okay. So it's really great to be able to attend this amazing conference. So many thanks to Ufuk and John, and to Emma and the whole team at the Collège de France. Of course, it's very sad that Emmanuel Fary is not with us. All the more so that he was such a talented researcher and, more importantly, a wonderful human being. But I think we can be sure that he would have been very happy and proud of these 4 days. Indeed, the program is fantastic, and it demonstrates the importance of the Aghion Howitt model that has managed to so beautifully link micro and macro, beautifully and simply, that it allows to provide a theoretical structure on empirical analysis of firms and more recently of individuals, and therefore to better understand the dynamics of markets, trade, development, inequality, and other topics, as well as the many policies meant to address its challenges. The paradigm is also super topical today, in an era where creative destruction pits winners against losers and threatens the very viability of democracy. In this respect, by the way, the Aghion Howitt paradigm has crucial value added by allowing to integrate into the debates on inequality the dynamic idea of social mobility. Now, Peter and Philip are a great duo of very different personalities, with Philip's contagious enthusiasm and creativity, and Peter's talented force tranquille, as they say in France. Whatever the specifics of their personal chemistry, it's clear that the secret formula has really produced miracles. And so the profession should be immensely grateful to both of them. Now, I personally have also been very fortunate to meet Felipe in graduate school in 1984 and to interact with him ever since. At the time, Felipe was starting influential research with Patrick Bolton on contract theory applied to IO and corporate finance. Very quickly thereafter came his decisive encounter with Peter. But simultaneously, Felipe kept working, doing research on contract theory. And it's very striking, his talent in pushing for cross-fertilization between different ideas and fields. For example, the importance in today's discussion of his classic paper with Jean on formal and real authority, whose influence on our model has already been discussed and will be stressed again by Jeremy. Now, Felipe is also a very dear and generous friend who invited me several times to stay at his place in Cambridge when I was spending 7 weeks a year at MIT in the first decade of this century. As you all know, Felipe is curious about everything and a joy to interact with. Among many episodes, I remember fondly our conversation with Emmanuel Fary about the writer Stefan Zweig, whom I discovered thanks to them. And I must admit, today, I'm always super impressed by Felipe's audacity in feeding the other Emmanuel, whom we'll hear later today, with creative and influential policy ideas for the benefit of the whole of France, Europe, and even the world. So anyway, this session is at the heart of creative destruction, since the role of science in innovation is central. One lesson I take from the various excellent presentations by Julian, Fiona, Scott, Joel, and Eric concerns the limits of intellectual property rights in fostering innovation, especially in sequential innovation contexts, and the importance of looking at the consistency of innovation ecosystems, including the role of academic startups, as beautifully demonstrated in the paper of Julian, Fiona, and Scott. Now, with Felipe and two co-authors, we wrote a policy note on this question of innovation ecosystem, which is on the slide, stressing the impressive US performance in terms of COVID vaccine development through Operation Warp Speed. And let me relate it briefly to what we heard in this session by raising simply a couple of questions. So in our note, we are among those who stress the relative contribution in the US of the NIH, of BARDA, of research universities, of academic startups, of other biotechs, of big pharma, and even of the US Army, plus of course, an almost unlimited amount of money. As Anthony Fauci had said, you need to look at the risk to human health, but don't care about the money at all. Now, I think it would be interesting, and the paper by Julian, Fiona, and Scott has stressed one element of those. I think there are a number of other things that could be discussed. For example, comparing NIH with what happens in Europe, for example. Now, there were in the previous session discussions about the importance of decentralization. When you hear, for example, Moncef Slaoui, who was appointed by the Trump administration, by the way, that was one of its good decisions, as chief scientific officer of Operation Warp Speed, he received a lot of autonomy, but there was very tight coordination. And I think, so in some crises, you know, these kinds of things are important too. So I think it would be interesting to know when the coordination is needed and when decentralization is needed. Now, in terms of the functioning of markets, I think a striking fact about the COVID vaccines is that among the top 4 vaccine producers in the world, only Pfizer has succeeded, not Merck, Sharp and Dohme, GSK, or Sanofi. Now, they were working on other things that didn't work out. Maybe it was efficient to do, but I think it is still interesting. Also because Pfizer, okay, they connected to BioNTech. There is a question about what exactly they contributed. Clearly, their ability to do these big phase 3 trials, their ability to scale up production. This is connected, I guess, to Joel's idea of the role of Britain's mechanics and engineers. So we need the ability to scale up. This being said, why is it that Moderna, a biotech company, an academic startup in the earlier presentation, how come they made it on their own? Is it possibly because they got a lot of help from the government, thanks to the fact that Moncef Slaoui was on the board of Moderna? I think it would be interesting to look at this other type of network. Now,
Matthias, time is out. Can you wrap up?
Okay, so maybe I had put some numbers showing that indeed both the biotech and the big pharma Pfizer managed to share the rents. There was a discussion about the role of patenting by Eric. Note that COVID vaccine may have to be sequential in the sense that we will need further improvement every season. Also that phase 3 volunteers will become much harder to recruit. So one question could be, should we go for open infrastructures so that we can have coordination and effective collaboration? Also, I think from the point of view of the future profit, the risk of patents and so on, the fact that the CFO of Pfizer thought that, okay, the current price of a dose is $10, but a normal price would be $175. I think that element is probably worth thinking about also in terms of how we organize these global common goods. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very nice and stimulating comments. Now, the next speaker is Jacques Marès. Jacques, are you there? So Jacques Marès. Hello?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Can you take over the screen if you need it?
This is what I'm trying to do, but not clear that I manage.
And Matthias has to leave the screen sharing.
I think I did that, no?
Okay. Let me see if I find it. Very bizarre. I don't find it.
We have them if you want.
Do you have it? Why do you upload it? It will be nice. Thank you.
Yeah, it's done.
It's there. Okay.
It is not visible yet.
Okay. See everyone.
Not visible. Here it is.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Thanks a lot. Okay, so I'm happy to be here and happy to participate to this conference. And what I will present is something which I started. You know, we've been with Bronwyn Hall. We've been in the process for many years with long interruption to assess the importance of cumulative advantage in the career of a panel of physicists in the French CNRS and in the French university, and also investigate its origin in the early stage of the career of those physicists. When I was thinking at what I would say here in my intervention, I'd become curious about the similarities I found between modeling cumulative advantage in individual scientific productivity for individual scientific productivity and creative distinction for firm in the economy. You know, in a sense, you know, you have a cumulative innovation in one side, and you have a cumulative advantage for productivity on the other side. So yeah, I will start thinking about it. I have some open-ended questions. They are very very open-ended. The more I think about them, the more I would like to change how to write them. But then you can see them there. I mean, can we model strictly sensory creative destruction as cumulative advantage or vice versa? Are the many issues of specification and edification quite close or not in the abundant empirical literature in these two fields of research? Do we encounter largo sensu, similar ambiguity, a certainty or vagueness in the interpretation of the finding of the empirical literature in these two fields of research? The later point being perhaps the most important one. Let's proceed to the next slide. So I will start by the three empirical laws of individual productivity, which are very well known, but let me remind them. The first two is the distribution of individual scientific productivity. They will apply also to innovation for firms, is extremely dispersed and skewed, as reflected by the fact that most papers and most of the highly cited ones are published by a prolific minority of scientists. I think everyone here knows that. The resulting publication and citation hierarchy among scientists remains very stable during much of their lifetime. And that's also a point that it's well known. And the third one, which is the one we are most interested in here, is the corresponding concentration tends to increase over time within scientific cohort, as predicted by cumulative advantage consideration. And this is, there we take a cumulative advantage consideration, very seriously, not loosely. I mean, like creative destruction, which is used very loosely. I mean, cumulative advantage is even more used loosely when people discuss or do papers. Here I present the, I present the, I formulate this three laws the same way that they were formulated by Paul David in 1994 in a very interesting paper, which was very influential when I began to work in this field. Which is named Positive Feedbacks and Research Productivity and Science, Reopening Another Black Box. And of course, there has been papers by, well-known papers by Rotka and Robert Merton. So here is a simple model of cumulative advantage that we consider. Why IT will be the scientist innovation, scientist productivity, sorry, or it will be the innovation, if you will, of scientists in year E, in year T. It can be decomposed in a permanent component, YITP, where YIT is equal to the sum of transitory shock UIT and permanent component, and where we assume also that the permanent component is not fixed, really, it's not quasi-fixed, but it's equal to its value the year before, plus an transitory, plus an error in a sense, VIT. And with this formulation, the permanent components evolve as a random walk where VIT is a permanent shock orthogonal, and we assume VIT is permanent shock orthogonal to YIT. In addition, we assume that var TU and var TV are fixed are given for fixed T and are common to all scientists, but they differ across T. So as a result, we have the important equation here, which is the variation of the productivity is equal to the variation of the permanent components plus the variation of the transitory shock. Back, no, not sure.
Jacques, I'm sorry, but there's not very much time left, so
Okay, I have to move this, but I cannot move it. How do I move? Okay, so I can go back to the how do we estimate the model? I will not say anything, but gosh. So I can go back to the very open-ended questions. They are very, very open. They are the same as before. I add one, which last one, which is a question that strike me. I'm curious. Are quality ladder models approach à la Aghion Howitt more appropriate analytically than production function model frameworks? And the last one will be, no, I need the last one. In case of conclusion, in a minute, I mean, there is this very well-known citation of Max Weber, which says, certainly change doesn't rule alone in academia, but it rules to an unusually high degree. I know of hardly any career where chance plays such a role. So I think we capture that in our models. Creative destruction and productivity, competitive advantage. And I would like to stop this by noting that in the program of this wonderful conference, there are 7 names of French economics working in France. Of course, there are many who are not working in France. And it's really a great chance that Philippe at Collège de France is the first of us, and not only by alphabetical order, but also he has been extremely successful to develop a real group of researchers, young researchers in Collège de France. And that's quite new, in fact, for us. And it's a place where many people can meet every week for seminars, which are always very animated because of Philippe, largely, some of these younger colleagues working with him in the group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jacques. And now the next speaker is Jeremy Stein. Are you there, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking for my screen. Can everybody see and hear me okay?
Yes.
See the screen?
Fine.
Okay. Well, first, thanks to Ufuk and John for including me. It's really a great honor and pleasure to be able to participate in honoring Felipe and Peter. And I guess I'm especially grateful because I think I barely belong on this panel. The topic is pretty far outside of what I've done most of my work on, and the one kind of thin reed that connects me to it is this paper that I wrote quite a while ago with Matthias and with Felipe. And as to how I came to work on it, it's basically physically impossible if you're a colleague of Felipe's, as I was for something like 15 years. And moreover, on the same corridor, it's physically impossible not to end up writing a paper with him. He's the irresistible force. So he's just sort of mowing down the corridor, with trailing co-authors in his wake. And at some point, I got caught up. It's funny that here we are talking about knowledge spillovers a lot, and Felipe is literally the walking, talking embodiment of a knowledge spillover. So I just wanted to say it was one of the real great pleasures of my professional life to work with him on this project. And Felipe, thanks so much. So here's a basic question. Scientific research, what's the best way to organize and fund it? And this thing obviously has many aspects. One aspect is where should it be located, private sector versus academia. But beneath that, let's suppose it is in academia, there's a whole host of sort of financing questions, because it's not just scientists, the scientists need capital. And we have to decide, now that we're not in the private sector anymore, we don't have financial markets as they normally are, how do we think about allocating or matching financial capital to scientists? Some of this is done through grants, some of this is done through just startup money that universities give. And how do we do all that in a reasonably efficient way? And the sort of classic old theme in this area is the idea of imperfect appropriability, that because private firms can't perfectly capture all the benefits that are created by their research, there are large social spillovers, and so you tend to get underinvestment in the private sector. But now if you think about it, that doesn't really speak to the questions on the previous slide, because of course, if there's underinvestment, generally you may want to subsidize, but it doesn't really speak to the organizational form. You could imagine the subsidies happening via, subsidies, for example, to the private sector. It doesn't speak to organizational form, and it doesn't speak to kind of mode of financing. So, everybody here probably has a favorite Felipe paper. This is mine. It's been mentioned, I know, many times. This is this 1997 paper with Jean on formal and real authority. And I mean, I found this just enormously helpful in thinking about a range of issues, not so much about just science, but about the work, big firms, small firms, the working of internal capital markets and the like. And the way I sort of would say the key insight is, you have to decide whether you want the person who's closest to the project to have more or less control, more or less what you might call creative control. And if you give the person who's sort of, doing the project more control, they presumably know more. And this will, there's a complementarity basically between control and initiative, and it'll give them more incentive to learn and to act on their information and to choose a sort of good project. Now, the reason I say good in quotes is because they'll choose a project that they think is most valuable, but there's only partial alignment with the principle. So you may get somebody working on a project, if you give them the choice, that they think is pretty awesome and is super interesting and exciting, but it may not be the most profitable from the perspective of whoever's giving them the capital. So, the way I think about this, there's sort of just very basic trade-off between trying to harness local on-the-ground information on the one hand. So, if you decentralize and you let sort of people on the ground make more decisions and you give them more ability to choose their capital allocation, you do a very good job of sort of activating. It's very Hayekian in some sense. You get a lot of local information, but you run the risk of them being kind of parochial in their interests. And that's at some basic level. I just think an enormously powerful and sort of broad-based insight. So, one application is to academia versus the private sector. And so this is this work that Felipe and Matthias and I did. I won't say much about it because others have mentioned it and Fiona and Scott touched on it. But basically, the essence of it is if you think of R&D or if you think of research as a multi-stage process, you can ask the question of at which stages does the private sector versus academia have a relative advantage? And the basic result, as was mentioned, is academia sort of does well for early stage research. That's when the relative value of having creative control looms relatively large. And later on, if you're Pfizer and you're one step away from a breakthrough drug, at that point, you don't want people being creative, right? You don't want them wandering off and working on their favorite things. You just want them to get it done. So then the ability to sort of match people to tasks becomes relatively more important. So that was sort of the basic idea. And again, I think it builds very much on Aghion and TIROLE. But let me say something about a slightly different thing, which is, and listening to all of this has kind of made me realize that our paper was very focused in some sense on the human capital side of science. It was all about, you have these creative people and you want them to do wonderful creative things. We were being extremely narcissistic as economists. We're sort of pencil and paper economists. We don't need a lot of capital. So we're thinking just about ourselves and how, but of course for science, actual real science, and increasingly for economics, it's not just having creative people, it's matching them with capital, right? It's a finance problem. You need to raise money, often, very substantial amounts of money. And how you do that now has real interesting parallels to capital allocation. I think this is sort of a little underexplored, capital allocation inside the private sector. Why does decentralization work better in some industries? Why do sort of big firms do well in other contexts? Just to give you a taste, I found this sort of, there's this paper by Pierre and his co-authors, which I found really fascinating, and it's sort of a very interesting lens into this.
Sorry, Jeremy, 1 minute left now.
1 minute, okay. So basically, very interesting paper that contrasts two grant-making organizations. One is Howard Hughes, the other is the NIH, and there's sort of a philosophical difference where you could, crudely say, Howard Hughes is betting on the investigator, not the project. NIH is more project focused and sort of gives grants to projects. So this is very, very analogous to the sort of corporate finance thing of how much are you giving kind of a local manager capital versus how much are you sort of going project by project. And I think very interestingly, it looks like you get more kind of high impact novel research when you basically bet on the investigator and let them it's very much an Aghion role kind of thing. You give them then the choice of project. So just to say that I think this is an interesting direction, and I think more could be done in kind of this sort of capital allocation side of science that's outside of the private sector. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Jeremy. So the next speaker is Reinhilde Vögelers, if I say it right. Reinhilde, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, and I'm trying.
Yeah, so please take it over, and if you can keep within 7 minutes would be great, so we are running out of time a bit. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Do you see my screen?
Yes, it's good.
Okay, so being an economist working on the economics of science and an empiricist, Philip is not only a source of inspiration for me and others working in this area, but he's also a very interesting case to study as a scientist here. So I thought I would actually take that approach here. And my apologies to Peter Howitt, whom I do not have the opportunity to know him enough to study him as a case here. But also a disclaimer before I start, I'm not really an unbiased researcher to do this case study analysis. I had the pleasure to work with Philippe very early on climate change policy in 2009, Bruegel, and I think that joint work really was a very nice example of complementarity, where on the one hand, Philippe and David's work on endogenous growth models, macro modeling, helped us to give very nice predictions and numbers that we could use to influence policymaking much more, particularly on the importance of having a policy mix of carbon pricing and subsidies. We could put some numbers on, if you combine them, how much more effective you could be in terms of the needed carbon price and subsidies here. And then complement that with some micro evidence on how these instruments were actually deployed in practice here to show that that there was clearly much more need for beefing those instruments up. And what I really liked also about this is that the energy and the motivation with which Philippe was working on this really reflected how important he thought that his contribution needed to be for society's challenge dealing with this climate change challenge here. But it also showed how patient you have to be here, because this was in 2009. It took a long time. You have to be early on in trying to influence the policy scene here for influence. And in that respect, again, Philippe remains a very important source of information, but also a source of inspiration and a role model for me to work on these areas here. But back to the case study of Philippe Aghion. So it's very easy actually to prove that he's a star scientist here. The way we do that usually in economics of science is to look at citations, because that's really reflects a lot on this idea of giant shoulders on which others stand here. So if you Google Scholar Philippe here, it's amazing how many citations he actually has. More than 100,000. I don't know how many of us can actually say they also have so many citations here. He's a top, that obviously makes him a top highly cited scholar in his area, and the areas that Google Scholar identifies with him is growth, innovation, and contracts here. And his most cited work is the Aghion and Howard's creative destruction contribution as an NBER working paper here, which got more than 13,000 Google Scholar citations here. And also, of course, his book gets more than 10,000 Google Scholar citations. But what's particularly especially remarkable here is that Philippe's citations over time actually are very, very persistent here. So there's no obsolescence with age, actually on the contrary. And also all the hit papers that he has are all evergreens. So it's not that they were just hits and then they die out. They continue to receive lots of citations here. So for instance, in terms of citations received, the last 10 years, every year he gets more than 5,000 citations here. So it's a very stable here. And also in terms of no obsolescence, since 2020, which is 2 years only, he has already produced more than 10 new works here. So he keeps on being productive, which is actually a bit against the trend that we normally see, because normally we see a decline in mid-career here, as others have also indicated. And another important, remarkable observation is the persistency in this top. So he has not only one, but he has several hits here. Of course, there is a creative destruction work, but he has more than 20 papers that have more than 1,000 Google Scholar citations here. And not only a lot of these other hits here, but these hits also are crossing a broad set of subfields and topics with a large and a diverse set of co-authors here. It has already been mentioned by so many here, but that you also see in the citation data here. So this is just a number of these hits here and the diversity of the hits here. But so what we look at in economics of science is, can we explain Philippe's top performance, and particularly also his persistent top performance? What insights can we bring from the economics of science? Well, usually when we try to explain top performance, then we think, of course, of talent, the magic gland, special edge, this innate ability here. Of course, it's always very difficult to measure here as purely exogenous, because most of our measures are always affected by system anyway. There is the luck and the serendipity, as Sjaak also already identified. And of course, the environment, access to resources, funding, infrastructure, students, collaborators, peers. But then there is also effort, and many have actually said how much energy that Philippe has here, the effort. But effort is of course related to motivation here. So the more motivated you are, the more willing you are to exert effort here. And the typical motivations that are identified with scientists is monetary rewards, peer recognition, the puzzle joy, and helping to contribute to society here. And of course, then you could argue that Philippe is much more motivated by this puzzle joy, this contribution to society here, peer recognition, and that's also part of the reason why he's actually much more exerting efforts as to be expected. In terms of
Rahel, this is wonderful. Can you round up in a minute?
Yeah. Okay, then I have to. So of course there was also the cumulative advantage, but Sjaak already talked a lot about this here, and then the impact of funding, like Jeremy was saying here. So you recently got the ERC Advanced grant here, so that is consistent with selection on excellence here. We still need to see what the treatment effect would be of this advanced grant here, and particularly whether it will allow him to go for high gain, high risk research here, and I truly hope it will here. In terms of the importance of efforts here, so we do know that researchers differ a lot in motivations and preferences here. Even those that have chosen to go into research, there's still a lot of heterogeneity in terms of taste for science, but also in terms of taste for commercialization. And we know that these motivations and preferences affect career decisions here. So those researchers that have a much stronger and higher taste for science are more likely to prefer academia over industry. And that's very consistent with the model of Aghion, de Watripot, and Stein. But irrespective of that sorting, there is still a lot of heterogeneity in preferences within organizations here.
I'm sorry, we have to wrap up here now.
So there is lots of hybrid profiles that are still remain within academia, and also a lot of heterogeneity of taste for science profiles within industry here. And these are also very prolific researchers here. So it really pays, and that's my last slide, it really pays to understand better that matching of still heterogeneity of preferences within institutions with how to design incentives to get the best performance out of these differences here. So we need of more Aghion and all research in future here. Thanks for...
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Very nice to hear. So our last speaker is Heidi Williams. Heidi, are you there? Good.
Yes.
So please stay within 7 minutes because we are run out of time. Yeah.
Yes, I'll try my best. It's wonderful to be here to celebrate Felipe and Peter. My research is focused on the economics of innovation from a more micro perspective. As Ryan-Hilde articulated, one of the measures that we often think of when we're trying to quantify how important the impact of different researchers has been to look at citations. And indeed, when I was trying to think about how to succinctly illustrate the impact that Felipe and Peter have had on my own work, I thought that the best thing I could say is that I could take any paper, it doesn't even matter which paper this was, and the reference list always includes just an enormous body of work from both Felipe and Peter that had a really important impact on shaping how I've thought about my own research questions. However, I think of the best researchers as often having their primary impact not through their citations, but rather through their teaching, and not just their own teaching, even though as a graduate student, I benefited from having Felipe as an excellent teacher. But I think of it more as when I choose papers to teach to students, when I'm trying to teach them the art of how to do research, I think of Felipe and Peter's papers as being some of my favorite papers to teach. And that's probably the highest compliment I could give them. So many people have talked about the Aghion paper, which is one of my favorite papers to teach. I wanted to just put that paper in context because I think that it really illustrates the beautiful interplay between theory and empirical work that I think is a real hallmark of Felipe and Peter's work. And so I just wanted to start with sort of the starting fact for people that may not have been as familiar with this literature, which is a 2004 paper by Scott Stern. Scott's paper was interested in the question of, are scientists willing to pay to do science? And so you could think of the illustration of being, if I'm a biologist choosing between two private firms that I could work at, one of which might allow me to publish in academic journals while I'm working at the firm, and the other might have a more closed policy that wouldn't allow me to publish. Would I be willing to accept a lower wage to work at the firm that would allow me to continue to engage in science as an enterprise? And so Scott's key insight was that in job markets for novice professionals, such as the rookie job market in economics, you often observe one person getting multiple job offers. And so with kind of an individual fixed effects framework, you can estimate a wage amenity profile to ask how the same individuals seems to trade off wages with different amenities at a given point in time. And the amenity of interest in his study was how scientists seem to value the ability to continue to engage in scientific research while they're working at firms. This kind of data, of course, is not easily available. So Scott ran a survey of biology PhDs as they were completing their first postdoc to collect information on the wages that they were being offered by different job positions and the sort of flexibility that the different positions offered to continue to be engaged in science. And so the main result is, yes, Scott's survey suggested that scientists are willing to pay to do science in the sense that, for example, this first row says, if I'm permitted to publish, it looks like that was associated with a lower wage being included in that job offer. So those kinds of facts, I feel like, are really a hallmark of how I think of Felipe, especially I've had more opportunity to interact with. Felipe really pays attention to the facts that researchers document and sort of integrates those into thinking about how they should shape models going forward. And so this Aghion paper sort of takes Scott's empirical fact of scientists being willing to pay to do science as a starting point and integrates that into a framework. The specifics of that model have been discussed by several people. I wanted to highlight sort of one of the important policy implications of that model. So when we think about underappropriability as being a justification for why you might want to have patents, especially at early stages of research in academia, that very much goes against what we would think of from a welfare perspective as coming out of the policy recommendations of the Aghion framework. And so in particular, their model suggests that stronger property rights on very basic stages of research might actually hinder follow-on innovation as opposed to supporting them. And so that prediction is one that was then subsequently the focus of a test and work by Fiona, together with Felipe, Matthias, Julian, and Scott in this paper in the AEJ. And for people that haven't read this paper, I just wanted to strongly recommend the theme that Fiona started at the beginning, which is coming back to learn about mice and learn about Philippe's contributions to learning about mice. So their paper looked at 2 shifts away from private sector ownership of genetically engineered mice, where the NIH stepped in and negotiated agreements that gave researchers easier access to these genetically engineered mice. And basically, the paper is framed around testing one of the core implications of the Aghion-Duwatch-Frankenstein framework, which is not just that if basic scientific research is in an easier to access framework, not just that you get more research, but actually that you get a stronger diversity of lines of research being pursued. And again, the intuition is that because these academic projects are worth pursuing, even if they have a lower expected return, because they're valued at the scientists' wages, which are lower in academia than in the private sector, there's going to be a wider variety of projects that are positive NPV to pursue. And so they have some great analysis which suggests that that empirical prediction of the Aghion and Duwatch-Frankenstein model is really borne out in the data. This trio of papers I think of as just being a really beautiful illustration of new facts spurring new theory, which then has follow-up empirical exercises, which really bring to bear the empirical relevance of the theory models. And for me, that's one of the reasons why I can give this set of papers sort of the highest compliment I can think of, which is that these are the papers that I like teaching when I teach students about how to do research. And it's been a pleasure to learn from Felipe and Peter's work. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you so much for a wonderful discussion. We all recognize ourselves in this topic, I think, having chosen academia mostly. So I would thank all the speakers for great presentations, fascinating topics, inspiring, and also all the participants who have been here with us during this session. So thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Jürgen. I think we're almost just 1 minute over time, so we should move directly on to the final academic session on innovation and growth policy. Is Jean-Paul there as the chair?
I am here.
Ah, Jean-Paul, great. So you're the boss. I hand over to you.
Well, the boss is a big name. So we have a last session, which is innovation and growth policy, and where we have 8 participants, 75 minutes, which means that if we give 8 minutes to each participant, 10 minutes will be left for discussion, huge debate, and I will take 1 minute to present the subject. In actuality, I think that a growth policy is a policy of innovation. But that we have learned it from Solow, the theory of growth, where total factor productivity was the source of the increase in per capita output. And that means that we need to take care of a process of innovation. We need to take care of the environment of a process of innovation if we want to have a growth policy. But linguists will be very attentive to the word. What is innovation? And here we are a bit in difficulty to separate good and bad innovation. Growth policy can't be about bad innovation. Is cracking, for example, to recommend for a growth policy? I don't think it is. The second word is growth policy. But the growth of what? Is the growth of GDP, of what we know that the measure is fairly imperfect? Is it the growth of the what has been destroyed in the process of production if we don't take GDP as a measure of everything? Or is it, for example, well-being? If it is well-being, we have to use other metrics. In saying that, I wanted just to underline the fact that for our subject, if any, measurement is very important. And we have to define the concept we are after and the metric we are using to measure this concept. So now I give the floor to, I will use the alphabetical order. I give the floor to Eric Brynjolfsson.
You're on mute, Eric. You need to unmute yourself. Or we can't hear you for some reason.
Eric. That's John Paul. I don't see Eric.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Let's see, now I gotta share the screen again. Okay, I hope you can see the screen and hear me. Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
we
great.
see it very much.
So let me just say that the remarkable set of speakers here is a testament to the impact Felipe and Peter have had and all the respect we have for them. This conference is about creative destruction, so I'm going to focus on perhaps the ultimate tool of creative destruction, artificial intelligence. In fact, some people have called it humanity's final invention. Now, that can be interpreted in some ominous ways, but it can also be interpreted, I think, in some very optimistic ways. And as I'll discuss, the choice is up to us humans, not to our machines, with some policy implications. The first thing to understand is that AI is a general purpose technology as defined by Tim Bresnahan and Manuel, who we'll hear from in a minute. In particular, it's pervasive, able to be improved over time, and most importantly, able to spawn complementary innovations, which we'll discuss in a minute. You could, in fact, argue that it's the most general of all general purpose technologies. Here's my friend, Demis Hassabis, and he has a modest motto on the wall of his company. Our goal is to solve intelligence and use that to solve all other problems in the world. I don't know, maybe I'm not aiming high enough in my own personal goals. So I did first teach a course on AI about 35 years ago, believe it or not, but my interest in the field has really been turbocharged. That's because progress has accelerated, and now finally it's crossing some really important thresholds. For instance, my now colleague at Stanford, Fei-Fei Li, put together a data set of about 14 million images so that ML, machine learning researchers, could assess their progress in image recognition. At first, they weren't very good. You see about 70%. But in 2012, Jeff Hinton introduced a technique called deep learning to the challenge. And as you can see, progress rapidly improved to the point where, at least on this data set, machines are significantly outperforming humans. Now, think about what crossing that threshold means. If you're an entrepreneur or a manager, you have two different ways of solving a problem. And now suddenly one of them is demonstrably better and cheaper. And it's not just image recognition, but many applications where you can have a large amount of data for inputs X and a large amount of data for outputs Y, and you need to map them together, like speech recognition or fraud detection. And now there's really kind of a gold rush going on to apply ML in thousands and thousands of applications. Let me turn to some policy challenges. The first has to do with the transformation of work, including both the creation and destruction of new tasks. Of course, this is an old question going back at least to the Luddites a couple hundred years ago, whose jobs were threatened by the new technology of their era. But I think the fears of mass job loss from AI, at least for the next few decades, are very misplaced. In fact, our research shows that if you go through all the occupations in the economy, most of them can only be done by humans. In fact, I don't think there's any shortage of work that only humans can do and need to do. And so that leads to the second important principle, which is that even when technology makes a pie bigger, it's very possible that some people will still be made worse off. In fact, it's impossible that the majority of people could be made worse off if most of these gains go to just say the top 1%. While technology was a rising tide that lifted most boats during the past 200 years, with a few minor exceptions, wage growth in the past 20 to 30 years has been much less balanced, with wages actually falling for many groups, such as high school graduates. So there's a genuine problem with wages, if not with jobs. When most people, including me, think of how technology affects wages, we think of substitution, replacing a human doing a task with a machine. And if that were the only possibility, it would be likely to depress demand for that type of labor and with it wages. However, as Andy McAfee and I emphasized in Race Against the Machine, it's also possible to use technology to complement labor and make labor more valuable. We argued that instead of racing against machines, which is a race that humans would inevitably lose, we should work with machines. Using technology to complement rather than substitute may or may not create more total value, but it almost always creates more widely shared prosperity. In later work, Tom Mitchell and I described a more complete taxonomy of ways that technology can affect wages. Perhaps the most important, if least understood, is the invention of new tasks. Daron and Pascal have been doing particularly interesting, important work on this. In addition to in some additional papers with Tom Mitchell and Daniel Rock, we've been looking at exactly which tasks will be affected by machine learning and applied it to this rubric to about 19,000 tasks, 18,000 tasks in about 950 occupations. For instance, many people give radiologist as an example of an occupation that will soon be eliminated by machine learning. And indeed, one of the most important tasks of radiologists, interpreting images, can now be done as well or better by machines in many cases. But according to ONET, there are 26 other tasks that radiologists do, and many of them are not at all suitable for machine learning. For instance, sedating humans, or conducting physical exams, or consulting with other physicians. We saw a similar pattern in all the occupations that we examined. Many of them had one or more tasks that were very suitable for machine learning, but machine learning did not run the table of all the different tasks in a single occupation. So our conclusion is that machine learning will drive significant restructuring in many, perhaps most occupations, but it won't replace them wholesale. You can roll them up, the tasks up to the level of occupations, and you see a bit of a pattern here. There's jobs in all four quadrants that are being affected, but there's also a bit of a downward slope. The wages are on the x-axis here and machine learning on the vertical axis. For instance, cashiers have many tasks that are suitable for machine learning, not just reading barcodes, but now recognizing apples and oranges and lemons. Pilots, higher paid, but also have a lot of tasks. I know many of you are wondering where economists are. There we are. Of course, that's for average economists. There are some economists who are exceptional and they would fall in a different category. The second big policy area that I want to touch on is productivity. The puzzle is that while we've had a wave of genuinely impressive technology breakthroughs, they actually have not translated into higher measured productivity. We heard a bit about this on Thursday. As Bob Gordon and Chad Severs and others noted, productivity growth has actually been much lower in the US since 2006 at just 1.3% than it was in previous decades. And it's not just the US, almost every developed country has seen similar slowdowns. So what's going on? Well, a popular explanation among the folks here in Silicon Valley, where I'm now sitting, is mismanagement. As Jean-Paul noted in the introduction, and as a father of GDP himself said, GDP is not a measure of well-being. It's a measure of production, which is not the same thing. In particular, GDP largely focuses on things that we buy and sell in the economy. But if something has zero price, then more often than not, it has zero weight in GDP. But more and more important things in the digital economy have zero price. So despite an unmistakable explosion of digital free goods, here are a few of them, the share of GDP accounted for by all these information goods has barely budged from the early 1980s to today. Furthermore, let me remind you that the definition of productivity is just GDP divided by hours worked. So when we underestimate GDP, we underestimate productivity by exactly the same amount. As a result, a lot of people, including Joe Stiglitz, Jean-Paul.
3 minutes left. 3 minutes left.
Gotcha. We have proposed new metrics. I was just talking about you. You should give me more time. My own contribution includes something we call GDP-B, where the B stands for benefits. We seek to use massive online choice experiments to assess the changes in consumer surplus from a variety of goods. For instance, the average consumer surplus from Facebook is about $50 per month, even if they don't pay for it. That said, I don't think mismeasurement's the whole story. I think a bigger explanation is implementation and restructuring lags. The key insight is that transformative technologies, including IT and AI, require very large complementary investments, as I mentioned in my first slide. That includes new skills, new business processes, etc. These complementary investments can be up to 10 times larger than the direct technology investments, and they can take years to implement. One way to estimate it is building on the work of Hayashi and others, and this is some work I've done with Sunny Tambe, Daniel Rock, and Lauren Hitt. The term lambda here, which we estimate, gives us a measure of the size of the adjustment costs and the intangibles. We estimate it's about 7 to 15, much larger than the lambda on property, plant, and equipment or other assets. In other words, IT is associated with very large intangible investments. Further, building on Bob Hall's work, we can separate this value into two components, price and quantity, which gives us two equations and two unknowns. And what we find is that the quantity of digital capital has been soaring in recent years. But strikingly, most of that was created in just a very small percentage, less than 10% of firms. These super strong firms were not just the usual suspects like Google, Amazon, Facebook. In fact, those particular firms are excluded from this chart that I'm showing you. Instead, they include the top firms that are using the technologies, not just creating it, across many industries. And as we show in the paper, digital capital predicts future productivity growth. So what we're seeing is an increase in inequality, not just among people, but also among firms. And because digital capital predicts productivity, and because it takes time and effort to create, this leads to what we call the productivity J-curve, as Chad described on Thursday. Initially, more is invested than is harvested, and because digital capital is not largely unmeasured in our productivity statistics, this suppresses measured productivity growth. Later, in the other upward part of the J-curve, we can harvest these investments, which leads to seemingly magical surge in productivity. I think we're near the bottom of the J-curve for AI and related technologies right now, and I predict a productivity boom in the coming years as we do more harvesting. So let me just turn quickly to some policy proposals. I'll leave these up. I don't think I have time to talk about all of them, but there are a number of implications.
We are well behind schedule.
All right, last slide. We need better measurement, better policies for matching jobs and reskilling in the workforce, rebalancing of income and support of tax policy, and renewed efforts to boost entrepreneurship, what we might call creative destruction. If done right, the most recent wave of technology, and especially AI, will make the economic pie bigger, but it can also create more widely shared prosperity. However, the outcome is far from predetermined. In fact, since we have more powerful and flexible tools now, I believe we also have more ability to shape our outcomes than ever before in history. Thanks very much. Looking forward to the discussion. And you can see
Thank you very much.
Papers are available on my my website here.
Thank you very much for this fascinating talk. I don't want to prevent you to speak, but you know we have 8 persons and a limited time. Jim Besson now has to take the floor.
Hi, thank you. Let me. So thanks very much for inviting me. This is a great conference. The lineup is stellar. It's pretty amazing. I'm going to start. Most of you know, I think, that Schumpeter himself was very critical of the economists of his day. Economists focus on how capitalism administers existing structures, whereas the relevant problem is how it creates and destroys them. He went further. In capitalist reality, as distinguished from its textbook picture, the kind of competition which counts strikes not at the margins of the profits and the outputs of the existing firms, but at their very foundations and their very lives. This is creative destruction. It wasn't a popular view at the time, but very clearly from the work of Felipe and Peter and the many researchers who have stood on their shoulders, including the 100 or so of the last 4 days, thinking about creative destruction, the research agenda of creative destruction is now well established, and the critique that Schumpeter held of the economists of his day no longer applies. But the question is, what's next? And of course, it's not a research agenda that's running out of steam. People have lots of ideas. I want to just throw in a few of my own, a couple of things that I think are important about how the research on creative destruction may emerge over the next few years. So one is we need a better understanding of what promotes Schumpeterian competition. Creative destruction is not healthy today, and we need to understand why. So as many of you know, industry concentration has been rising. This shows the market share of the top 4 firms in US industries from the economic census. It's risen pretty substantially since the mid-90s. Another measure, a really direct measure of creative destruction, is the rate at which top firms actually get disrupted. So this chart shows the probability that a firm that is in the top 4 of its 6-digit industry will no longer be in the top 4 years later. And during the 1980s and 1990s, the rate of creative destruction was going up, but since then it's declined sharply. Now I'll point out that Aghion and Howitt came out right then, and I'm not saying there's cause and effect here, but you can draw your own conclusions. In any case, the decline in creative destruction raises some big questions. This means that firms are not leapfrogging as much as they did. The flip side of that is that innovative or productive firms are not growing as fast as they did, and the data shows us that also. So one of the key elements of the Schumpeterian model is that firms innovate, they become more productive. The more productive firms grow faster to the point where they outgrow the incumbents. And we see a firm relationship between firm productivity and firm rates of growth of sales. But that relationship has changed in the last 20 years to a much slower rate, so that a productive firm, a firm that's innovative, just as innovative as one before, is going to grow substantially slower. And this is in effect the counterpart to the decline in disruption. The big question, of course, is why, and that's a serious research question. It's also an important one. Decker, Halterwanger, Miranda, and Jarman, got the order mixed up, basically says that this slowdown accounts for much of the slowdown in aggregate productivity growth in the last 20 years also. But to the extent that something's wrong with the way productive firms are growing, that also raises another question. That is, most of the research in the Schumpeterian paradigm has been about innovation incentives. What's going to motivate those scientists? What's the best way to organize them so that their motivations are most effectively realized? This emphasizes that there's a whole second set of questions that once the innovation is made, we have to understand how innovative firms grow, why they're not growing as fast, and also how technology diffuses. And this involves a whole set of other policies that we really haven't focused on very much. I think the third thing I'd like to highlight as being an important question for the future is the role of technology. Industry concentration is in fact related to the extent to which firms and industries invest in software. A large part of the AI investment and other IT investments is related to the market share. So this figure charts the market share of the top 4 firms in 6-digit industries against the share of the workforce that is software developers. And some research using instrumental variables show that this relationship is not just an association, but is at least plausibly causal. So this raises some questions about the role of technology. We tend to think of technology as being something that spurs creative destruction. What this line of thinking suggests is that technology can also suppress creative destruction. And that seems to be a very worrisome and important thing to understand. Perhaps it's that these top firm software investments increase product differentiation, which in a way may slow growth. They may tend to increase concentration. And those factors may slow the growth of the more productive firms, decreasing leapfrogging. So just to sum up, thanks to the work of Felipe, Peter, and all the other researchers who have built on what they've done, we've come a long way from Schumpeter 80 years later, but there's lots of interesting things left to be done. Thanks.
Thank you very much. and thank you for having kept with time. Now the floor is at Michael Greenstone.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna try and share my screen. Okay, thanks very much. If my screen has made it, someone give me a thumbs up. I think that's true, that it made it. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this great event celebrating Felipe and Peter, and especially appreciate that they were willing to accommodate my 18-year-old's high school graduation so that I could present today as opposed to, I think, originally on Thursday. So I was going to talk just for a couple minutes about some of the work, in particular Felipe has done on creative destruction and the climate challenge. And there are a pair of papers in particular I wanted to point to, a paper in the AER in 2012 and a paper in the JP in 2016, which provide a theoretical framework and empirical and some empirical evidence, particularly in the second paper, for the role of innovation on mitigating climate change, and underscore the central role of government action towards clean technology. And like a lot of the best theory, it takes something that you feel like you've observed in the world, but not fully appreciated the fundamentals that produce what you observe, and give a foundation, which I certainly use in my graduate classes, to help understand that. And just as a brief review of the 2012 paper, it's a very simplified version of the world, but it lends insight. The first setup is that utility is a function of both consumption and environmental quality. There are two intermediate sectors you could think of as the dirty and the clean. You could think of fossil fuels as the dirty, and low carbon or zero carbon sources of energy as the clean. Of course, the problem with using the dirty intermediate is that it has environmental quality, or undermines environmental quality. In the worst case, you could have what they refer to as an environmental disaster. You could think of that as disruptive climate change. What produces the use of the clean or dirty machines is that in each period, individual scientists decide to direct their research towards clean or dirty machines. In exchange for innovation, the scientists, which is frequent assumption in this literature, the scientists are going to become monopolists of innovation for one period. The key equation that governs behavior here is here, and the terms that I just want to focus on are the direct productivity effect. And there's a direct productivity effect of clean innovation in clean and dirty. And the key thing is that the more innovation directed towards a sector in the past, that means the more incentive scientists are going to have to continue to work in that. And so you could end up on this path dependence path, where there's just more and more innovation in the dirty sector and little going on in the clean sector. You could think of the fracking revolution in the United States, which has unlocked massive amounts of natural gas and massive amounts of inexpensive petroleum as being a manifestation of that. And the three key, or some of the key implications of this model are that without policy, innovation will only occur in the dirty sector, and we will just be guaranteed of getting an environmental disaster. Alternatively, if clean and dirty machines are sufficiently substitutable, then you could have, and depending on the degree of substitution, you could have carbon taxes and or clean research subsidies, which can avoid that environmental disaster. And the longer you wait in unleashing those incentives, the more drastic and maybe long-lasting that policy will have to be. So that's kind of the setup. I think very helpful way to think about the world and lend insight into it. And so what I thought I would do in the remaining time is just try and, with that framework, take a look at some of the patterns that we've seen around the fundamentals that are producing climate change. And so in particular, can policy direct clean innovation? And so the starting point that I will try and focus your attention on is a suite of policies that began around the world. You could think of first getting going in the late 1990s, but much more fulsomely in the 2000s. In the United States, beginning in 1998, you had these policies called renewable portfolio standards. They mandated the use of renewables in the production of electricity. Coming out of the financial crisis in 2009, there was a whole bunch of spending on innovation and research to low carbon energy sources. In the EU has famously had a carbon trading system since 2005. There have also been mandates on top of that to use renewable energy since at least 2009. And then even in today's developing countries, there have been very strong policy, maybe most notably in China, where they launched something called the Golden Sun program, massive subsidies for the installation, transmission, and distribution of solar, be it on the grid or off the grid. And even India has had some policies to increase the spread of solar. So this is kind of what Felipe and his co-authors were thinking about, which is let's tilt the playing field here so that there's reason to jumpstart innovation in the clean sector. So let's take a look at what has happened. So here's the green line are patents in solar going back to 1990. And you can see relatively few. And maybe not surprisingly, there has not been in that period, there was not a very large change in the price of solar PV modules. And I will extend the data here a little bit. Beginning in about a little bit after 2000, you start to see this very sharp uptick, which is broadly consonant with or timed well with all these policy innovations to increase solar. And you see some you see some decline in solar. But really what I want to point to is, you don't think that like the innovation is going to lead to reductions of cost right away. There's some lag. And the patents continue to go on after 2010. But what really is the most striking thing on this figure, I think, is the massive decline in solar prices that came as a consequence of all this innovation, which I would argue is it was at least timed consistently as if it were being caused by the policy. And there used to be a joke that energy economists would tell kind of in this period, which is that solar is going to, in 5 years, solar will be competitive on the grid, and that prediction is always true. And so that was kind of true for this period. In 5 years, it looked like it would always be competitive, and it never happened. And then you have this very sharp decline. What's also striking is you had similarly sharp declines in the cost of wind power and in the costs.
3 minutes left.
Yes, and the cost of lithium-ion batteries. And so all of this seems consonant with, I think, Felipe's worldview. I will note, though, and I'll be able to finish on time, that the work is not done. So here is a chart that I've made on the cost of producing a kilowatt hour of electricity in the United States. And really, I think what you should think of in the United States, where we have had this fracking revolution, which is, I think, a consequence of continued innovation in the fossil fuel sector, is everything has to compete against electricity produced in natural gas. It's about 4 cents a kilowatt hour if you do that. A new coal plant is not competitive with that. A new nuclear plant is not competitive with that. But neither are although there's been tremendous declines in wind onshore solar and wind offshore. If you account for their intermittency, they still remain pretty far out of the money, much closer than they were. Wind onshore with natural gas backup is getting closer. But the point is there's been very sharp improvements, but continued policy would be necessary, I think, to get to the point where innovation can cause the low carbon energy sources to surpass or to become less expensive than the carbon ones. And this is not just of interest to academic debate, and part of what's so remarkable about Felipe and Peter's work is its deep connection to the most important policy issues of the time. You saw Eric a moment ago talking about AI and machines. Here I'm talking about climate. And to put it into perspective, I just want you to see the kind of why innovation is so critical as we look towards the future. So I'm not going to take a stand on whether or not the scientists are right, but the scientists say that it's important or critical to keep global warming to 2 degrees C. And what the black line here is global emissions of CO2, and we're, with real data or the historical data, we're at about here. And in order to get to remain at 2 degrees C, you would need reductions that look like this, depending on which year you set out. And these are obviously, as you look at the historical record, way outside of there being any historical precedent. But these are the kind of changes that innovation can produce, and I think underscore, as is also transparent in the algebra of their model, the need for continued innovation policy. So with that, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this. And it's such an honor to be able to talk about such seminal work that I think has altered the way that I understand the world.
Thank you very much. It was fascinating. Now we go to Eric Maskin.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to try to show some slides, although I didn't have much luck with that in the last session. Are the slides visible?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a session on policy. It's conventional wisdom that when it comes to innovation, perhaps the government shouldn't get too involved. And the basic idea is that government doesn't know much about what innovation is possible, and inventors do. So leave it to the inventors. And of course, there have been some infamous cases in which government tried to get involved and ended up making a poor choice. A famous case from about 12 years ago is Solyndra, which manufactured solar cells and ended up losing the American government about $500 million. But there are some cases where the government does have a pretty good idea of what innovation target we should be aiming for. And an interesting historical example of that from the 18th century is how ships can determine their longitude. This was a major problem 200 years ago, 250 years ago. It was very easy for ships to figure out their latitude. They just needed to look at the position of the sun. But longitude was a much bigger problem, and there were huge errors in longitude calculation, which was very costly and also led to some pretty dangerous outcomes. So what the British government did was to put up a prize, a rather large sum of money, to an inventor who could solve the longitude problem. And there were many attempts to do so, using rather different innovative paths. Some were astronomical, some were used timepieces, and in the end, it was a chronometer maker, John Harrison, who invented by far the most accurate watch up till that point, and that was sufficient to solve the problem. Now, recently, we had an example of a pretty well-defined target, a COVID vaccine. And in fact, we didn't actually see a prize in the sense of the Longitude Prize, but we did see a futures contract as a sort of prize in which if a manufacturer successfully developed a vaccine and got it approved, the government promised to buy a certain number of doses at a specified price. So this was a guarantee if you succeeded. And there's a sense in which it seems to have worked quite well. Of course, we're now running into trouble, particularly for developing countries, because how are these countries going to be supplied by vaccines when the manufacturers are strongly patent protected? It remains to be seen if some sort of negotiation can be made to bring vaccines down to a feasible level for many countries of the world. Now, the solution that was used in COVID may not be so satisfactory with riskier technologies. Think of nuclear fusion as an energy source. If solar is always 5 years in the future, nuclear fusion seems to be always 20 years in the future. And one problem with trying to use contracts is that the government may not know very much about inventors' costs. It may not even know who the possible inventors are. That was certainly the case in the Longitude example. If the government wanted to use contracts, well, it didn't know who to contract with. So offering a prize was the obvious way forward. I'd like to suggest that perhaps mechanism design can be helpful. So let's look at a little model. Let's suppose that we can estimate the social benefit of some potential discovery as B, and suppose that the cost to the inventor of making that discovery with probability P is some function, C of P. So the inventor knows this function, perhaps no one else knows it. Well, then the net social benefit is the probability of the discovery times the gross benefit minus the cost. And what I want to suggest is using the usual mechanism design trick of aligning the inventor's incentives with that of society. That is, giving the inventor the same maximand as society faces. If the inventor is given a reward B for making the discovery, then in fact, she will choose.
Sorry, Eric, 2 minutes left.
That's all I need. She will need she will choose a probability to maximize the expected net social benefit. And one advantage over the patents mechanism, which I talked about in the previous session, is that you get the right probability of discovery, but more importantly, the invention goes into the public domain immediately. You don't have this period of monopoly power. Now, I've been looking at the case of a single inventor, in which case if the discovery is made, the inventor gets the entire social benefit. Now that of course is not appealing from a distributional point of view, but in fact, if there are multiple inventors, say lots of inventors aiming at the same goal, then this problem goes away, and inventors need be paid only their marginal contribution to society, which can be quite a lot smaller than B. Let me stop there and thank you to the organizers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Larry. Now we have Ned Phelps.
It's a joy to be part of this Festschrift celebration of the work of Philippe Aghion and Peter Howitt. Their contribution is large and widely recognized. In recent decades, Philippe and Peter have been the most prolific researchers on innovation, I think it's fair to say, in all of Europe, indeed all of the world, and the most recognized experts as well. And it's an honor to be speaking in this last session of the program. I had been looking forward to going to Paris on the excuse that I got to go there to be part of this, but the second best thing is to be here with you through the Zoom. I understood the subject of the panel is innovation and growth policy, but I'm a theorist, and I thought, oh, that meant innovation theory and growth policy. And that I'm stuck with that now. If that's tiresome for some of you, I apologize. As all of you know, there are two kinds of innovation: exogenous and endogenous. From one perspective, from other perspectives differently. In the very early 1900s, the German historical school, led by Arthur Spielhoff, celebrated the discoveries of, quote, scientists and navigators, suggesting that they were the fundamental source, the Ursprung of economic development. What Joseph Schumpeter made famous with his 1911 classic Theorie der wirtschaftlichen Entwicklung, in the 1934 translation, The Theory of Economic Development, is his thesis that the birth of new products and methods requires entrepreneurs to organize and to market the innovations made possible by new discoveries. Ironically, subsequent models have usually abstracted from the entrepreneurial function. I don't know how any of these further steps of Schumpeter's, I don't know of any further steps of Schumpeter's beyond that theory, and I'm sure that there were never any departures from that theory. Now, in their book, Endogenous Growth Theory, Philippe and Peter, so to speak, relocated those scientists and navigators who were exogenous to the economy to the operations research divisions in business corporations, where the results are heavily endogenous to the economy. The corporations are guiding the directions of that research and development. As I said in a recent book, Felipe and Peter built and analyzed a model in which research activities with their probabilistic results generate random sequences of quality improving innovations. Felipe and Peter employed this model in the economics of growth. I think this certainly was a major advance. Their econometric work indicates that much weight ought to be given to this endogenous theory of economic growth, more weight than on the German school's exogenous theory. I would note, though, that it depends upon how big your country is. If your country is very small, it may work the other way around. Now, I have to say that I have built a different theory of innovation, introduced 8 years ago in my book, Mass Flourishing.
La création de la maison.
In this theory, much innovation, I think most innovating, comes from the dynamism of the people. It's conceived by a wide range of people from the grassroots on up, and it's sparked by a desire to create, to meet challenges, and to venture into the unknown. My thesis is that some modern values that reached full force in the 19th century over much of the West, values such as individualism and vitalism and some sort of desire to express the self, were the wellspring of this dynamism. The imagining, creating, and venturing into the unknown of a great many people brought not only widespread prospering in the sense of improving terms for the sort of work that a person does, but also flourishing, the satisfactions of achieving and succeeding and so forth.
2 minutes left.
Yeah, the new book, Dynamism, by me, Raicho Bojilov, Hyuntaek Hoon, and Gylfi Zoega, reports research supporting this theory. Now, I want to say something about something more here. A discussion of growth policy could not be more timely. The semi-stagnation of the American economy that prevailed in the 20 years from the early 70s to the early 90s, and after the internet revolution, the resumption of that semi-stagnation for almost another 20 years has inflicted a severe slowdown of wage rates, steep rise in housing prices, and a huge decline in the rate of return to any saving that one might be able to do. These results are a major cause of social tensions and frustrations. In America, the tensions are well known. Many in this white working class no doubt resent the rising competition for jobs and government support coming from the rise of non-whites. They may be in fear of losing what they have. In much of the West, the working class in general may feel frustrated by the growing productivity of workers in much of Asia. As my frequent co-author Hyuntaek Hoon has argued, the steep rise of productivity in Asia over an epoch when productivity in the West has grown slowly will continue to send the terms of trade between the West and the East on a strongly downward slide. This force, taken alone, will drive downwards the rewards of people's labor. So a recovery of economic growth would greatly benefit society. But what steps might governments in the West do well to take? What steps to take? The use of many of the familiar policy levers might be opposed or do more harm than good. I am keen to hear what the others in the panel are suggesting.
Okay, if you have time.
Yeah, just as the massive gain of innovation over the 19th century in Britain, America, France, and Germany can be attributed to a massive rise of modern values, we can expect that public policies to boost those values could be hoped to generate another gain of innovation. If some of the loss of innovation in the national economies as a whole, some of this semi-stagnation can be attributed to a loss of necessary values, and I believe that's the case, then it will be all the more effective to boost those values. If the problem lies in the people, then the best solution lies also in the people.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ned. That's very interesting. So now we have Michael Spence.
Jean-Paul, I believe Michael unfortunately hasn't been able to get his internet connection working, so
okay.
We'll have to move on to the
okay, we move to Joe Stiglitz.
Well, it's a real pleasure to be here, and like Ned, I was hoping to be in Paris a year ago to celebrate of Felipe and Peter. I think the emphasis on innovation as the key aspect of a capitalist system that is at the center of their work is absolutely essential, far more important than the allocative efficiency that so much of market economics is focused on. And I should also congratulate Felipe with a wonderful review of his most recent book this morning by Martin Wolf in the Financial Times. So if you want a very brief summary of some of Felipe's more recent ideas with his co-authors, you can read it this morning in the Financial Times. The discussion that I've listened to has been excellent, and I'm going to echo, coming at the end of a long conference, I can only echo some of the things that have already been said, but I want to approach it from a very high level analysis. And I want to begin by echoing what Jean-Paul just said in his introduction. We sometimes begin our discussion assuming that innovation is always good. And it may not be, and I'll come back to that in a second. There are good and bad innovations. And the metrics that we use, whether it is good or bad, GDP is not a good metric for assessing well-being. And I'll mention some of the societal harms that have come from recent innovations. When we think about policy, I want to, in the context of innovation, I want to begin from a slightly different point of view than that of Eric, where he said we often don't think of government as a part of the solution to the problem. I want to begin slightly differently and remind everybody that there is no first welfare theorem in the area of innovation. The Erdogan model assumed that technology was given. And there's been a lot of work done since then looking at whether economies are in general efficient in the allocation of resources to innovation and in the choice of direction, risk-taking, and so forth. And the general presumption is that markets are not efficient. And that means, in turn, that there's a presumption for a role of government intervention. Part of the essential reason that this is so is that knowledge is a public good. The production of knowledge is a public good. And so inherently, it cannot be left to the private sector. If one has patents, which are a way of privatizing, attempting to privatize part of public goods, the consequences, there's inefficiency in the distribution of knowledge, the use of knowledge, a fact that we are now fighting in the context of COVID-19. Will there be a TRIPS waiver on intellectual property, which would have enormous benefit to mankind, but not help the balance sheets of Pfizer? So the issue when you have this fundamental problem, knowledge as a public good, is that we are always in a sense, a theory of the second or third best. And that's why some of the rich institutional discussion that's been going on in the last few days is the kind of appropriate way of thinking about this. There are no easy answers. There have been a number of people pointing out some quandaries in the patterns of innovation, why it seems to be going down, the entry of new innovation firms. And part of the reason is that there has been innovation in creating, extending, and amplifying market barriers. And so in some sense, part of the creative aspect of the market economy has been to make the economy less competitive. And that reduction in competition obviously impedes the incentives for innovation and has adverse effects. That's an example where Schumpeter got it wrong. He believed that competition for the market would suffice, that their monopolies would be temporary. But there are obviously actions that firms can take to extend their monopoly power for long periods of times. And these go beyond the natural barriers that are associated with innovation, low marginal cost, network externality. They've also been, firms have been very innovative in circumventing existing antitrust rules like preemptive mergers. So part of the reality we have to deal with is that some of the innovation has been designed to increase profits at the expense of economic efficiency. This is related to something that has been emphasized in the work of Aghion and Howitt, is the notion of business stealing and rent extraction. But that's been raised to a higher order by AI, where AI has been able to extract consumer surplus and in some sense undermine what remains of the first welfare theorem, which is that everybody should face the same prices. AI enables different people to face different prices and therefore even undermines the first welfare theorem of a market economy in its allocative role. In some ways, things are worse because the direction of innovation is often not consistent with societal goals. Michael Greenstone has talked about that in the context of the environment, but there are many other many examples where the direction of innovation is actually counter to societal interest. And all of us have been very aware in the last few years of all the digital harms caused by the innovations in social media and combined with AI being the ability to target. Eric in his talk talked about the role of inequality, of innovation in creating inequality with both through monopoly power, but also through labor-saving innovation, which decreases the demand for labor, particularly for unskilled labor. And I know it's been a dozen years, but we ought to remember it was not that long ago that we had this enormous bout of financial innovation that helped bring about the 2008 financial crisis, the loss of which was in the trillions of dollars. And there's no way that anybody has been able to show that the benefits of the financial innovation come anywhere near the losses to society of the increase of risk that was a result of all that. So let me very, very quickly talk about some of the policy implications, themes that are actually touched.
Very few time is left.
Okay, I'll be very quick. First, the importance of competition policy. Second, of welfare systems to protect people against the destructive part of creative destruction. Third, the importance of steering innovation in ways that are consistent with societal well-being. And as the evidence is that governments have the ability to do it, the returns on government R&D are actually higher than in the private sector. They've been actually enormous. And finally, rethinking our whole national innovation system, at the bottom of which, the most important part of which, maybe self-interest to say, is basic research that goes on in universities and which the private sector actually lives off of, and which we've seen in the context of COVID-19. Part of that is a greater emphasis on the kind of prize system that Eric Maskin emphasized and I've argued for. And Senator Sanders has repeatedly introduced bills into Congress to try to introduce in the healthcare area a prize system. And these are alternatives. And importantly, as also already been emphasized, importance of diffusion of knowledge, that there are huge disparities between those of the frontier and the average practice. And by enhancing diffusion of knowledge, you can actually enhance productivity overall. So I think in the end, I want to thank Felipe and Peter for their work of giving us a framework in which we can think about this wide range of policy issues to ensure that innovation actually does serve our society. It won't happen on its own, but there are things that we can do to help shape innovation to make it lead to a better society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. I can't agree more. There is now the last speaker, who is Manuel Trachtenberg. And you have 8 minutes and 1 minute will be left after your talk for the discussion.
All right, so thank you very much. We are at the very end of a fantastic conference. Much has been said about Felipe and Peter. Their work is nothing short of monumental. And I'm so glad that we are here to celebrate it. Yet, there are still some interesting facts about Felipe that are not widely known, even though they are not really secrets. So let me take the liberty to reveal to you one of them. And if there is some time left at the end, I will tell you another one. It refers to the origin and meaning of his family name, Aghion. You may think that it is some kind of French name. Well, it's not. The origin is Hebrew. The original name was Aghion, which means the superior, and comes from a Jewish family name that was expelled from Spain during the Inquisition. So, dear Felipe, after 5 centuries, you finally made good on your name. And so I suggest that from now on, at least among friends, we call you not Philippe Aghion, but Philippe the Superior, or sort of in French, Philippe the Superior. You earned it. So now let me get serious and let me go to innovation policy per se. As we have seen in the past 4 days, there have been tremendous progress in understanding innovation through the lens of creative destruction. But there is still a big gap between those insights and our ability to formulate actual policies. As you know, 60 years ago, a remarkable conference took place in the field of innovation and growth, the rate and direction of inventive activity. Since then, we have devoted a great deal of effort to the rate, that is, to the amount of innovation, much less to the direction of innovation. I think it's a high time for a change of emphasis. I want to suggest that maximizing the amount of innovation should no longer be a major policy objective, but rather the direction of innovation should be at the forefront of policy. Why is that? First of all, because appropriability, which an issue that drove the thinking about the amount of innovation, seems to be much less of an issue in our times. In fact, in some technological areas, we see a global R&D race going on that may already result in too much, not too little R&D. Secondly, our societies are facing nowadays great challenges that some of the innovations may actually make worse. And actually, Joe Stiglitz referred to some of them. So we have rising inequality, climate change, and the degradation of the environment. Michael talked about that. The changing nature of work, of skills, and employment. Eric referred to that. And so we need policies to promote innovations that may help us address these challenges, and not innovations that might make these things worse. And third, and as Eric talked before, we have entered the era of a new general purpose technology, the so-called digital GPT associated with artificial intelligence, big data, and so forth. Now, in addition to the tremendous potential of this new GPT to do good, it also has an unprecedented capacity to inflict great harm in the form of hacking, interfering in elections, spreading fake news, and so forth. So we need policies that encourage innovations based on this new GPT that can mitigate the harm it may cause and promote the goodies stemming from it. So how should we go about this? First and foremost, we need to recognize what Daron Acemoglu and others have been saying for quite a while. And he said that repeatedly in this conference, that the direction of innovation is not deterministic, but is malleable and responds to incentives. There have been some encouraging developments in that respect. For example, the OECD put forward 2 years ago a set of principles that should guide the development of AI, of artificial intelligence. And this is an unprecedented move. The challenge, of course, is to translate principles like those into actual policies. So let me illustrate what type of policies one can think of. First, consider innovations in the provision of public services, such as healthcare and education. Well, we could let the market do its bidding, or we can promote innovations in those areas based on the new digital GPT that could function as great equalizers. For example, in healthcare, much can be done to improve the universal delivery of primary care within existing medical knowledge by developing innovations in telemedicine, home testing devices, optimization of treatments based on AI, and so forth, all of which rely on the new digital GPT. This is true also in education, such as innovations in the design and provision of online learning and testing, personalized learning systems based on AI, and so forth. The point is that these innovations may have large distributional effects, providing access and improving the delivery of crucial services, such as healthcare and education, to wider segments of the population, regardless of geography and of socioeconomic status. As a second illustration, consider the case of Israel, which is often referred to as the startup nation. So yes, Israel excels in many dimensions of innovation, and yet the benefits remain concentrated in a small portion of the economy and of the population. In spite of the fact that we have the highest R&D to GDP ratio, we still stick to policies that subsidize R&D. And what these policies do is just to bid up the market price of talent, that the supply of which is quite inelastic. And as a consequence, these young entrepreneurs get richer, while 90% of the economy lags behind. So what we need in that context is policies that incentivize the deployment of existing innovations in the laggard sectors in order to bring them up to the frontier. That in turn requires advanced training, the widespread provision of digital skills, and so forth. All of these policies have, again, profound distributional implications. As a final thought, let me say that I'm convinced that it is our job as economists to design innovation policies that promote fairness and social trust. We do have a choice. The course of technology is not preordained. We can and should design policies to incentivize the benign type of innovations that confer clear benefits to the many. And at the same time, we should try to restrain technologies aimed at manipulating our preferences in order to sustain consumerism and material growth, which damages the environment and tears apart our societies. I very much hope that the insights from creative destruction and of this conference will allow us to do precisely that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have exhausted our collective time, but I think there is a room for a 200 question addressed to one of a speaker. There is no such a thing? Ned?
You're muted.
Put your micro, Ned. Put your micro.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. What I'd like to say, what I'm struck by as I listen to these wonderful presentations, is that there is a failure to notice the appreciation of an innovative economy, of an economy open to innovation. There's not an appreciation of the joy of innovating and working in an economy where a person's new ideas, his creative thoughts could be adopted, seized upon, and made use of. We're in a state where our satisfactions don't come so much from our paychecks. We got plenty of money. What they come from is a very important component of human satisfactions is the satisfaction of creating and using imagination and having the satisfaction of seeing the results of that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ned. Any other concluding remark? I know we have a president now. We will have in 3 minutes.
2 minutes.
By the president.
2 minutes before the president.
So I declare closed this session. I thank you very much all for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Paul. Okay, so let's take a break for just a couple of minutes, and then we will reconvene with an address by President Macron in 2 minutes. Okay, so Felipe asked me to say a couple of words of introduction. So I'm delighted. I think it's my great pleasure, and it's a fitting finale to an excellent 4 days to introduce a man who really needs no introduction, Emmanuel Macron, who, as you know, is the youngest president ever elected in France in 2017. You may not know that Philippe has been an advisor to President Macron, and indeed was a teacher to him, to give some private lessons to him. And I think that really the importance of creative destruction is illustrated in the fact that President Macron has really tried both in economics and politics to introduce creativity and a change into France and Europe in more generally. So I think, I just on a personal note, I think I and many of us were overjoyed, very happy in 2017 when he won the election. In 2016, I was living in the United Kingdom when the disaster of the Brexit referendum happened. And I moved to the United States to MIT, and the disaster of Donald Trump happened. So people were telling me not to move to France, and I didn't move to France. And a wonderful thing happened, which was President Macron was elected. So without any further ado, let me hand it over to the president to give a final few words.
Good evening, everyone. It must be close to 11 p.m. on this Saturday, June 12, as it is the time to conclude your Festschrift conference on the economics of creative destruction in honor of the work of Philippe Aghion and Peter Howitt. For my part, I'm across the channel for the G7 Heads of State Summit. But I wanted to say a few words to you in order to underline the importance, according to me, of your collective work for economic policy. Indeed, we are in a time that begs for a fundamental redefinition of economic doctrine. For more than 40 years, most of the world's economies have been organized according to the same precepts, which have commonly been referred to as the Washington Consensus. This doctrine insists on openness, privatization, and deregulation. It was probably appropriate for a historic moment at the end of the 20th century, and it is undeniable that it has produced results, lifting hundreds of millions of people out of material poverty, especially in the least developed countries. But the problem is that this doctrine has very little changed, and now its shortcomings are glaring. It is too short-term. It does not internalize the externalities enough, like climate or inequalities. It finds itself very poorly equipped to face the challenges of our time, the threats to the environment, rising inequalities, demographic changes, technological revolutions, and the weakening of our democracies. And definitely this weakening is the direct and indirect consequence of the other revolutions. More precisely, the global pandemic has bluntly revealed the flaws that are eroding our societies, as Philippe Aghion and his co-author rightly underline in their latest book. On the one hand, in countries of cutthroat capitalism, often Anglo-Saxon, we see the damage of inadequate social protection and the damage of policies which have allowed inequalities to widen in all their dimensions. On the other hand, in countries of cuddly capitalism, often in continental Europe, the crisis has exposed all the cracks, notably the cost to society of research and innovation policies that are too little ambitious and not innovative enough. We must therefore build a new way of thinking, a new consensus. And I think the Schumpeterian paradigm must be a key part of this new consensus. a renewed Schumpeterian paradigm, which dares to tackle the challenges of the 21st century head-on. This is why the work by Philippe Aghion and Peter Howitt is especially useful and relevant, since their seminal article written in 1987, A Model of Growth Through Creative Destruction. Creative destruction is the vital energy of the spirited horse of capitalism. If we know how to tame it and steer its path, then it is possible to reconnect with shared prosperity while protecting our common good. During these 4 days, you have addressed a large number of issues and economic enigmas on which the Schumpeterian dynamic sheds a new light in areas as diverse as development, employment, competition, trade, the environment, business dynamics, and innovation. The breadth of these topics shows the extent to which it is a paradigm at the heart of the economic life. And I would like to highlight 3 strong messages from this work. First, they reinstate a growth objective. We have given in too much to defeatism by taking growth as exogenous and by lamenting on its slowdown. If we believe in creative destruction, we know there is no curse in this. Not only we can influence the rate of growth through more work and more innovation, but we can also influence the course of innovation in order to make this growth inclusive and sustainable. This conviction also reinstates public policies after 40 years of dominant beliefs in a great automatic moderation. Next, inequalities must be reduced while preserving the incentive to innovate. Professors Aghion know its results, and the work that followed clearly demonstrate that it is possible and that it is highly desirable because the 2 objectives are mutually reinforcing, contrary here again to popular beliefs. The freedom to research and the freedom to entreprendre, if you allow me to use this French word, are critical drivers to social mobility. To effectively combat inequalities, we must combine a well-designed monetary redistribution scheme with other levers that act directly on equal access to opportunities, such as support to families since early childhood, enable access to good education, integrate through work and activity, enable access to good jobs, support training and retraining, expose to innovation, given that exposition to innovation helps develop a test for innovation itself, and in turn foster new ideas. It is very demanding multidimensional agenda. In my opinion, it is the only one that can fundamentally reform our economic models and prevent the gradual collapse of our liberal democracies. Finally, and this is my 3rd remark, to achieve this dual objective of greater prosperity and greater equality through creative destruction, a strong ecosystem of innovation must emerge. This is certainly one of the major challenges that France and Europe must face in the aftermath of the pandemic. To go beyond an easy mantra, your work is crucial in characterizing what a strong innovation ecosystem means in practice, because your work ventures behind the scenes of innovation. Innovations do not fall from the sky. They are not exogenous. We must act at each level of the long process of ideas generation, from fundamental research, to which we must provide sufficient resources and endow with the necessary academic freedom, to applied R&D, which must be encouraged in companies, funded, and for which healthy competition must be guaranteed. The public authorities have a major role to play in this process, and its exact positioning must be carefully chosen. It is up to the public authorities to identify the major challenges for society to which it is urgent to respond, and it must provide adequate means for maximizing the probability of breakthrough innovations. This is key, especially for France and Europe. If I chose to emphasize these three powerful ideas, among the many threads to be drawn in the work undertaken by Philippe and Peter, and the research that followed, it is because they strike me as central to build a new economic consensus, and yet they are far from being consensual today in our public debate. Indeed, the debate is often too polarized in quarrels filled with prejudice. For instance, are we for or against capitalism? And I am deeply convinced that we can make our societies fairer and more sustainable. I am convinced that this requires a growth policy, well redesigned, and this is how to generate real equality and social mobility, a growth based on ideas and permanent innovation. Creative destruction has never been so modern, relevant to the challenges of our time. It is up to all of us to continue to unravel its mysteries and to continue to apply its teachings. Dear Professors Aghion and Howitt, congratulations again for your academic work, for the quality of your exchanges and the quality of your work during these 4 days. I want to congratulate you as well of all the debate you provoked throughout your career. Good luck to everyone from now on to follow up and bring these insights to life in all their dimensions. Have a good evening session. Thank you.
Well, thank you, President Macron, and thank everybody of the last 4 days for being at a wonderful conference. I think the last word I'll hand over to the people who we should thank most, which is, of course, Felipe and Peter. So, last few words to you.
Yes, Peter, we start. Yeah. Peter, you should start. Yes.
Okay. Well, it has been an amazing 4 days. For me, a very emotional 4 days. I can't begin to tell you how much I appreciate all of the contributions that everybody has made. But I know it's also been a long 4 days, so I'll keep it brief. My remarks come from both Felipe and me, but I'm going to tell the story from my perspective. And I'll begin by recalling the most fortunate meeting of my professional career, which took place in 1987 when Felipe walked into my office in MIT. I think this meeting illustrates how important proximity is to the creative process. And not just because Felipe and I were close enough to have met, but it also mattered that we were in an environment that was crowded with a diverse set of great economists, buzzing with ideas in micro and macro, and talking with each other. It was a hotbed of Jane Jacobs' externalities. Jean Tirole had just finished his monumental I/O textbook. Olivier Blanchard and Stanley Fisher were still working on their lectures in macroeconomics that summed up and pretty much tidied up the state of macro at the time. And that was just scratching the surface of what was going on at MIT. It was Olivier who first noticed and suggested to me that Felipe and I should meet. I had this vague idea that a theory of endogenous stochastic innovations might help to explain the non-stationary properties of aggregate time series. And Felipe had just finished his PhD in theoretical I/O and contract theory and was wondering why there were no growth theories embodying the ideas of Schumpeter that he'd learned from Dick Caves. When we started talking, Felipe realized right away that what we needed to make progress was the class of patent race models that he'd learned about in his I/O classes, and which Jean had laid out so clearly in his I/O text. I'd been completely innocent of I/O until that time, but I'd come to just the right place. Well, the eventual result of this meeting was a macro model with a microstructure that allowed for heterogeneity, and therefore had testable implications at the level of the individual industry and firm. And this is what made the theory potentially amenable to estimation and testing with large micro data sets. a feature that many speakers have already alluded to. This potential of our approach wasn't realized until we began cooperating with Richard Blundell and Rachel Griffith and the others at UCL, who had developed an extensive panel data set on British firms. This was a collaboration that also depended on proximity. In this case, proximity between Felipe and our collaborators at the IFS, which was also an environment full of knowledge externalities. And the inverted U paper, which Richard and Rachel and Nick Bloom wrote together with us, was one of the first empirical works on macroeconomics to make use of large-scale microdata instead of the aggregate data of either Angus Madison or the Penworld tables that had been commonly used until then. Well, by now the field has gone way beyond our first modeling attempts, and in the past 4 days we've seen Schumpeterian theory taken to the data, to the microdata, to shed light on growth and competition and international trade, politics, the environment, productivity slowdown, finance, firm dynamics, even secular stagnation and monetary policy. And yesterday we saw how the approach is already beginning to bridge the gap between growth theory and development economics. All I can say is, wow. I'll end with a word about the FARI Research Center that Philippe has put together at the Collège de France. I'm looking forward to my first visit there, having been kept away mainly by COVID. But from the papers that I've read coming from the center and from the papers that I've seen presented at this conference, I can tell it's going to be a breeding ground for great innovations for years to come. Einstein's advice to young scientists was to go to a lighthouse where he could be alone with your own thoughts. And that might work if you're an Einstein, but for the rest, my advice based on personal experience is to go to a place that's buzzing with activity, a place like the FARI Center. So I'll turn it back to Philippe for very final remarks.
Thank you very much. I think Peter just told much better than I would have the story of how we met and started our collaboration. I keep vivid memories of all these moments of shared enthusiasm of Peter and me in front of the blackboard when we would develop and extend our model in several directions and get excited and jump together. Oh yeah, that this worked. When we started to work on unemployment and growth, and then capital, and then convergence, and we worked in the first model of direct technical change. It's called research and development in the growth process. That's here for you. It's published in the first issue of Journal of Economic Growth. It's a model where you can direct your research effort towards developing a new line or deepening an existing line. And that was already, in fact, a model of direct technical change. And we tried various things. And so all these explorations that we did, extending the work that, Elhanan and Manuel had done on general purpose technologies. We explored many things, and that gave rise to the 98 book. So that was a kind of first phase. And then, as Peter explained, there was a kind of second phase confronting this to the data, and very much through the work that we did, starting with Richard. I learned a lot, just I can't describe how much I learned all the time working with Peter. But I learned not only, all what he knew how to solve problems, his macro, of course, I learned enormously, and search models, and I also learned about persistence. Peter would never give up when facing a difficult problem with endless calculations. I used to say that Peter is the Protestant, I'm the Egyptian. Peter will, as difficult it would be, he would keep going on, so that we have to get there and solve the model. I would, being a bit lazier and sloppier, I would always try to look for ways to simplify the model before taking a serious crack at solving it. And so maybe that the combination there gave something. We were somewhere in the middle between, you know, excessive simplicity and still have a richness of a model. And of course, Peter didn't tell you, but I would use the phone. But I think Mark Schankerman told you already that I use the phone at all times of day and night. And so all my apologies, Peter, long overdue to Pat, to your spouse, for all the white nights that I have caused because of my calling at any time. I always tell the story, you know, when I have students or friends who worry for having failed an exam or having been turned down by a university, I tell them, look, you know, sometimes failing can be a great thing. It happened a story to me. I don't want to keep you too long. When I was a Harvard student, there is something very prestigious at Harvard called the Harvard Society of Fellows. So people in Harvard know about it. Stephanie went there, and a number of people went. And so my dream was to get into the Society of Fellows. So I got, you know, eligible to be, you know, to explain. At the time I had worked on this paper, Contract as a Barrier to Entry, with Patrick Bolton, and they wanted me to explain that to them. Bob Solo was among the senior fellows at the time. Apparently they asked me questions I didn't understand what they meant. And so at dinner time, Solo was seated next to me and he said, you know, you didn't understand what we asked you to do. I knew it was finished. It was over for my dream of the Society of Fellows. And then I came to MIT, and that's at MIT that I met with Peter. Now I'm trying to think with fear, you know, with, my God, had I been taken at the Society of Fellows, I would have missed Peter and we would not be here today. So you see how much, you know, failing can be so important in your life. I mean, I try to explain, you know, my students and how important that was to fail at the Society of Fellows. So Peter mentioned our collaboration with Rachel and Richard, where we tested the predictions of our growth and market structure model using microdata. And I think it brought to us, and it brought to also, I think, Richard and Rachel both learned from it, because first, I mean, Richard and Rachel, you had worked on linear regressions and you didn't have the idea of an inverted U. And we did not understand why you would get positive relationship between competition and growth, whereas our basic model would predict a negative relationship. So with this dialogue between modeling and empirics, we came to something that I think was kind of super additive, I think. But then subsequently, a new generation of talented scholars further extended the Schumpeterian framework to incorporate firm dynamics. The Clété-Cortum, of course, is a milestone, and more heterogeneity at firm and individual level. And that's very much where Ufuk, Pete, followers come. And this allowed them to this new generation of talented scholars, among which, you know, leadership of Ufuk, Pete, and to structurally estimate creative destruction models using firms and individual level macro data. But it was a structural estimation. So before we had estimated, you know, we were testing predictions of these models, but not doing a structural estimation of these models. That was a big step forward. And that allowed them to first quantify various components of growth. For example, what is the contribution of creative destruction to growth? That's what Pete with Say and Garcia Macia have done. But also to conduct more authoritative and informative policy analysis of the effects of, for example, R&D subsidies or education subsidies with much more believable elasticities than you would have before. And for example, Ufuk presented his paper on Denmark, where the authors generate realistic growth elasticities from education and R&D investment, which now you are using, in fact, with you saw Emmanuel Macron. I tried to say, you know, we have to rediscuss Maastricht, you know, the Maastricht Treaty. I don't know, for you in the US, it may look to you like a strange thing. You know, you cannot go beyond 3%, you know, a deficit beyond 3% of GDP, no matter the way you make, the use you make of that deficit. But it's obvious that it's absurd to count growth enhancing investment in the same way that you would count non-growth enhancing investment. So, but for that, to do that convincingly, you need Ufuk's elasticities. You see, you need to say, well, you know, if you invest in education or in, you know, R&D investment or whatever, or DARPA, or you see, you could generate that much growth, and then you increase your sustainable debt, which is very different than if you use the money to do something which is not growth enhancing. And now that we have believable elasticities, thanks to the work that this new generation of you know, scholars have achieved, I would not be able to seriously, you know, question the Maastricht Treaty and say, no, that we have to do it differently, because now we know the elasticities. I would not have elasticities I would believe in, you see? So that was a major step that they did. So in fact, you see the work that they've done. So I would like now to pay tribute to all our students who then became colleagues. They played a key role in making the Schumpeterian paradigm what it is today. So, you know, you saw one of our student, Eric, spoke today, Luigi was my student. Then I had Daron. I taught, you know, in 92, and Fabrizio mentioned it, I was at the LSE, and I have the great fortune of having Daron and Fabrizio in my class. And they were very taken, I think. Daron, you know, he will underestimate, you know, how much Daron is Schumpeterian. You know, he tried to hide it a bit sometimes, but he's extremely Schumpeterian, you know. He's a bit in the process of trying to kill the father, but a bit, you know, if you read Why Nations Fail, it's 200% Schumpeterian, 300% Schumpeterian. You know, he tried to hide malleable, not malleable. It's completely Schumpeterian. Fabrizio and Steve Redding, Nick Bloom, Ufuk, I mentioned, David Emus, Leonardo Bernstein, Heidi, Cecilia, Alexandra, Julian. It was a great pleasure to have these students who became now great colleagues and whom you saw presenting today, and so how great work they have done. And Stelios and David Meyer with Peter students, and also Blossom. And those are our children. But the children gave birth to grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Now you have now 3 generations, because, you know, Ufuk has Murat. Is it Murat? You have students. You introduce me to your students. And maybe next time it's your students of your students. I don't know if I live long enough. But and you see, and it's spreading. And in fact, it makes the creative destruction paradigm spread like a virus, but it's a good virus. You see what I mean? Not one where you need a vaccine. I think, although there are many things to improve, I think it's a good virus, and to which we owe this conference today. Alors now I mentioned our students, but of course they are not all our co-authors. And of course, if it was not 11 p.m. almost, I would mention them one by one. But then, you know, you would still you know, we take the whole night here in Paris. Now, many of them are in this conference. Let me tell you that in the later period, I had great pleasure to work with Pete, Timo, and Yui, and Chad, and of course Ufuk, with whom I work a lot, and many of you, and David, and particularly, you know, exciting. You saw Timo and Yui presenting on, you know, a new accounting and on markups, and we have, you know, we want to understand very much this question that was raised several times. Are markups reflecting, are there legitimate markups or non-legitimate markups? Are there markups that come from true improvements in technology, because you're really a better innovator, or are there markups that are due to, you know, entry barriers, or are due to other things which you don't want to have? And it's very important to know where the markups come from, because you will not deal in the same way that I say you don't treat Steve Jobs like Carlos Slim. You will not deal with firms depending on the way the markups are generated. And the question is, empirically, how can you tell that the markup is generated because of, you know, improved technology, because, you know, somebody is really better than others, or because of other reasons which are not very good reasons for why a firm is bigger and has bigger markups? So that, I think, I'm very fascinated, and I learned a lot from working with Pete, Timo, and Yui, and Antonin on these things. To conclude, I would like to thank, first I want to thank Emmanuel, you know, Ufuk and John, and of course we pay tribute to Emmanuel, who had the idea of this Festschrift conference and organized it and made it what it is. And I think they deserve, you know, infinite gratitude from all of us, Ufuk and John and Ufuk. I would like also to invite you to join me in expressing gratitude to Emma Bernstein and the research team at the Far East Innovation Center. Emma spent the past 2 years on preparing the event. Actually, Emma organized 2 conferences, because there was last year's conference. You remember, with all the hotels, you know what I mean? She had booked all these hotels, and of course, all that had to be cancelled. And each of the conference had this own logistics, because last year it was a conference in person. This year it's a Zoom conference, a very different object. And each time you have to know, France has a lot of charm. But you know, if you love Kafka, come to France and work with the French administration. It's Kafka right there around the corner. And you have to walk against the system, like Jean-Jacques Lafont, you know, how did he do to build up Toulouse, working against the French system? You have to be a true hero. Here, our hero was Emma and the team at the center to work against all the rigidities of the administration to make this conference happen. And so that's, but you all bears witness of Emma's outstanding dedication, efficiency. You interacted with Emma, so you know I don't have to elaborate on that. And in fact, there will be no Far East Center without Emma. Peter, you mentioned the center. I mean, without Emma, who helped us from the beginning when we applied for the European Research Council. Of course, Reynilde and Bronwyn were very good advice, but you know, really, it was very important. You know, without Emma and all the structure we put there, it would have been very difficult to get to apply to this European Research Council. So I would like also to thank Raffaella Olagnon for all the support she gave to the organization of the conference. Antoine Mayerovitz, who constructed the website, Creative Destruction 2021, Abhijit Dagat for the superb slides and managing the Twitter, Maxime Gravouil, Thomas Hubert, Antonin Bergeau, Simon Bunel, Simon Margolin, Olympia Coutinelli, Antoine Mayerovitz, Ayman Mahedi, Timothée Gigou, Hélène Maguin, for the way they manage the chat and the Q&A, and to all of them to make the center what it is. Finally, I have to thank Collège de France, the foundation of Collège de France, LVMH, INSEAD, the ERC, the Banque de France, for their for their invaluable support, to make this conference happen. So thanks to all of you, and of course, last but not least, it was fantastic that you were there, that you came, that you attended. So on this conference, continuously on a continuous basis, and with this assiduity, and it's just it's just I mean, I don't know what, Peter, you feel, but I'm just completely overwhelmed and intimidated by all the nice things you said about us and our work. It's just it looks totally unreal to us, to me at least, and just I now I have to digest all this and to enjoy, to go back to the slides. I want to have Zooms with many of you individually to discuss the presentation, because I want now to fully enjoy going in detail through all the presentations that were made. It was such a rich conference, and we had so many insights and ideas for future research came out of it. And I just want to get back to research, because there are so many of these ideas that I would like to get on with. I mean, of course, no single person can do just in one talk. I don't know, Eric, to have each of you many ideas for future research. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So thank you, everyone. As we all know, there are only a handful of papers that are really transformative in economics, the way we think about economics, and clearly Aghion and Howitt's work has been so transformative in many fields in economics that we really forced ourselves to limit the conference to only 4 days. We could have easily gone for a week. And this has been, I think, the only conference, and will be the only conference, where I will listen to 120 speakers and I will still feel sad that it's over. So thank you, everyone, for the amazing contributions. Really, I just kept listening with great enthusiasm. And I would like to first, of course, thank Felipe and Peter for being such amazing leaders in the field and opening up so many directions to us. And I would like to also thank John and Emmanuel for the amazing journey. Unfortunately, Emmanuel is not with us physically, but he's in our thoughts, obviously. And thanks, everyone, for the great presentations. And finally, the final remark I would like to make is that we attend a lot of conferences and we listen to a lot of in-depth talks, but that's typically hard for juniors to see the big picture in the field, where the field started and where the field is going. But this way, 10-minute talks from everybody, from such big names and giving their takes, for 4 days, I think it was really toward the force for especially young scholars who are just, in the beginning of their careers to see the roadmap and where the fields are going, where the field is going, where it started and where things are going. So again, thanks everyone in the name of also, I think, the juniors in the profession. Hope to see you all in real soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wow. Oh boy. Just amazing. Well. Okay, I guess it stopped.